Hi, Chairman, I can hear you.
Okay, thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. We will gavel in the July 21st meeting of the Board of County Commissioners, and I would look to Rich Commando.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to inform the public as well as you, the commission, that Commissioners Arnold and Whitehurst notified me that they will be participating and present virtually in order to avoid being a distraction.
Order, please. Order, please. Thank you.
Just to avoid being a distraction to the meeting. So thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chair.
thank you. Thank you so much. Just a little bit of comment about that. I realize that there's a lot going on in the county right now, but we still have business that we need to get to. So we'll do everything we can. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Chair Commissioner Clay Murphy.
Present.
Vice Chair Commissioner Ann Taylor.
Present.
Commissioner Christian Whitehurst.
Present.
Commissioner Sarah Arnold.
Present.
Commissioner Krista Joseph.
Present.
Let's work this out. Okay.
Present.
There you go. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. We will now have our invocation. I believe we will have an invocation by Chaplain Kelly Kemp from the St. Johns County Sheriff's Department, and then we will invite Lori Chapman, Airman First Class, United States Air Force, for our Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Well, good morning. As we think about July and July 4th, our 250th anniversary, I thought about Proverbs chapter 14, verse 34. Righteousness exalteth a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. It's great that we had these invocations prior to our meetings. In fact, I think Benjamin Franklin was the one that kind of established that here in the United States. Many times people say Benjamin Franklin probably wasn't a Christian, but it's interesting, each time they had a meeting, he said, don't you think we should start this with prayer? I also want to share something that Thomas Jefferson said. The general principles on which the fathers achieved independence were the general principles of Christianity. I will avow that I then believed and now believe that those general principles of Christianity are as external and immutable as the existence and attributes of God. John Adams, letter to Thomas Jefferson. Let us pray. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, God, we thank you for this day, Lord. We thank you, Lord, that you established our governments even, Heavenly Father. We pray, God, that we are one nation under God, and we thank you for that, dear Lord. We pray, Heavenly God, we know there's many in our world today, Lord, that would like to destroy, dear God, America. And we pray, God, instead, Heavenly Father, God, you help us to continue to be one nation under God, indivisible. We thank you for that, dear Lord. We pray, God, help us, dear Lord, to live for you and all we do and say. Thank you for this county commission today, Lord. I pray you bless each of them, Heavenly Father, God. I pray, God, you give them wisdom. Your word tells us we want wisdom to ask for it, and you won't hold it back from us. So I pray today, Heavenly Father, God, you would do just that. Help us, dear God, take the principles of the Bible to God and apply them, Heavenly Father, God, to our lives, personally, Lord, and professionally. We love you and we praise you and thank you, Jesus, for dying on the cross and rising from the dead to give us eternal life. In Jesus' most precious name, amen.
Thank you so much. And if you would join us, thank you.
Good morning. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. I think this is you. I'm sorry. It's your turn. Oh, do we have a video first for that? Okay. I think we have a video for this. Do we have a video for this? Or is this the next one? Presentation. Okay, presentation. That's you. Thank you.
All right. I am Vince Dyer, and I am the director of the Best Foot Forward Pedestrian Safety Program. I want to talk a little bit about my program today. So we were formed back in 2012 in response to the Dangerous by Design report that showed that Orlando at the time was the deadliest metro area in the nation. Since then, we put forth a lot of effort working with law enforcement agencies, working with public works, and working with other organizations throughout the area to try to reduce pedestrian deaths and serious injuries. And Orlando, as of the most recent report from a few weeks ago, is 25th in the nation now. So it's making some measurable progress here. Jacksonville, by comparison, right now is at 16th. So this is an area where there's a lot of interest. Jacksonville metro area includes St. Johns County. And so we're looking to continue what we're doing in Orlando into the Jacksonville area as well. And the North Florida TPO recognized what we were doing and wanted to see us doing the same thing here in St. Johns County and for Jacksonville as well. So our methodology is simple. We did not invent this methodology. It was bred here in Florida, though. 1998, NHTSA study in St. Petersburg, and then again in 2013 in Gainesville. They took a sample of crosswalks in the area, and you can see in the chart there that those crosswalks start with about 30% of drivers yielding to them. By the end of the period, when they did some education, some enforcement, some signage, things like that, they were able to get those same crosswalks to about 70% of drivers yielding on average. And we have many stories of crosswalks that have had similar improvements like this. So like I mentioned, we started in the Orlando metro area in the green there on the screen. We've been expanding with the help of FDOT. They've been helping us to expand into different counties. Again, recognizing what we were doing and wanting to see that in other counties where there was a serious issue with pedestrian deaths and serious injuries. And the North Florida TPO was gracious enough to bring us to St. Johns County. So thankful to them to be doing that. So we will partner up with anybody in public works, anybody in law enforcement, school districts, health groups, et cetera. Anybody that can kind of give us some guidance on where there are some crosswalks to take some data at. So we already start taking some data. What you see in the percentages there is the driver yield rate, DYR. So I just want to make it clear, we don't run out in front of cars. What we do is we put a marker out at a safe stopping distance based on the speed limit. We will step into the crosswalk, make eye contact with the driver, make it clear that we're trying to cross, and then we allow them the choice if they continue through the crosswalk or if they stop and allow us to cross. If they do stop, we mark that down as yielding, and if they don't, we mark it as not yielding. So anything above 66% on average is considered pretty good. So most of the crosswalks that were initially selected here in St. John's are pretty safe. A lot of these are signalized intersections, which you would expect to be pretty good. Some of them have rapid flashing beacons. One of them has a LED flashing beacon. So those types of things usually are pretty good. We see some crosswalks that are like single digits, 10, 20%. Those are often very low. And a few of these just recently got some improvements. So they wanted to kind of check in on them to make sure that they're being effective. And so far they are. And so we work with law enforcement. Law enforcement is actually out today. St. Johns County Sheriff's Office is out today doing a couple of these crosswalks. Again, same methodology, just stepping out, giving drivers plenty of space and allowing the driver to make a decision. If they do continue through the crosswalk, then they'll go ahead and pull them over and let them know that it's the law to stop. And so we also will work with public works agencies to provide some low-cost recommendations, the signage, the striping, things like that. While flashing beacons work great, they're not 100% effective. They give people a false sense of confidence, and people don't always press the button. If you don't press the button, you're not going to get the effect of it. You're just back to square one. What's the markings? What's the signage? So that's what we're focused on, is making sure that the crosswalk is very visible to drivers and that there's no confusion that they should be stopping when they come up to it. So we do a bunch of program presentations. We'll do community events. We have sign waving events as well. I brought a few signs, for example, just to be able to go out and kind of let drivers know it's the law to stop for pedestrians and crosswalks, to let them know how many drivers on percentage is yielding, or that it's going to cost them money if they end up getting pulled over for that type of thing. So we found that these types of sign waving events can be just as effective as enforcement, raising the driver yield rate by 10% or more at a crosswalk. And so what you're seeing here is kind of the results in the Orlando metro area. Two graphs over each other. The line graph is our data that's showing the driver yield rate at the crosswalks that we've been monitoring. So back in 2012, only 17% of drivers were yielding. That steadily increased year by year, and we're around 50% now. It's kind of leveled off for a bit. What you're seeing in the bar graph is the Signal 4 data. So this is the official data on deaths and serious injuries throughout Orange, Osceola, and Seminole counties, which is that Orlando metro area. We were seeing exponential increase through 2015, a few years after the program started. hit a peak, came down, and also leveled off. So a nice inverse of what our data is showing to show that we're seeing in our data on yield rate is also what we're seeing in terms of deaths and serious injuries throughout the region. And so that is the gist of our program. I'm happy to answer any questions if you have any.
Thank you so much. Any questions from the board? Good deal. We'll go Commissioner Taylor. You can. Before we get started, Commissioner Joseph.
I have a quick question. Does it matter if it's a girl going in a crosswalk, a guy going in a crosswalk, a child going in a crosswalk, a kid with a bike, or you just take one person, volunteer that does it?
Yeah, so it's we have to train them.
You can use that. You can use that mic. Yeah.
So we train our data collectors. Again, we want to be as safe as possible. We're not trying to trick drivers. So they're specially trained. They know exactly to not walk out unless the car is behind that marker. We do have both female and male, tall, short. We do see a little bit of variation, but usually it's pretty consistent overall in terms of the driver yield rate.
Thank you.
Great question. Thank you.
A proclamation by the Board of County Commissioners, St. Johns County, Florida. Whereas St. Johns County is committed to ensuring the safety and well-being of all its residents and visitors, recognizing the importance of safe, accessible, and efficient transportation systems. And whereas the North Florida Transportation Planning Organization, TPO, supports initiatives aligned with Vision Zero principles, aiming to eliminate traffic fatalities and serious injuries, with particular attention to vulnerable road users, such as pedestrians and bicyclists. And whereas the Best Foot Forward for Pedestrian Safety program is a data-driven initiative that combines community education, high-visibility enforcement, and low-cost engineering recommendations to improve driver compliance with pedestrian right-of-way laws, thereby reducing pedestrian injuries and fatalities. And whereas implementing the Best Foot Forward program in St. Johns County will complement existing safety efforts, including St. Johns County's traffic operations and crash trend evaluation activities, complete streets, planning approaches, Vision Zero aligned strategies, and actions supported by the Safe Streets and Roads for All SS4A grant to advance data-driven safety planning. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of St. Johns County, Florida, that they enthusiastically support Best Foot Forward for pedestrian safety. Recognizing the principles and practices of Best Foot Forward for Pedestrian Safety program, and joining with other local cities, counties, law enforcement agencies, regional planning agencies, and Florida Department of Transportation in a regional effort to reduce pedestrian injuries and fatalities. Passed and adopted by the Board of County Commissioners of St. Johns County, Florida, this 21st day of July, 2026.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. And what a wonderful honor that I have to be able to present this today to Vince. And I'm so excited too, as I just learned that St. Johns County is the first county in the Northeast area to actually start off this amazing program. So anything we can do at this time to improve safety for our residents, of course, is a priority. But it's just my honor, Vince, and I'm so honored that you're here today. Thank you.
And if you're a supporter of pedestrian safety, and you've never heard this program before, still come up and support us. Protected?
Great job. Congratulations. Yeah. Thank you. And now, Something that I have really been looking forward to. I'm one of those food geeks, and I got an opportunity to watch this as it happened. I would like to call up and recognize our Michelin Guide awardees, Asado Life and their representatives. Please come on up with me. The Lotus Noodle Bar for Michelin Guide recognees. Did I say that right? Also, Bib Gourmand recipients, the Sunday Gathering Table, and Bar Citra. You guys come on up. Yeah, come on up here. So while we're getting things set up, I just wanted to take a moment to say how proud that we should be about this Michelin Guide recognition right here in St. Augustine for Asado Life and Lotus Noodle Bar. It is a big deal. The Bib Gourmand, I had to look it up. I hope I'm pronouncing it right. Am I? Okay, I pronounced it right. It's also a recognition for smaller scale restaurants, and to have 2 awarded in St. Johns County is a huge deal. We're so proud of them, and we wanted to, as a county, we wanted to recognize excellence that's going on right around us. So thank you guys so much. Ready?
Hi, I'm Craig Thomas. I'm with Visit Florida. Tourism entities, we at the state level, we play a role in working with Michelin to make sure that the guide has a presence in Florida, and to make sure that our restaurants and amazing chefs have a chance to earn these special distinctions. It means a lot to our tourism. The Michelin Guide's a great brand, but it means even more to our restaurants and our chefs that have the opportunity to earn this distinction. So today's about them, and we'd like to give them a round of applause, everybody. So I'll give the first one out to my buddy Barry with Lotus Noodle Bar.
Let me get in here with this proclamation also. So here, no, come in the middle. You stand there. Okay. And we'll move that out of the way just a bit. This is really a great job.
Good morning, everyone. This is for Misty from Sunday.
Mom, you want to come up? Come on, Mom. Come on, let's give her some encouragement. Come on, Mom.
I think so. Love to try it.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Susan Phillips. I'm the president and CEO of the St. Johns County Visitors and Convention Bureau. We are so delighted and thrilled to be here today to honor these restaurants, and I have the honor of giving out the award to some of my dear friends over at Asado Life, Nick and Christy Carrera. And again, please just join us in congratulating them.
Thank you guys so much. We're going to take a group picture if you don't mind, and then we're going to get back to business. So come on, let's even it up a little bit. Thank you guys so much. Paul, you should be up front anyway. You're in the back.
I know. I'm gonna stay in the hotel and be down there.
Yeah, keep that on.
I make a motion to accept the proclamation.
We have a motion.
I'll second.
We have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And all opposed? We also, I just wanted to let you know that Bar Citra also got a big gourmand recognition, and they weren't here to receive this, so we're going to make sure that Bar Citra gets this as well. So I want to say thank you to them. It's a great job. All right, back to the business at hand. Deletions to the consent agenda. Commissioner Joseph.
None, sir.
Okay, we have none. Commissioner Taylor.
I have none.
Okay, Commissioner Arnold.
I have none, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Whitehurst.
None, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, and I have none. Do we have a public comment on the agenda items? Yep.
At this time, we will take public comment on the consent agenda items. Please come forward.
Tom Reynolds, 1240 4 Mile, 32084. Consent agenda item number 31. Just want to remind you, commissioners, you pay for what you get in life. It's only $200,000, but which is chump change. So who would do this for $200,000? Chumps. In fact, I want to make sure everyone's clear. It's the intercoastal agreement between the St. Johns County Sheriff's Department and the worst police department in the history of police departments, the St. Augustine Beach Police Department. Now, why do I say that? I say that because I have firsthand experience. I am an expert on police misconduct. And I want to tell you something, folks. I would much prefer not to give them a penny and have the sheriff's department do their job on the county beaches. Anyways, commissioners, I know we can't change this, but I truly believe that the Sheriff Hardwick is taking advantage of the taxpayers of St. Augustine Beach. And because Sheriff Hardwick was the former chief of police, he can't see the incompetence. But that department has gone downhill faster than a bowling ball since he left. It's a 29-person department. 20 of them are at maximum vacation. There's nothing but a drain on the taxpayers. In fact, the taxpayers are getting double dipped on this. Anyways, for the future, just so you know, in the city of St. Augustine Beach, they're the only police department in the state of Florida that has a beach patrol that has no bicycle beach patrol. Why? Because they are the laziest police department in St. Johns County, in the state of Florida. Thank you.
Folks,
Thank
before
you.
we,
And yeah, I just wanted to also say, remember, this is public comment for consent agenda, for the consent agenda. So are there any other public comments at this time on consent agenda? Okay.
Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion.
Perfect.
To approve.
Did we already do that?
Did we do this already?
No, I'll make a motion to approve the
Okay, we have a
consent
motion
agenda as it is.
We have a motion to approve.
And I'll second.
We have a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 And opposed? Okay, that passes. So much. Let's move on to the additions or deletions to the regular agenda. Commissioner Joseph?
None, sir.
Okay. Commissioner Taylor?
I have none.
Commissioner Arnold?
I have none.
And Commissioner Whitehurst?
I have none.
And I have none. Except for, let me recognize Joy Andrew, our county administrator. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're asking to postpone item number 9.
Item number 9 to be postponed. Let's see, Florida Permanent Franchise Agreement, okay?
And the rationale behind that?
We have some procedural correction we need to make before that can be presented. So it'll be presented in a future date.
Okay, great.
Okay, good deal. We'll remove agenda item number 9 from the regular agenda. Okay, do we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Do we have a second?
There's other commissioners here. They can second it.
Yeah, well, I'll second. Okay, so we have a second by Commissioner Arnold. Thank you. Let's vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 And opposed? Okay, that passes 5-0. Let's go to general public comment at this time.
Great. So at this time, the board will hear general public comment on matters that are not scheduled for action on today's agenda. When addressing the board, please come to one of the 3 podiums and state your name and address. Each person will be provided 3 minutes to speak, and we ask that you speak directly into the microphone. Speakers will comply with the board's rules of civility and decorum. Speakers may not demand an immediate response from the board, and members of the audience will refrain from any disruptive demonstration of approval or disapproval. Finally, any speaker that would like to present materials, if you could please do so at the center podium, and paper materials can be placed on the X for an overhead camera to display, and a laptop will be set up for any USB presentations. After presenting, please provide the materials to the staff of the clerk of the court to be entered into public record. Thank you, and thank you. I love how everybody is all set up, and you're each at one of the podiums. I didn't even have to say that. So, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, sir. You have the floor.
Yes, I'm Michael Compton, 114 3rd Street, and I'm speaking on behalf of myself and also on behalf of the North Beach Community Alliance. This is in regard to the current regulations of short-term rentals in North Beach and Volano area. During my time of living in North Beach, the number of current permanent residents has declined as the volume of temporary visitors has grown dramatically. This is due to the growth of STRs, short-term rentals. In our neighborhoods, STRs in the past 10 years have grown from virtually 0 to now well over 50% of all houses in our area. We have gone from long-term supportive permanent neighbors with a variety of homes, quiet streets safe for children, and shared neighborhood pride to a bulldozer of massive change. Issues include reduced lot sizes, cookie-cutter residences too large for small lots, pools and other amenities jammed onto such lots, noise issues, parking issues for renters, and trash pickup problems. It appears that our county regulatory structure was unprepared and is not able to meet these new challenges. Accordingly, we suggest the following changes to the county STR regulatory organizations and regulations. First, disband the current code enforcement group for STRs. As currently organized, the service is virtually useless to both residents and STR owners. The group operates only Monday through Friday and during normal daylight hours. Representatives often are not physically present to inspect the complaint site, and if they do, often arrive too late to notice the problems. 2, reconstitute the code enforcement group with the following operating procedures. Excuse me. Operating hours should be conformed to as complaints arise. This would suggest operating hours should be Wednesday through Sunday, 3 p.m. to 11 p.m., and this coincides with the time that most issues arise. After identifying where the most issues arise, station personnel in those areas so that you could basically have a quick response as these things are complained about. Instruct code enforcement personnel to document with photos or video the violations of the codes. Clearly define situations where the Sheriff's Department should be contacted for backup or support. We do not want to use our sheriff for these minor complaints. Allow enforcement personnel to issue citations to the owner of property. If possible, email the owners and the managers of the property with both citations and accompanying videos or photos. Citation fees should be set up as a percentage of the listed rental amounts. Such fees should be increased based on the number of complaints within a specific time frame. Lastly, establish an appeal process if the owner or manager contests the citations. I'm going to turn this over to Debbie to finish up. I would like to submit this to the county for your consideration.
To continue within our time frame, we're asking for
Name and
a
address,
call to
please.
action. I'm sorry, Debbie Dickinson, 413 16th Street, St. Augustine, Florida, speaking
Thank you, Debbie.
for myself and as well as in BCA. All right, so we're also asking this commission to specifically make this an agenda item. We're asking you to take action and follow the lead of over 400 cities in this country with 100,000 residents or more who have now revamped and put in much stricter codes on their STRs and Airbnbs. We are specifically asking that you follow that lead. Particularly, the number one revamp area is the requirement for owner occupancy. And if you're not owner occupied or you don't specifically state that this is a second-home vacation and will not be an STR, then you treat it as a business and you tax it as a business and let it pay for itself. So the proposal that Mike is submitting forth here today actually pays for itself, will not be a drain on the county budget, will be a plus, and will help us take back our neighborhoods. So to continue, we ask you to establish a comprehensive list of STRs and other property rentals. The current listing rental property is incomplete and out of date. The county is over-reliant on voluntary compliance. That ship has sailed, folks. A database of online rental properties should be compared and synchronized with the county listings. A specific mailbox or phone number must be established to allow local residents to report rentals in the neighborhood to encourage proper registration. Regulate the rental properties as a business. Among the procedures that should be applied include a standard permitting process for STRs that includes initial and annual inspections for safety, identification of local property manager to handle guest and emergency situations, significant fine, not these little hand slaps that they're just paying and there's no consequences for. Extra charges for more than 2 trash cans and receptacles, different water rates, regularly scheduled safety inspections. Property taxes should be calculated as with any other business. Ability to revoke an STR license for repeat violators. Any other regulations consistent with business within the county. Some locations in Florida, such as Golden Beach, do not allow STRs, only rentals of a minimum of 6 months. This is to preserve the residential character, and this is the trend across the nation. So we respectfully ask that you look at this. We have a lot of data. We'll be glad to come together and supply that data to the commission, but we're asking you to take action. Thank you very much. Appreciate you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Brett Fullerton. My address is 1234 Oriental Gardens Road. And I'm here this morning to speak on behalf of John Currington, who's standing on the other side of the center podium, about the Ponte Vedra Croquet Club, as he is the founder. So as a brief introduction, I'm a retired Navy captain after having served over 30 years in the Navy, including my time at the U.S. Naval Academy, which is where I discovered and learned about the wonderful sport of croquet over 30 years ago. As a matter of fact, I played in the Annapolis Cup against St. John's College, which is the largest attended croquet event in the world. Well, after traveling around the world and deploying with my family in various countries, we decided to settle back to our home stomping grounds of the Jacksonville area. And very serendipitously and fortunately, I discovered the Ponte Vedra Croquet Club, and it filled a big void in my life as a retired veteran and naval officer, embarking on a second career and having more free time in my semi-retirement. I truly believe it's a wonderful sport for people of all ages, young and old alike, but especially for active duty and retired military. In fact, we have a number of veterans there, including a retired Navy commander, a retired Air Force colonel who were in the Vietnam era, and we just had a very young, newly minted Lieutenant J.G. who's stationed on a ship up in Mayport. He and his young wife have joined the club as well. So it appeals to all kinds of people, including the military. I'm kind of like, in Navy parlance, the Club XO, executive officer. I kind of take care of all issues around the club and report to John as the commanding officer. We schedule events, tournaments, deal with membership, and I truly believe in that capacity that the Ponte Vedra Croquet Club has a great ability to attract tourism from competitors that come from around the world to play tournaments, that stay in hotels, that eat at restaurants, that spend a lot of money in Ponte Vedra County because of a facility like Ponte Vedra Croquet Club. I'm very happy that I found the club, as I've already stated, and I truly hope that the commission can find a way to work with John and the Ponte Vedra Croquet Club to help the sport of croquet and the property itself. If you'll allow me, I got 30 seconds. I'd like to introduce John, who will be speaking next. John Currington is the founder of the Ponte Vedra Croquet Club. He's been in the sport for over 40 years. He's a stalwart within the community. He's one of only 24 international instructors in the country certified by the U.S. Croquet Association, and he is an inductee into the U.S. Croquet Association's Hall of Fame as of 2006. He didn't wear his red jacket today, but he's got a U.S. Croquet Association tie on to prove his bona fides. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is John Currington. I've been a resident for 35 years in St. Johns County. I live at 305 Pablo Road. In 2013, I founded the Ponte Vedra Croquet Club. Let me tell you a little bit about the Croquet Club. The location of the club is behind the Ponte Vedra Palm Valley Elementary School. It consists of 4 acres with 7 Bermuda grass croquet courts, a 3,000 square foot clubhouse or open air pavilion, a maintenance shop, and an open air equipment shed. Adjoining these buildings is another building with restrooms and a lounge. The club is a private club with approximately 40 active members, but it was designed to have a membership of more than 300. The club is supported by membership dues, which unfortunately is an impediment for people unfamiliar with the sport to pay. The current dues are $1,600 a year. I am looking to create a public-private partnership where the dues would be reduced to practically nothing so that people will not be asked to pay $1,600 before they can determine whether they like the sport or not. Currently, the club offers regular organized play at all levels of skill and is open 7 days a week. It organizes tournaments, presents clinics and lessons, and offers an introduction for free to anyone interested in learning more about the sport. My goal is to create a public-private partnership in St. Johns County and make the sport available and affordable to all the citizens of the county. My purpose today is to request that the chair or the county administrator direct staff, primarily the county attorney and the Parks and Recreation Department, to work with me to create an operational agreement slash lease for the board to take action on at a future meeting on its consent agenda.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
I have an overhead.
Good morning.
There we go. Good. Thank you for that overhead. My name is Joe McInerney, 1005 Blackberry Lane, county resident. So on July 1st, I woke up to this headline in the newspaper, the Jack's Business, that says, "New state law gives developers streamlined path to build on agricultural land." Goes on to say it's Senate Bill 686, and it bypasses you, it bypasses all of us, preempts the local control that we have had in reviewing large, very large development projects. And so in looking at what is involved for us right now, within the next 60 days, staff has to complete its report by the end of this month. There has to be a public meeting and one decision on your part, or these automatically become agricultural enclaves. And that includes Adler Estates, for example, which are Adler Lakes, which was denied in 2022 because it put too much traffic onto State Route 16. State Route 16 has not been improved since 2022, and yet here it is because the state said they know better. They know better than you. They know better than us what is important for St. Johns County. Osceola Lakes is back. That was denied in 2024 because of adverse traffic, not enough infrastructure. And yet the state says, hey, we're okay with that. It's back. It's back in front of you and back in front of us. Parish Farms is back. We all know that was denied. That is back. And largely 4,400 acres is suddenly appearing, Nocatee north of Palm Valley. And so cumulatively, even at 6 houses per acre, that's 32,000 homes. Are we ready? Is anyone in this audience ready for approved but unbuilt homes? 32,000 more. We currently have 35,000. I believe that's the number. Are any of you ready for 32,000 homes? And so I sent an email to all of you urging you to request an injunction, to file an injunction to delay the implementation of these Florida statutes resulting from this law. I almost stand here demanding that you file an injunction. I hope that you feel, as do all of we, just this sense of urgency, 32,000 homes, and particularly with projects that you all previously had denied. So there are special counsels out there also. I think that might be a way to go. Thousand Friends of Florida has sent me a list of 4 land use attorneys that might be interested. So I hope there is good discussion during commissioner comments at the end of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Juanita Yates, 408 Sevilla Drive in the Shores, and I've been here before, but we're still talking about they have got U-turns that they have placed whenever they widen the road, and they're very dangerous. They come out on a hill that you cannot see the cars coming at you, people are driving over the medium strips now, and because it's actually safer to do that than to use the U-turns that they've got. At the where we drive over the medium strips, at least we get some we can see the cars coming at us at that point where we can't on the U-turns. So, the U-turns that they've got there, it's so short that trucks can't make it, delivery trucks. I know they've had problems with the fire trucks. The trash trucks have problems there. And FPL has now established their own crossover, and they have a lot of problems with their big trucks, and they have trailers with them. And they just can't make these little U-turns that they put in there. And as I said, they're very unsafe, and people are also having a hard time even finding our street because it's not showing up anywhere on the directionals. So we'd like to get something done about that, possibly some type of a crossover at our street. That street was established back in the early 1980s. And all these other streets have come in since then, and they've given them crossovers and everything else, and we've been left out. We were due to a large housing development that they're placing down the road from us. That's what caused them to 4-lane that road, and they didn't take into consideration who's using that road, the street, and how it's being used. As I said, FPL's got a service road right behind my house, and they can't get in there. They drive across the medium strip just like everybody else does. So I would like some consideration for that. I appreciate it. And I am speaking for everybody on the street. There's like 60 houses there that we're all, well, I'm out of time. So anyhow, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning. Good morning. Who's next? Who wants to
I
go?
thought it was him. Is it me?
Over here.
No, it's him.
Good morning. John Hunt, 2692 Valencia Street in Volano Beach. I think you're all aware of the devastating fire that occurred in Volano several weeks ago. That resulted in the loss of a home. A young man with mental problems was burned and has had to relocate to a group home in Jacksonville, and they lost a beloved pet. 2 adjacent homes received some damage. Our firemen were extremely frustrated by their inability to get water on that fire. It took some 20 minutes before they would get water, and by that time the house was gone, and the water pressure was extremely low. It was extremely devastating for the entire community. We all knew we lived in an area that didn't have sufficient hydrants, but I don't think any of us realized how difficult it would be for the firemen to get water on a fire. We started a petition to ask your support for increasing the fire protection services in that area, and to date more than 409 people have signed that petition. I've sent each of you a link to that petition. I emailed each of you regarding this. Commissioner Murphy responded to me last night. Thank you very much. We emailed Commissioner Taylor several weeks ago, received no response. Reached out to the county fire chief, received no response. So I know this is extremely difficult.
I responded
Haven't received that response.
yesterday.
Didn't receive that response. That's all I can say. We know this is an extremely difficult problem, that we probably don't have water resources. We may not have sufficient pumping capabilities. The mains may be too small. That's before we even get to the issue of hydrants. But we'd like for your attention to this. You'd like for you to communicate to the community on what is being done and routine status updates on how that progresses. We know it's difficult. We know you each probably campaign on your ability to be responsive. Frankly, we're not seeing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Susanna Pavel. I've lived in St. Johns County for 26 years, and I currently live at 3881 Hickory Lane in St. Augustine. And I emailed all of you about what I'm going to address, and thank you for your responses. I'm here to ask this board to direct the county attorney to seek injunctive relief to stop SB 686, the Agricultural Enclave Law, from being enforced against St. Johns County while the legality is tested in court. I believe I'm the second person to speak on this today, and my concern is overdevelopment. I've come to you guys in the past to talk about overdevelopment and how we really need infrastructure first. And what I'm concerned about is in the first 8 days this law went into effect, 6 applications were filed covering 5,400 acres of land. And once a parcel is certified, the law says that development must be treated as conforming use, notwithstanding. Now, I'm not a lawyer, but from what I understand, the issue is that the zoning, and the notwithstanding will erase the authority the board has. So if you don't do anything, the parcel is going to be certified in 90 days. And the reason that the courtroom is the right venue is because the law forbids extra hearings. Review is capped at 180 days, and the window to protect this county's planning authority is measured in weeks. We already know that 210, 16, US 1, they're already over capacity. I mean, we see traffic every single day. Our schools are over capacity, our stormwater systems are straining, and paving over farmland means more water in our neighborhoods. And I know I keep on saying this, we just don't have the infrastructure in place to handle so many homes. So I'm not asking to stop growth. I'm not against housing, but I'm asking you to try to delay and curb the overdevelopment in our county using the tools you have at your disposal. The Florida legislature handed this board a preemption and a 90-day clock. And so please, I ask that you direct the attorney to go to court and ask for an injunction and let a judge decide if the state can decide how we develop St. Johns County. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Folks, I don't mind you
morning.
clapping, but we got a busy day, so let's just make it brief, please. Go ahead. Over here.
Good morning.
Hi, my name's Pat Foy. I live in St. Augustine County. St. Johns County, St. Augustine, Florida. When I first walked in today, I was really kind of happy because I saw 2 empty seats up there. So I thought maybe the 2 seats that are empty, and I know they're listening or they're in my phone, had done the proper thing and either resigned, stepped down, or whatever. I will let all of you know I have sent an email to the governor requesting him, because I know he has the authority to remove them from their positions due to their criminal charges against them. Saying that, now I also find it a cowardly move on their part to not show up for the meeting. I'd like to know where they are. They may even be right upstairs. Who knows? They may be at home. Who knows? But, when you do something wrong, face up to it, take your consequences. And there's been so much. I've spoken to you before, and I'm getting glares.
No, you're not.
I'm not. Well, that's how it looks to me, because you're not one of my favorites either. So we'll put it that way. Enough said on that point. But it's somebody needs to do something. I don't know if you as a board can sanction them, and probably wouldn't work if they can still vote by phone. But if they can't vote by phone, a sanction might finally work, because it would be 2-1 for a change instead of 3-2. So I'm just hoping that somebody will do something that is right. When somebody, you cannot say for sure that Whitehurst got elected only because of that. Nobody will know. You can't prove that. All that can probably be proved is that something wrong was done. And somebody who commits a criminal act should not be sitting up there on that board and expect to have trust from us down here that you are an honest commissioner and voting honestly. A lot of times they say, look deeper. What else might you find? You never know. So hopefully you all will sanction them if you can do something like that. And hopefully they are listening and will listen, and others will now come up and speak, and they will step down, resign, whatever, because I know, quote, innocent until proven guilty. But there was enough to file charges. So take your medicine and let's get on with things.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Zach Schwarmer, 52 Watley Lane. For years, my family has lived through a process that I believe has never been about one paver path. It has been about inconsistent enforcement and unequal treatment. Yesterday, I sent each of you a request asking the commission to resolve this matter privately before mediation or litigation. I hope that you take that request seriously, because this situation never should have reached this point. One word that has repeatedly been used by the county is hold. Let's define what we're talking about. A moratorium is a temporary suspension of enforcement or action, typically adopted through an official governmental process. A hold is simply a pause. Whether you call it a hold or a moratorium, the practical effect is the same: enforcement stops. The difference is that one is transparent and official, while the other can occur without a public vote. County attorneys Ryan Ross and Rich Commando both acknowledged that these cases were on hold. We were even told to do nothing with our own paper path multiple times. My question is simple. If enforcement was on hold for over a year, how was it decided which properties remained on the hold and which did not? Because choosing some people for a hold while continuing enforcement against others for the same types of violations is exactly what selective enforcement looks like. There's another word I want to define today, and the county frequently uses it against my address. Nuance means a subtle distinction or a small difference. There is no nuance about my property. There is nothing unique about my address. There is nothing unique about our pavers. The only thing that is unique is how St. Johns County chose to treat my family after we stood up for ourselves. The evidence isn't my opinion, it's in the county's own records, it's in the emails, it's in the reports that sat without action, it's in the acknowledgement that enforcement was placed on hold. If hundreds of similar violations receive no action while one homeowner receives years of enforcement, substantial fines, and a lien, then fairness deserves to be questioned. The president had referenced my family as trailblazers. One commissioner later laughed at that description. That's fine. Whether someone likes that word or not doesn't really matter. Our path was the first of its kind to be approved in this county. That happened. History doesn't change because someone laughs at it. So if being the first to navigate a process, challenge inconsistent treatment, and continue asking for equal application of the law makes us trailblazers, then I guess we're still walking that trail. I hope the commission chooses a different path, corrects the record, and resolve this fairly, and show the public that equal enforcement isn't something written into policy. It's something that this commission is willing to practice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning. Kim Schwimmer, 52 Watley Lane, Ponte Vedra Beach. Good morning, commissioners. I am standing here today because I used to believe local government existed to serve the community fairly. But our experiences the past couple years have shattered that belief. It starts at the top with you and filters down to departments under you. You have weaponized your authority, using selective enforcement to target my family over pavers, causing us exorbitant legal fees and hitting us with substantial fines. We were forced to spend years and enormous resources defending ourselves while others received very different treatment. No other homeowner had to face what we did. You can deny the county's moratorium all you want on the other cases and the selective enforcement on us, but the evidence speaks for itself, plain and simple. Actions carry more meaning than false words. When we tried to speak up, we were met with an unbelievable wall of arrogance. You spoke terribly to and about us. You looked down on us for trying to defend our property as if we were beneath you. You have operated with a clear sense of entitlement, acting as if you are completely above the law and above the very people that pay your salaries. But the truth has a funny way of catching up. 2 sitting commissioners have been criminally charged in connection with an alleged voter fraud scheme to manipulate the public. And the details in the state's sworn affidavit are absolutely shameful. According to state's investigators, a crime wasn't just orchestrated, it was turned into a family affair. Think of the sheer hypocrisy of that. You sit in these elevated seats looking down on everyday residents and passing judgment, while you are allegedly running schemes to break state election laws. The standard for holding public office is supposed to be higher than this. The mere fact that the state of Florida had to bring official conspiracy charges completely destroys any remaining public trust required for you to govern. You no longer have the moral authority to participate in county business, and you certainly do not have the trust of the people. For the integrity of this county and to give our residents a board they can actually trust, I believe these commissioners should step aside while these allegations are resolved. Unfortunately, the problem isn't with just one commissioner. The commissioner for our district has not represented my family fairly or respectfully. The leadership requires professionalism, collaboration, and a willingness to listen. Instead, this commissioner is consumed by petty board drama and bringing unnecessary division wherever involved. My dear friend, based on what I have personally observed and experienced, I do not think that you have demonstrated those qualities, and I will not be supporting your reelection this year.
Kim, would you?
I'm almost done.
Would you just leave these statements broad to the board in
Yes,
general?
I'm almost done.
Continue, please.
I encourage other voters to carefully consider her before casting their ballots. When citizens lose confidence that elections are fair, that laws are enforced equally, and that government officials are acting ethically, trust in local government begins to disappear. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Howdy, members of the commission. My name is Justin Miller, 515 Girona Road, 32086. I'm a business owner trying to open a new store. I struggled if I should speak this morning. I honestly worried if I voiced my concerns, could it jeopardize the opening of my store? Could I trust that if anyone became upset at my speech, would they not make a call to someone making things a little bit more difficult for me? The fact that any citizen feels that fear means we have lost something vital, trust. And that is why I had to step up to this podium. We are in a position where this is no longer a debate over policy or politics. This is about the integrity of the decisions made in this room. Our election only works with the people when the people of St. Johns County believe in it. Without that trust, the system breaks. As president of my neighborhood association, I'm invested in my community. I've welcomed many of you to our neighborhood, and I believe in the good work people can do working together. None of us are perfect, we are all human, and I have had my moments in my life that I am not proud of. But true character is never about making a mistake. It's about the grace and humility we show after we fall short. There is only one way to resolve this issue. If I was in this position, I would step aside so that our county can heal and move forward without distraction. This is especially important as the county navigates difficult waters with the likely changes and how much the county will be collecting in property taxes, with the deficit increasing exponentially each year. I am appealing to the part of people that I know truly cares about this county. Actions taken have fractured the public's faith, and as long as it remains broken, votes will be clouded by suspicion. The honorable thing to do in a position like this is to step down. 2 sitting commissioners have been charged in connection with a voter fraud election scheme. I ask everyone to honor the dignity of their office. Everyone has the right to defend themselves and fight their legal battles in court, but for the good of the county, they must do so as private citizens, not elected officials. People respect a sincere redemption story, and that always begins with accountability.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Carrie Gustafson, and I'm here. I live at 92 Magnolia Beach Trail in Ponte Vedra. I'm here for 2 reasons. I really am looking to regain trust in the board, and I was hoping when I came in and saw only 3 commissioners that at least while charges are pending, that we had 2 commissioners under investigation that would not be able to vote. You know, is this not true? They're going to be able to vote on decisions while they... closer to the mic. Could they be charged on August 3rd? And then what happens with these votes? Aside from that, we've just been hit by the new SB 686. I don't know what internal things have to be done to determine how the county should have been notified by people that get paid to be up there. But I just know in 2017, this board hired an outside attorney to fight the outpost. And I really think at this point, we need to discuss filing injunction, hiring someone from the outside. Please, please, I think we spent money on tons of other legal issues. We need to really, with 6 pending applications, I think your staff is probably very busy. So, you know, we know that this, even if Park Group says it's 1 house per acre, once they get approval, they can flip that to whatever the close zoning is. So if it's 6 houses per acre, it's going to be a lot more. So please help us restore some trust in this board. And I'm just going to publicly say, I have written to 3 of you about it, and 2 of the applications are from Chris Shea's company, which again, last week, Commissioner Murphy, when you were just sitting in an audience, you said, yeah, he's a good friend. Great friend, I think you said. And I just wish you would remove yourself from that decision, those 2 decisions, because we need to rebuild trust in what our commissioners are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Teresa Doyle. I live at 5448 2nd Street in beautiful Butler Beach. and I'm here today to talk to you about this light right here. That is not a light. We need a light. There have been three. There was a resolution in 2002. This parcel was purchased from Sammy Bashai for $890,000 for future off-street parking. It was in 2008, it was rezoned from commercial to public use. In 2009, when the bubble was being filled up before everything fell out, it was named in resolution 2009-208 to be the Bubba Park. And there's a lovely little history, I'm a history wonk, about who lived there in this whole neighborhood. This is what the crosswalk looks like. I moved here in 1980 when the population was 40,000. The lighthouse had an operating Coast Guard station. There was only one span of the 312 bridge. A1A was only two lanes. Our firefighters were all volunteer. I found a house to rent and then purchase on 2nd Street in windswept acres, beautiful Butler Beach. My address at that time was Route 5, Box 53. In 1980, it was heavenly out there. 4 blocks from the ocean and 5 from the intercoastal. Neighbors carried flashlights at night to visit because it was so dark. There was no light pollution from all of this progress. How comical of life. I'm here today asking you for a full red, green, yellow stop and to write to the DOT. They're not looking any further than the end of their nose. If you would drive down to Marineland, go A1A all the way up to Jack's Beach, you will see on Anastasia Boulevard, on Anastasia Island, you leave Marineland, there's a light at 206 Bridge. Then, because of Henry Dean, let me have it, to DOT, they got a hard light at Treasure Beach, so they're safe. The next cross is this one. It's Matanzas on one side and Michler on the other. And it is advertised as free parking. It is a liability. The speed limit is 45. Over the years, what used to be commercial is now residential. And there are lots of, please get them to get a light.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Morning. Nicole Crosby, 1169 Neck Road. I just want to start by saying that I think it's unconscionable that under these circumstances, 2 of our criminally charged commissioners are not here in person today if they are participating in this meeting. They are violating, this is a violation of county code. This is not a medical reason that they're not here. I recall very vividly when Commissioner Whitehurst was sworn in and his mother got up here and gave a public comment and said we should all be more statesmanlike. And I feel like the statesmanlike thing to do would have been to be here in person today if they plan to vote on our behalf. And I have a feeling that they do plan to vote remotely. However, I know it's not going to be on our half because I've seen the way they vote. Also, on a different subject for a moment, a couple people have spoken very well about the whole agricultural enclave issue, and I'm not going to repeat anything that's already been said, but I just want to add some things. Had very interesting conversation with one of the top land use attorneys yesterday and a couple days ago, and he said, by the way, you know, don't you, that all the counties, I don't know if it's cities or counties, population higher than 1.7 million were carved out of this bill. I said, really? I said, how'd that happen? He said, well, they advocated and lobbied to be carved out of the bill. So why weren't we carved out of the bill? Where's our lobbyist? Well, we know we share a lobbyist with the Hudson companies. So what a surprise we weren't carved out of the bill. So now we're faced with this situation. I'm here to beg everybody involved to please hire an attorney. I realize there are 2 ways that you could go with an attorney. Hire one now, go for an injunction. I realize that's more costly. wait until, if and when you all decide to deny a permit, then that would be another time, obviously, if you get sued, to hire an attorney. I hope that you will consider the former and not just the latter, because we're talking about, potentially 32,000 homes. And what's $100,000 or whatever it would take to get an attorney in here? Please, I hope that people are talking to attorneys now, trying to find somebody. I and a few others have talked to them, but who am I? I shouldn't be doing that. It needs to be you guys and staff seriously pursuing this thing, because we were sitting ducks and now we see the ridiculousness of, commissioner being scapegoated in a rag called Florida politics over this thing. Nobody should be blamed. And nobody on this board should be blamed, correction. This county is not protected properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. I'm Jerry Price. I live at 242 Michael Drive. I want to first start out by saying I appreciate the invocation that the Sheriff Chaplain gave this morning. I think it was highly appropriate, and that's what we need more of in this county and our country. 1 Thessalonians 5:22 says, abstain from all appearance of evil. And I don't think that's too high of a standard for our board or anybody in our government. It also says in part in Numbers 32:23, be sure your sin will find you out. And after reading that affidavit, I believe that's what we got here. I'm not attached to anybody. I'm representing myself as a father, a husband, a brother, an uncle, a citizen of this county, an honorably discharged veteran, and a Christian. Okay? You need to be above reproach to govern effectively. And you need to have the courage, if you still think you can govern, to show up. So I don't get it. You're going to vote on our behalf when you're charged. It's not accusations anymore. You're charged. And I was hoping by today that the right thing would have been done. I don't relish being down here, but it says, the old philosopher says, for evil to triumph, it's for good men to do nothing. I couldn't sit home. I live in this county. I didn't serve in the military to come back and live in the Banana Republic. They know what they did was wrong, or they wouldn't went to the extent that they did to try to hide it. Okay? So not only does it call in question any vote going forward, including today, the last 2 years is illegitimate as far as I'm concerned. Now, I don't have a big dog in this fight. All development ain't bad. I live in the subdivision. But a lot of development is bad. We've seen it. You got these attack dogs on social media that go out there and claim everybody's a Black Lives Matter activist or some left-wing radical if they don't agree with everything. Well, I put my conservative bona fides against anybody. I believe in the First Amendment, the Second Amendment. I believe in the secure border. I don't want men and boys and women's and girls' sports. And I believe that we should have integrity, and you should be above reproach if you're going to make decisions above anybody else. Now, I was hoping they'd do the right thing and resign today before I got here, but obviously they're not, and they didn't even have the courage to show up. In lieu of that, I was hoping Governor DeSantis would. I think he's been one of the best governors we had. And it's going to tarnish my view of him if he don't do the right thing. The right thing is to take one that most certainly would be that seat out and put the one that would have been there in that seat, okay? So there was a lot of votes that was taken that I think would have been totally different. This board wouldn't have the makeup that it's got right now if that election wasn't done. They know what they did. I had a good conversation with a couple of commissioners, and all I'll say is one of them promised me that they'd give them the time and space, and if they didn't do the right thing, they would come out hard on the resignation. I'm waiting for you to do that, and it will qualify my support from this point forward.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chairs, and Commissioners. My name is Vianney Sarmiento, speaking on behalf of my client, Sheriff Field, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today regarding the agenda item 4, Food Truck Park, and the impact to the property located in 609 West King Street in West Augustine Overlay District. I'm here to request your support for a land development code amendment that will permit a small-scale food truck yard on the existing commercial property. We understand that under the current and revised land development code, permanent mobile vending is classified as a more intensive commercial use than is presently allowed within the West Augustine Overlay District. For that reason, we request that the board considers amending the code to allow this use within commercial general zoning, or alternatively, by adding this use to the list of permitted or special uses within the West Augustine Overlay District. Approving this amendment will encourage responsible redevelopment of existing commercial properties, stimulate economic activity along West King Street, which is needed, and bring new investment to West Augustine while respecting the character of the neighborhood. This is an invitation to help us revitalize a property that, unfortunately, like many properties in the area, has become underutilized over time. Our vision is simple: to transform this abandoned property into a vibrant place featuring 3 to 4 food trucks supported by a licensed commissary kitchen, which is already existing building there. The commissary kitchen will provide shared food preparation facilities and allow vendors to operate safely, efficiently, and in compliance with all applicable health and safety regulations. This proposal is about creating opportunities for local entrepreneurs and small business owners. This project creates an affordable path for people to grow, to create jobs, and contribute to the local economy. Commissioners, this is a modest proposal with meaningful community benefit. It is limited in scale, built on an existing commercial property, and designed to support entrepreneurship while serving our community. As a local member of San Agustin community, I believe in creating opportunities. For these reasons, I respectfully ask for your support in approving the necessary amendment and allowing this project to move forward. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Is this okay? Okay. My name is Janice Saunier. I live at 153 Lakeside Circle in Ponte Vedra Beach, Florida. And I'm here to speak a little bit about SB 686. That replaces the public hearing process for development within these agricultural enclaves. When I heard that there was about 4,500 homes or 4,500 acres to be approved between Nocatee and Ponte Vedra Beach, I thought to myself, well, when Governor DeSantis comes back to Ponte Vedra Beach and wants to go to his favorite restaurant, he'll notice that it will take 30 minutes to go 4 miles. That's the traffic we have now in Ponte Vedra Beach, okay? We have, it's overdeveloped as it is already. So I read some newspaper articles about SB 686, and the Tampa General said, well, only about 10 land archives or enclaves would be probably capable in the state of Florida. And we already have 6 applications in St. Johns County. So there definitely was some carving out here done. It's as if the bill was written by developers for developers. And, then I found out that the attorney that you have as a lobbyist is also an attorney for the Hudson Company. I mean, that's a red flag right there. But the thing that concerns me is if they get approval to come in and just clear cut everything, you're just going to be looking at lots of lots. There's no timetable for when anybody would be building. So how could you possibly think about roads and infrastructure and schools or anything else if you have no ability to plan for and thoughtfully hear from the public about these infrastructure needs? I feel a lot of empathy for you. I wouldn't want to be in your seat. You have been handcuffed. And I don't know what recourse you have because there's such a short time window, but I hope that you will hire an independent attorney and get an injunction. You've got to move now or it's going to be over in another 2 months. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Anne Marie Evans, protected address, former candidate for County Commissioner, District 1. Here in this room, we, the public, are not to address any individual commissioner. We are not to impose a demand for immediate response. We, my friends in the audience, We are not to address the board with personal or impertinent remarks. Things one might feel compelled to do were it not for such rules. One might discuss alleged charges having involved specific commissioners or demand resignation. One might even do it boisterously. Alas, in following the rules for decorum posted at every single commission meeting, one will not. Instead, in light of recent events, I look to what are the rules for commissioners? What can I, as a St. Johns County citizen, expect from my government? What can other citizens expect? So being a natural researcher, I looked at the county website and found the rules and policies for the commission. I kept digging and finally found the National Association of Counties Code of Ethics on page 41 of 42 pages, followed only by a map of the auditorium. How do I make this work? There we go. Thank you. Shouldn't this be page 1 of 41? Shouldn't this be posted at the beginning of meetings? And shouldn't all commissioners be held to high ethical standards? The last 2 weeks, the ethics or alleged lack thereof of our commissioners has been on full display, public display, in the papers, on the news, and all over social media. Now is the time to begin taking steps to restore public trust. Post the code of ethics at meetings, post it on the walls in every county building, and most importantly, make it page 1, not 41. I will end my comments with saying it is never, ever too late to do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Richard Norman, 15 Talavera Court in the Shores area. And the topic I want to talk about was the property that's adjacent to Canopy Park, Shores Boulevard, and Christina Road or Street. And but that's a frequently walked area. People with their yes, sir.
Oh, that's an agenda item.
Oh,
so you get an opportunity to come up and talk during the agenda. I think it's agenda item number 3, right? Am I correct?
Yes. Yep.
Unless you have somewhere that you must go, if you can wait, great. If not, I'll allow you to continue.
You don't want to talk about this one now, or?
Well, we generally have general comment for other things other than the agenda items. So you'll get an opportunity to speak again. If you'd like to go home, then I'll allow you to continue. So
How
you can
long
go
will
home.
that be, do you know? I haven't.
It's probably going to be about an hour or so, yeah.
About an hour? Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. But I'll,
Good morning.
Good morning. Dennis Steele, 71 Tower Court. My wife and I bought our home and moved in late June 2024. The house was great. We had plans for an oversized backyard that we had purchased. In September 2024, the land behind our house was completely cleared, leaving absolutely no barrier between our backyard and Route 16A, other than a 6-foot PVC fence. The lack of privacy and safety made our yard unusable. Cars passing often kick up pebbles into the yard, and there is no longer anything keeping a vehicle from entering our yard. I'm gonna put this photo up. Do I hit a button? Oh, there you go. The barrier that was in place when we purchased the home was approximately 35 feet deep, consisted of mature, tall trees, small, medium brush, ground brush, making it as if Route 16A was not even behind our home. We did have some reservations about buying a home along Route 16A, but with the laws and ordinances that are on the books in St. Johns County, that land should have been left as is, or at least replaced with 10-foot natural landscape barrier that is required by perimeter on any development edge in this county, as per Land Development Code, Section 50303, and that's in there. I have all this stuff here. I'll give it to you. This picture was taken last night. Now, almost 2 years later, this is what I see from exactly standing in the same exact spot in the back of our home. I understand this has been a topic that's been brought up for the last 2 years, almost 2 years, but anyway, this is my first time coming up here. The only exception I could find while doing my research was that there is an easement behind the property. We're running out of time here, I want to talk, so. The easement, the utility easement, Florida statute 163.3209, the state statute does not supersede local government ordinances during that easement process. According to publicly available records, on the Pride system, reference number 2503930 on 5/22/25, a complaint was made. County employees during the site inspection did comment, said the site was in violation and it should have been left the way it was. And there's a whole bunch of land development codes I have here. And the county has admitted. So I'm up here asking, and I'll leave all this stuff with you, every code, every site, every ordinance. For almost 2 years, we've been told, and I'm not going to call out anybody's names, you guys need an attorney to get action. You need an attorney. We don't need an attorney when all getting an attorney for us would be to put the laws and ordinances in compliance with the county. It's not our job to do that. And we don't have the money to buy and pay that money for an attorney when it's not our job. Not our ordinances. We just live here.
Thank you.
I missed your name, sir. Sir, can I have your name again, please?
Dennis Steele.
Mr.
Dennis Steele. Thank you, sir.
71 Tower Court.
Thank you, sir. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Aaron Jockers, 920 Oak Ridge Road. Sorry I don't really speak too much. I think I've spoken maybe twice in my life, but I felt the need to come today. I work with the horses in St. Augustine, and I've been out just 20 years, so I work every day. But I had to comment on the recent allegations. So I had a conversation with Commissioner Murphy in 2025. He had told me that he wasn't, because I had asked him about some of his votes, and we still are today, but the point is, he said that he'd rather sleep well at night if he was a one and done, and he'd be fine with that. And he wasn't here to try to go against the will of the people, but he had to make the best decisions, and I respect him for that. And what I look forward to helping him live out is dream about one term. The point is, I would like to address commissioners that will remain unnamed who are not in this building right now. When we talk for the people and we speak for the people, there is a trust. There's a trust that we have in voting for y'all, and there's a trust that must be returned. The problem about the allegations is the simple fact that the commissioners proved, along with the St. Augustine Beach Commissioner, they don't trust us. They don't trust us. They don't want to run their policies. They definitely don't want to run on their decisions. They don't want to run on anything they've actually done. No, they actually allegedly conspired to put out fake voter guides to pull the wool over the folks that aren't paying attention. And that's why they won. Anne Marie Evans should be in that seat right now. She shouldn't be hiding behind her phone, watching me on camera right now from their house because they won't come talk to us and face the public. Again, it's another example of how they don't trust us because they're not willing to sit here. Well, stay home. Don't come back. Step down. You obviously have lost the trust of the people, and don't let Breonna Jordan become the fall guy. Who paid for the voter guides? Who's the one who put the money into this situation? It's not just these people magically decided and pulled the money out of thin air. We know who paid for it, by the way. Let's let it all come out because that is the will of the people. That's what it has. And when you demonstrate you do not trust us, then we can't trust you. And it's time for you to do the right thing and step down, and that way the county can move on. And those that need to go, that are in jobs they don't deserve, need to go, and they can go. And those that lost their jobs unfairly can come back if they're so willing to put themselves through that again. We're facing a new year, we're facing a new election across the country. This is a macrocosm of that. If we're real serious about representing the people, let's do that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Charlie Hunt from Mill Creek Estates. Let's try to just see what happens. Come on.
board rules, but may have violated state statute. So there's no censure based on a disagreement over. I've voted against a lot of development. I've never been censured, you know? So it's not about development or somebody disagreeing on an agenda item. I think the motion was about concerns about a law possibly being violated. And correct me if I'm wrong, Commissioner Dean, but I just feel like the public comment does not jive with the motion that you made.
It's my understanding, oh, I'm sorry.
People who perpetually violate the rules, those are the people who never want the consequences for violating those rules. And what country allows that to happen? It's not a place that I want to live. There are consequences when you break laws. There are consequences when you break rules. Nobody's immune from that. No one of us is immune from that. If you allow that to continue, you only invite more of that behavior. So everybody in the auditorium understands if you speed and you get pulled over by a sheriff's deputy, that's a ticket that you have to pay. There are rules in every area of our life, and this board is no different. There are board rules that must be adhered to.
Thank you, Commissioner Whitehurst. I'm going to go ahead and build on that. I think you just made it very clear, Commissioner Dean. This isn't about personalities or disagreements or even politics. This is about the law, and that's the concern. And no matter which side of the aisle you fall on, at a very basic level, we are elected by the people to uphold the law. And I think we have an obligation, a moral obligation, an ethical obligation that if we believe somebody is, even if it's one of us, not following the law, then we have to stand up. That's what our constituents elected us to do. And so thank you for bringing this to our attention.
And I'd like to add into that. Thank you, Commissioner Arnold, for bringing this to our attention now. All righty. They need to resign. Bottom line, that's it. Vote for Krista, vote for Martin. Let's make it better, people. Come on.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning.
Good morning. Sherry Badger, 2772 South Collins Avenue. I love it. Thank you all people for coming. Okay, I've been asking, where's the FBI? Where is the integrity? Where is the ethics? There's not very much going on in a lot of the commissioners or the staff. This needs to be addressed, and I'm so thankful. This is a direct violation of the Sunshine Act. They should not be up here for that very reason. And this shenanigans is going on. And more or less, okay, let's see. Sarah got in there for Hudson. The attorney's in there for Hudson. Let's see, now Hudson's working for the county courthouse as a lobbyist. Okay, Dan Davis has got enough money. He's the one that got Nocatee built. He's the one that got that whole thing built up there. Just like Henry Flagler did, he got the law changed where he could get a divorce back in 1928. After Henry Flagler got that divorce, the law was changed back. That's what's going on in this county, and it needs to stop.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Justin Zillermani, 652 Village Ground Drive in Ponte Vedra. I didn't plan on speaking on the open comment. I planned on speaking for the food truck parks, but just seeing everything that's been talked about today and everything that's going on, obviously with the county, and there's feelings from obviously there's a lot of people that are happy, there's people that are upset, there's just a lot of divisiveness, but for the past 2 years, I've heard about the paver guy. A lot of people in St. Johns County have heard about the paver guy, and I got to meet him today. This is the paver guy. And when he stands up here and he says that the county as a staff made him feel like a small person, made him feel like a problem, made him feel like anything but the victim, I can personally attest to that. I have experienced it myself. As a former employee of this county, I never treated anybody like that. I worked to, help solve problems, as much as I could. There was never somebody that came into my office that I was disrespectful to. I had plenty of experiences, through working, with the outpost to see, how some of the other departments in the county work, and I was extremely disappointed. I met with a lot of commissioners, and some of them were incredibly helpful, and some of them were incredibly not helpful. But my point is, if it was one person and one experience, that would be an anomaly. If it's two people that are coming up and telling you the same thing about how the county staff is treating them, how our experiences are as small business owners trying to develop businesses here in St. Johns County, being lumped in as a developer, even though you're trying to do community projects and build good projects for the community that include free resources like parks for kids, things for homeschool, families to do, and to be treated like, you're a D.R. Horton or anybody else, or you're just too stupid, or dumb or ignorant to be in front of whoever it is that you're talking to. So it's just an incredibly, disheartening experience. And I've done plenty of development in other places, and every county has challenges. The challenge here is that St. Johns County is growing very fast, and everything has to grow just as fast. The policies, the departments, the staff, the experience, everything has to grow. And it's not just the paper guy. You also have Boat Ramp Billy. How many years has Boat Ramp Billy been up here trying to get an answer on whether or not somebody built their home in part of the county right away? I mean, it's a simple question. Go commission a survey company to go out there, figure out if it is on the county right away or not. If it is, determine whether or not you want to maintain that as a boat ramp as a county or not. If not, maybe it's not a problem. Close the boat ramp. Or if you want to maintain the boat ramp, fix it, and let's put a period on it. Like the boat ramp billies and the paver guys are just going to keep stacking up until people decide to solve these problems and make decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, I'm Susan Millerick, 3502 Shore Drive, St. Augustine, Florida, and I'm up here today to express my disappointment in the two commissioners and what I've read, thinking back to the 2 years previous when the election came up and all the shenanigans that went on with stealing signs and the lies, and only to find out that two people here were embedded with the developers that were causing so much of this undercurrent, and we as residents having no idea, putting trust in people only to find out that that trust was just an act. And I feel that we as a people, as a community, need to have honest, straightforward people sitting up there. And if we don't have that, they need to go, because there are good people in this county that would do that job. I know Anne Marie Evans would have done an excellent job, and we would have been able to talk to her, and she would have looked at all the sides of a problem. I mean, I know your job is not easy, but all the sides need to be looked at. And clearly, the two that are there were not looking at all the sides. They were looking at the developer side for whatever their reasons were, kickbacks, whatever was happening, I don't know. And it really, I guess the best way to say it is it screwed this county over. And I think it's up to Governor DeSantis to straighten this out, and we need straightforward, honest people in these positions. And if we aren't going to get them, we need to boot them out. It's like drain the swamp, St. Johns County. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning, Denver Cook, protected address. I spoke to a number of people, including my father, who said I shouldn't come up and speak today, but I am. I'm chairman of the St. Johns County Republican Party, and in 2024, we did what we believed right as a party. We got together and a vote was held to see who we believed should be leading this community. We voted in 8 legislative seats to endorse candidates at the local level that we thought would represent the people of this community best. We did not consider our constitutional seats because, as chair, I made that choice, believing that constitutional serve everyone, not just the party, where legislators are there to see the agenda of our party accomplished. You, as commissioners, are here to see what our party requires, not what everyone. And I know not everyone wants to hear that. but we have a platform. I decided to step up and become chair because I believe that the citizens needed a real voice. People deserve to be heard. Not listened to, but heard, and people weren't being heard. I think what I'm hearing today is people say they still don't feel like they're being heard. They're not even being listened to, they're being ignored. They have been ignored for a long time. I'm the criminal complainant in this case, so I don't have much to say about it other than the indictments speak for themselves. The courts will figure out what happens. The civil suits will figure out what happens. But for the first time in many years since I've lived here, and I've been involved politically in this community since 2012, fighting for tax reductions, better budget behaviors, better policies by our government, founding and running a drug task force because of the problems with drugs in our schools and our communities, working with the Department of Juvenile Justice to help our kids who are struggling in diversionary programs, doing many things for this community. But for the first time, these indictments, we see the first inkling of accountability and transparency. What's lacking in this community at all levels is transparency and accountability. And that's what people are frustrated about. They don't really know what's going on. There's an interesting article, and it was kind of odd. When I first got a call from a reporter saying, hey, indictments landed, do you have a comment? I was walking into the Sphere in Las Vegas with my daughter and my dad to watch The Wizard of Oz. How kind of like fortuitous, you know? Here we are, the curtain being pulled back, and what we see is what's been going on in this county. The only thing different about this case from others is they stole the name of the party, and that's why they're indicted. The behavior is still going on in other ways. Voters, do your research, be aware, and vote for the right people you believe are going to represent you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, folks. My name's Bill Hennessy, and I'm here, about the boat ramps, of course. And I called before the 4th of July to let y'all know that that boat, the Butler West, that road there, it's just a death trap. When you turn down that road to go launch your boat, you got to deal with cars coming out of that Dollar General, and they like to pull halfway into the lane that takes you down to the boat ramp. So you're pulling a big old 25-foot boat and a big 250 truck. You have to stop in the middle of A1A. Do you know how busy A1A is now on the weekends? It's bumper to bumper from 7 to 7. So when you go down that road, it starts off at 26 feet wide. I measured it. When you pass the estuaries, the condos there, the road narrows. You get down to the culvert there where you make that turn to go into the boat ramp. That road's down to 15 feet, and you got about a 10, 12-foot drop-off on either side. And I've asked y'all to put a sign up. Warning, road narrows, one sign. 4 years ago, nothing. Well, before the 4th of July, I called a couple of y'all and told you to get down there and take a look. The washout by those culverts was showing the dadgum pipes running to the houses. It was a floating piece of road about this much. So you catch that with your boat and your truck, you're going to go into that culvert, but still no signs. And then we hire a design company to try to make it this fancy boat ramp, and the first number that they wrote down on there was a 15-foot road. But he went on and did the plans anyway, and we paid him a bunch of buku money, and it got shot down. If I would have went down there and did it for you, I would have said, wait a minute, this ain't gonna work. 15 feet, this ain't gonna work, man, just call it off. And luckily, y'all did. But you need to make some changes. And I'll go to the Palmetto Road boat ramp. Did you see the thing on TV, the news? Okay, from the crown of that road, you got 30 feet on either side. 30 feet, not 15, you got 30. Now, which boat ramp was you using? One with a 15-foot road and a 10-foot drop-off on either side, or one with a 60-foot wide turn, no little ditches, but they ain't full of water. They're about 3 feet deep. So, you might get a head injury. You go off that one down there at Butler West, you better hope there's somebody there to rescue you, because you're going to be upside down in the water, locked in your truck, wondering what the hell just happened. I was there the other day, guy pulled his boat out and it hit one of the washouts. It snapped his T-top off the boat. That's how violent that ditch was. And I went to the fire department down the road, told them to get some cones. Never did. I went and got one from my house.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
1240. I got some T-shirts if y'all want them.
Tom Reynolds, 1244 mile 32084. First of all, commissioners, in order of National Definition Day, I want to give you the definition of the word criminal. A person is a criminal when they commit a crime. Oh, no, not when you go to the courthouse and they adjudicate you or you're found guilty. The moment you committed the crime, you're a criminal. And when I think of decisions that have been made here, like our contracted attorney, our county administrator, they must want to resign because criminals voted for them. That's right. Now, I don't know if you saw, the Godfather was in here earlier. Henry Dean. He had the audacity. Oh, he's still here. The head criminal. The man that when Blocker and Dean were on this commission, that's when all the misconduct started. Going back to when David Wanchek was fired. But anyways, I want to hang around the meeting, but I got to go pick up my grandkids. Because I want to go commit some crimes with them. Because, as we all know, everybody brings their children to crimes. And then I'm going to stop by and I'm going to get an elderly person and I'm going to take them to the crime scene. Yeah. You know what I really hope folks get out of this? Is how soft on crime our prosecutors are. Starting with our own R.J. Larissa. How long did he hold the ball? How long did he impede for the Hudson family? Slow this down, 24 months, a misdemeanor, not fingerprinted, not booked, not put into, not had the squat. I'll tell you something. I wouldn't vote for R.J. Larissa, the state attorney, if every sheriff in St. Johns County was holding a gun on me. Because what a derelict, gutless coward he is. All the way down, but don't anybody let this surprise you. Because remember, same county, the murderer Michelle O'Connell. Where's that guy that murdered her? Oh, he's the St. Johns County deputy. Joe Bowles, the former mayor, sat on the chair of the Council on Aging. Robbed dead people and their families. Sitting up in a mansion in North Carolina. School district, tortured children. No investigation.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, any other public comment, general public comment at this time? Please come on up. Good morning.
My name is Nadine Huey. I live at 175 Adelanto Avenue in St. Augustine, and I'm speaking on behalf of CARE, or Community Advocates for Racial Equity. We want to offer our support for Melinda Peoples' reappointment to Housing Finance Authority, District 2, because we appreciate her perspective as being aligned with our goals as community advocates. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, come on up. If you could please be ready at one of the podiums, please. Please. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Judy Spiegel, and I live at 101 Green Willow Lane. And I'm probably either going to make enemies or probably not going to be on one side or the other, but I'm on God's side, and that's why I'm here. The Bible says that wisdom comes from the fear of the Lord. We need wisdom in this county. We need wisdom in this county. We need fear of the Lord for all of us, because none of us are perfect. Every one of us is eligible for operating out of fear, not of God, but of our own reputation, of our own power being lost, of things that we perceive going on around us that are causing us to let our emotions direct our thinking and our actions. And people do stupid things when they're afraid. But God is not mocked, and people reap what they sow. And if you are out there sowing discord, pointing fingers, cheating, stealing, lying, all of that is not the territory of God. All of that is the territory of the enemy, who wants disunity, who wants us not to love each other, who wants us not to work together, who wants us to accuse each other, who wants to take isolated incidents and explode them into grand conspiratorial schemes where everybody is out to get the little guy. This is all about division. This is not about us versus them. One trend that I'm starting to notice is that there's a great equating right now of God with Republicans. That if you're a Republican, therefore you represent God, therefore if you do something corrupt, then therefore God is bad. And that's just a lie. People choose to do things that are good. People choose to do things that are wrong. And people will reap the consequences, even if it takes a while. We are in a season of realignment in this nation. And one of the things that we have prayed about for a couple of years is that any corruption, any greed, any disingenuous actions would be exposed. We're in a place right now, this is an opportunity for this county to come together and to change things and to fix things and to have wisdom that comes from the fear of God. This is not a Republican or Democrat side, this is a side of forgiveness. God's side is forgiveness. I can remember a commissioner coming up here after having been slandered and seriously maligned during the election, and he said, I forgive you, I forgive you, I forgive you. That is God's heart. We are not the judges. There is a process that is going to go through, and we are going to see the results of that. God's side is unity. God's side is love. We need to choose love. We can't let our emotions drive us into making foolish choices or saying things that we cannot take back, doing things that we cannot take back. God is love, and I bless this county in Jesus' name.
Thank you so much. All right, anyone else at this time? If there's anyone else, please come up, please be at the podium. We are going on almost 11 o'clock, so we have got to start moving. Thank you. Good morning.
Mr. Tom, thank you very much. B.J. Kalady, West City of St. Augustine. Property tax reform amendment will be on November ballot. Vote yes on 3. Vote yes on 3. County and City of St. Augustine staff salaries should not be more than $144,000. That's what the governor gets. Those being paid $250,000 to $300,000 tax dollars are receiving $250,000 to almost $500,000 tax dollars. Wrong. If you would like to reduce your property tax burden and keep more of your income, vote yes, Y-E-S-C, on 3, Trace. There goes Trace. And ignore, because there are going to be more coming out, ignore the scare tactics. Now then, let's see. Oh, looky what someone gave me. My goodness gracious. You know, even if you don't have a computer or an email or a phone, because mine's broken now, you can still get information. People are involved. My question, why is Arnold and Whitehurst calling in instead of showing up? Their votes today should not count. 120. Their votes today should not count. Are they sick? Why do we have a problem with some people that are truly sick and try to call in sometimes and nobody want to listen to them? But we'll see what goes on. And I am so glad, and I say this all the time, I'm not running for anything. There is no way, folks. Let me thank the public for commenting. Most of them have left. I can understand, because we're going to be here quite a while. But the votes of those who chose to call in today, unless we know they're sick, they don't sound sick, should not count. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak. Thank you so much. 18 seconds, folks, I'm taking it. Vote YESCCC on 3. Trace. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Don't clap, whatever happens.
All right, are there any other general public comments at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment.
Okay, we'll go right into agenda item number 1. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chair, Commissioners, thank you for having us. My name is Meredith Budd, and I work with the Live Wildly Foundation. It's good to see you 3 today, and thank you for joining via phone. Live Wildly is a 501c3 nonprofit. I should move here. There we go. We are a 501c3 nonprofit. We are an operating foundation. We take an entrepreneurial approach to conservation, and we are not a land trust. We're not a government entity. We are a connector, an accelerator. We mobilize funding partners, generate public support in order to permanently protect the Florida Wildlife Corridor, which I'm sure you're very familiar with, an 18 million acre landscape of connected lands from the Panhandle all the way down to the Keys. Our foundation was made possible by Arnie Bellini. If you're not familiar with Arnie, he is a Florida entrepreneur who built and sold one of the state's greatest technology success stories, and who has since invested his own private capital back into Florida's land and water. And through our foundation, we support a broad range of nonprofits in the state of Florida working to protect what makes Florida special, from Ducks Unlimited to the Trust for Public Land, who you'll actually hear from in just a moment, who's my partner here with this presentation this morning. Live Wildly's commitment to St. Johns County is already here on the ground. Through the Sing Out Loud Festival, Live Wildly, in obviously partnership with the amphitheater, helped to support dedicating $10 from every ticket sold for the past 2 years to conservation. And a significant portion of that money went to this county's own land conservation program, which today, as you all know, has no consistent, dedicated, or robust source of funding. In fact, it's my understanding that this county actually has over $20 million in projects approved by this board for acquisition, but no dedicated county funding source to move forward with those projects. That funding gap is exactly why I'm here today with Pegeen Hanrahan from the Trust for Public Land. At this commission's request, we help to privately fund the feasibility research and the polling that Pegeen will present to you all in just a moment at no cost to the county. We're discussing here today the opportunity for St. Johns County voters to have the choice to decide for themselves whether or not they want to invest in protecting their water, their farms, their natural resources, their lands, their natural areas right here in their own backyard here in St. Johns County. And the data that Pegeen will come up and go into further detail will show that this is not a partisan question. It's not a partisan issue in any way, shape, or form. The Trust for Public Land has helped pass these measures in red communities and blue communities across the nation. And with that, it is my pleasure to introduce Pegeen Hanrahan to take you through the rest of this presentation.
Thank you so much, Meredith, and thank you so much, Chair Murphy, members of the County Commission. I really am grateful for you making a little bit of time today. I know you have a very difficult schedule, so I will get right into it. As Meredith said, I am with Trust for Public Land. We are a national nonprofit organization. Tallahassee formed our second office in 1972. And we work to protect the places that people love and to connect everyone to the outdoors. I've been with TPL for about 22 years, and I work almost exclusively with voter-authorized funding. Only when citizens vote to say this is something they want to do in a community does it go forward. But we have a broad cross-section of different types of things that we do. We've worked on over 5,500 land acquisition projects, and I'll mention a couple we've worked on here in St. John's. We've worked on 311 schoolyards where we work to make schoolyards safer, better, more open to the public, and we engage school kids in designing and building those improvements, which is super exciting to see. And we also have protected 4 million acres with over $112 billion in voter-authorized funding. So here in St. Johns County, we've worked, and this is actually, the first one is actually closer into Flagler, but we worked on the public acquisition of marine land. So we all know marine land. I know I've been going there since I was knee-high. Certainly, we also worked on St. Johns River Bluff, Canopy Shores, and I worked with the city of St. Augustine Beach back in 2008, I think it was, when Max was the city manager, to get voter authorization for funding of the St. Augustine Beachfront Park, which we later acquired on behalf of the city. So overall in Florida, we've worked on 470 protection projects. We also did additions to Fort Mose. I don't know if that's listed there. So Meredith discussed already the Florida Wildlife Corridor, and really to the credit of Governor DeSantis, the Florida legislature, and many local officials like yourself across our great state, we're making incredible progress on protecting the Florida Wildlife Corridor, but it's really through the private philanthropy of people like Arnie Bellini and others who have put their resources into providing the technical assistance, the acquisition work, the bringing together of people, again, across the political spectrum and across the state to get behind this. So overall, there are about 389,000 acres in St. Johns County, and 87,000 are already protected. So yay, go St. Johns County, that's about 22%. Statewide, the average amount of land protected is about 32%. So, you have a really strong protected status here, but still lagging a little bit behind the state overall. And there are about 6,100 opportunity acres in the wildlife corridor in St. Johns County. If you think about the incredible resources that you have here, the St. Johns River, the Matanzas River, the Atlantic Ocean, and everything in between, you can see why people want to protect this beautiful area. A lot of the focus at the state level, which we very much support, is really keeping land in private ownership, but purchasing the right to develop it. So it can remain in farms, in forests, in natural areas. We believe, and we actually work on a ton of military base protection. We're very closely aligned with the Department of War in doing protection around military bases. Food security is also national security, and you know how important the farming community is here in St. Johns County, but oftentimes, especially family farms, are faced with having to sell because the math isn't working out. So things like the Rural and Family Lands Program, which is a great statewide program, enable people to keep their land in farming and forestry, but it does benefit from a local match. Some of you were good enough to attend a presentation that Meredith and I did at the Florida Association of Counties a few weeks ago. And Polk County presented their program, which is really focused on farmland preservation, and talked about the fact that for every $1 that Polk County residents raised, they brought down $4 to $5 in state funding. So that's extraordinary. So Meredith talked about how we work across the country. We've worked on 689 successful ballot measures. I personally have worked on 38 and only 3 that have failed. So I'm really proud of that. And I work just in the Southeast, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Louisiana, Tennessee, and occasionally Kentucky. So we have an 86% win rate here in Florida. We've worked on about 45 successful ballot measures. And as Meredith said, it's really not a partisan issue. We're very proud of the fact that this is something that we can all get behind. It's not your thing or my thing, and it is voted on by the public. And so if people don't like it, they have the opportunity to express that at that ballot box as well. So this is the 2024 presidential election map. It should look familiar to all of you. And again, I only work in the Southeast. We won all of our measures in the Southeast in 2024 in very, very red states. And in 2025 so far, we've also gone 6 for 6. So part of the reason that we see such success in local communities is because of the process that we're walking through with you here in St. Johns County. The other thing I'll just share is that it's pretty common for folks to say, well, I like this idea, but now just isn't the right time because of fill in the blank. We heard a lot of that in 2020, of course, because of the terrible COVID crisis. Everything that went to the ballot in 2020 passed. So good times, bad times, Democrat administrations, Republican administrations, we see these pass. And across the US, it's about 77%. Whether we work on it or not, when we do work on it, that number jumps to 84%. And again, here in Florida, we've worked on about half of all the ballot measures that have gone to the ballot in Florida. 92 have passed, 84% win rate overall. So, how do we get there? Oh, I do want to just mention, St. John's, I think, is one of only a couple of really high quality, strong economy, strong tax-based communities that have not yet done this. The other that stands out, frankly, is Orange. We worked with Orange earlier this year, and they are moving toward a 2028 ballot measure at this point, but Orange has put $100 million a couple of years ago into land acquisition. And so even if the LAMP program is getting $2 million a year, that would take 50 years to catch up with what they've done in Orange County. They are, of course, an enormous economy, but they are the only other, what I would call sort of healthy, strong community in Florida that hasn't done this. Aside from the Panhandle, Santa Rosa County has a measure on the ballot this year, as does Sarasota, as does Brevard is reauthorizing their sales tax for the Indian River Lagoon, which includes some land protection, but is mostly water quality protection. We're working with them on that. There are a total of 7 counties considering or moving forward toward the ballot in 2026, plus the city of Bonita Springs has a measure on the August primary ballot. So here's the process that we go through, and we have gone through the first 4 really with you all, and then you will make some choice as to whether or not you're interested in moving further. So we start with a request for technical assistance. You approved that about a year ago, Commissioner Murphy. And then we do feasibility research, which you received in about November. We go through a public opinion survey, which we did just in May, and I can share a little bit about that. Then we go through the process working with your staff, and we spent a lot of time with each of you and also with your key staff, looking at some of the program recommendations. You all showed a great deal of leadership a number of years ago setting up your LAMP program, and so you really have a jump start in terms of having a transparent and accountable process, making sure that people know that they can submit projects that must be voluntary. This is only a voluntary program. It's only for landowners who wish to participate. And then if we get through, coming up with a good program, then there needs to be a privately funded, privately, locally led citizen campaign. I have to really give a lot of credit to St. Johns County. You've heard here this morning how active your citizenry is, and we've been working with a number of local individuals and organizations, from the Matanzas Riverkeeper to Ducks Unlimited to North Florida Land Trust, and a few neighborhood associations I've heard from, and individuals who are concerned about problems like flooding or undesired development that might be taking place near them. If a campaign ever comes together, it's only ever a coalition of the willing, and it is not a single dollar from the county government, just like not a single dollar from county government has gone into our work so far. As I said, Live Wildly funded our work. We are extremely grateful to Mr. Bellini and to Meredith. This is an organization that has created a sea change statewide. And again, he is an entrepreneur. He takes a very business orientation to what we're doing here. So here we go. So the feasibility report, which I said was completed back November, kind of goes through all of the information that you need. When Joy or her staff took a look at it, there's nothing in there that they're not really familiar with. It just puts it all in one place. And it takes sort of through the process of getting to the ballot, the legal requirements, the ethical requirements, the best practices that we really recommend. So the big challenge for this year is, of course, I said every year has its challenges. If Amendment 3 passes, you have to project how that changes your revenue. And I think under the circumstances, it's best for us all to assume that it will pass, because then if it doesn't, then it's business as usual. If it does, then there needs to be an adjustment in how the county moves forward. But I'm not sure. Yeah, I want to talk about this slide first. So a bond is one of the options. You have a couple of different options, but if you were to move forward with a voter authorized bond, it is typically pledged by property taxes to repay the bond. You can, of course, use other revenues if you have revenues. I know you have a new impact fee program. I know you have, you likely have some revenues from various different sources. Sometimes even tourist development revenues can be used for what's called destination enhancement, making a place more desirable when people are already coming here. But those sources are under a lot of other demands as well, typically. And so what normally happens is that if a bond moves forward, you're pledging a specific portion of your tax base to repay those bonds. And so we looked specifically at 100 million, but this is a policy decision of the board if you choose to go forward. We ran numbers for between 50 and 150. But if you focus here on 100 million today, the very top table here, 100 million, if it were all issued at once, which it is not typically, because it takes a number of years to spend down these dollars in a responsible and transparent manner. But if you were to have it all issued at once, it's about $7.3 million a year for 20 years of debt service. So that today takes about 0.1246 mils. If Amendment 3 passes, it's phased in over a 2-year time frame. And so in year 1, that millage would actually need to go to 0.1524. But you see it actually reduces the cost for the average household from $33 to $26, but the cost per 100,000 in taxable value is actually going up from 12 to 15. And then, but the homestead exemption is going up. And so for those who have homesteaded properties, the impact is going down. And then in year 3, 100 million, it goes to 0.19 mils basically, which ends up being $13 per year for your average household, $13, but $19 per year for your 100,000 in taxes. So the other option, which we see pretty commonly, but again, in a changing tax base environment, is a little bit tougher because it's hard to project, again, the exact revenue that would come in. We looked at 0.25 mils, as I said, that 100 million doesn't require 0.25 mils. It actually requires closer to tops out at 0.19 mils. But this actually gives you the authority to use some of the excess for management. So you can make properties open to the public, or you can make sure that they're fire maintained properly, that you have, burning if necessary, or that you open trails, or that you have boat ramps, whatever it is that you want to do to make sure that the public's able to get on some of these lands, and that you monitor easements. If you do farm easements or forestry easements and you're not in partnership with the state, which actually you should be, of course, because the state of Florida has really great and longstanding land conservation programs. But you can do easement monitoring to make sure that when you purchase development rights to keep a property natural or in forestry or in farming or ranching, that it remains thus and that people aren't subdividing and doing things that they shouldn't. So that last slide is the complexity of all of this, quite frankly, because we do have a changing tax environment here in the great state of Florida. So we did look at specific ballot language. This is most similar to Clay County's ballot language. We worked with Clay County in 2024, and it passed with 73% support in Clay County, which is, of course, in your general neck of the woods. But I'll go ahead and read it for those who may not be looking at the side. The language that we tested in the polling and that we felt like is very strong is St. Johns County Land Conservation Referendum to protect water quality, wildlife habitat, farms, and forests. And so you have a 15-word maximum there that would appear on the ballot. And then to acquire and manage lands that protect water quality in rivers, lakes, creeks, and drinking water sources, conserve wildlife habitat, coastal areas, working farms and forests, reduce flooding, and provide outdoor recreation, shall St. Johns County issue general obligation bonds up to $100 million, maturing within 20 years, bearing interest not exceeding legal maximum rates, payable from ad valorem taxes up to 0.15 mils, with annual audit, citizen oversight, and full public disclosure of spending. I'll share that in some of the other counties we're working with right now, because of the changing nature of the potential amendment, they are looking at not including a specific millage rate. It does limit how much you would dedicate to this purpose under the voter authorization. And so we generally do recommend including a millage rate because people want to know what the limitations are. They want to know what the maximum would be. So we do have general recommendations. We've actually written a book on starting up these programs, and I've worked on several from beginning to implementation. It's really exciting to see. But we do encourage community outreach and participation. We've been in partnership with North Florida Land Trust and a number of other counties where they've really helped facilitate local community input, which we think is very important. And certainly doable either before or after the election. We've seen it done either way. We do think that there should be equitable distribution of funds across the county and different types of projects and programs, and a transparent and accountable selection process that is free from good old boyism, I guess is the term we'll use. We like to see a limited fiscal impact. We typically recommend under $50 per household per year. And as you said, what we're looking at here in St. John's is substantially less than that. We recommend a levy duration. It's typically 10 to 20 years. Those that are less than 10 are usually easier, and then large November elections. So in the big November elections, you have great turnout here, of course, here in St. Johns County. You saw how active a citizenry you have this morning. But we're anticipating for next year, or this November, it could be in the 70+% range. That's what it was in 18 and 22. And as you know, you have a very robust voting base, heavily Republican. But again, we like to make sure that everybody feels a part of the picture. You do have a mixed history, let's just say, here in St. Johns County. You've had both successes and losses at the ballot box, and the key, I think, is always to learn from both the successes and the losses, and make sure that you're again remaining accountable and responsive to public interest and needs. And then, as I mentioned, if you move forward, whether now or in the future, we work with private citizen groups to raise private funds, have local private leaders who stand up, go to the Rotary clubs and the church picnics and the neighborhood associations to talk to them about the benefits. We do the same type of work that you do in your campaigns, that is mail, video, all those things. And again, should be clear, accountable. We always work hard to make sure that we're staying within the rules and regulations. There are some things that no one should ever do. No one should ever offer anything of value in exchange for support. But there are things that really the staff should stay away from. The staff is most constrained. You, as elected officials, have your First Amendment right, so you can speak publicly, but you should never use any county resources. Don't take a county car, don't hold a meeting in a county building, don't use county Xerox machines, and so on. So your options, you can certainly, if you're interested in moving forward, I think your staff would be looking for some consensus today. It's not an action item today, but they would need to come back to you with a firm recommendation in August. You could move to 2028. That is, of course, a legitimate option. Or you could say, thank you, no action. We're comfortable with continuing at the level we've been at with LAMP and with the impact fee program. I have laid out a timeline. The key dates are really up to your supervisor of elections. There is not a firm statutory deadline. Obviously, the supervisor doesn't know what will be on the November ballot until after the 18th of August. And I have heard anecdotally that she's indicated that she could take a few more days there, but I have, that would be up to you and your staff to confirm. But it is possible to still do this in 2026 or to shift to 2028. I think the policy decision for you all is, are you comfortable with not being able to have a local funding source that you could move quickly on to protect lands that you want to see protected in that 2-year time frame? So I will stop there. Meredith and I are most happy to answer questions here today, or this is our contact information if anyone would like to reach out to us and talk to us individually. We would very much love to do that. Thank you to all of you. I know I've met with each of you at least twice, and I really appreciate your dedication to learning all you can and to making the best choices for St. Johns County, which is my happy place I've been coming to since I was a tiny child, and I really appreciate the protection you put forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Pegida. I really appreciate it. Any questions from the board? Any questions from the phone?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I just have a couple comments to make. First of all, thank you so much for the hard work that you guys have done here. I have received a myriad of emails from people supporting some kind of ballot measure for specific conservation funding. I know that I'm sure that my fellow board members have received the same emails. There's a huge interest in this, and so I would, because it's not a voting action, I would like to ask for consensus from the board to direct staff to look at ballot language going forward. Is that something that is appropriate to do here? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. On the phone, you guys okay with the directing staff to go to the next step for this? Okay, all right, well, good. That was pretty easy. Do we need to go to public comment for this? Well, no, I'm not asking you, but thank you. No, well, I appreciate, yeah, absolutely, you have the floor. Oh.
I know. So when I first agreed to have you look into it, the governor had not put an ad valorem thing on the ballot. I'm worried that it's going to be confusing between the two things. And I mean, I'm using high-end words now, things and.
It's been a morning, Commissioner Joseph.
Yes. I guess I worry, because I'd really like to see this pass at some point. And so I worry that we're on a tight schedule to get it onto the ballot, and then all these groups, and the timeline is huge. I don't know. I wanted to ask you the question, did you do polling after Governor DeSantis put the other ballot measure on?
Through the chair, thank you, Commissioner Joseph. That's a really insightful question and point, and it's a legitimate concern for you to have. There are 2 counties in Florida that we did poll after the legislature acted and adopted the ballot language for Amendment 3, and we did poll that exact ballot language in addition to a question for their bonds. It was Marion and Charlotte, and they are both moving forward. And in both cases, the support for the bonds was in the 60s, and the support for the amendment was also in the 60s. And we actually asked the questions because we use the pollster who we use almost exclusively in the Southeast is Inquirer. They're a Republican polling firm based in Florida. They polled for President Trump on down. They polled for Speaker Perez. But we asked the specific question. Now, just to be clear, the constitutional amendment would lower your homestead, or raise your homestead, lower your property taxes for a homestead property. But the local question we're asking about the bonds would raise taxes potentially. I mean, if you can cover the costs without raising taxes, this gives authorization to bond, but it doesn't limit you to that funding source. But we explained it to people, and they both were still very popular. And again, they pass almost always. I mean, ultimately, the choice before you is, do you want to give the voters the chance to weigh in, yes or no? But in St. John's, we polled just before that, and the polling was also in the 60s. It went as high as 71% when we presented all the positives. But then when we presented the negatives, you have to have, it is taxes. It is trusting that, a government program is going to be implemented correctly. It's, everybody's facing the high costs that we're all facing right now. So we explained that in the poll, because if we don't, we won't get accurate data. Then it did drop down to 59, but this is a 50% passage threshold for a bond. So we believe strongly it could pass, but it is ultimately, you have to balance all of these different things to make a thoughtful decision, and we trust you to do that.
Well, and that was my concern, all those, raising taxes, basically.
Yeah, yeah, and I understand.
But I want to conserve the trees and the land, so it is something that has to be thought about, I think. All right, thanks.
Yeah, and you've been very clear that your concern is making sure that it's not a burden to folks.
Yeah, I agree. One of the things that I would be really supportive of is letting the voters decide. I think in the spirit of transparency, I think that would be the thing to do. I don't have a problem with taking public comment on this if we could do this quickly. We've got a lot of things to do, so let's take public comment. Yeah. Let's take public comment on this if you want.
Okay, at this time, we will take public comment on agenda item number 1. Come on up.
Okay. Hey, I'm Charlie Hunt, Mill Creek Estates. Here we go. What's happened 2 years ago when they came in and said half the state, nature, and people. Okay. Let's get out to it. All right, as they didn't show a close area, the conserved lands, the developed areas in the gray, the corridor conserved lands in the greenish, like Friar Dyke State Park, and the opportunity areas in the lime green, okay, is what they didn't really show. Why? It looks right there. That is approximately the 6,000 acres that they're looking at for us to take out a $50 million bond to help preserve. That's mostly timberland right there, okay? Get a little bit better perspective. There we go. As you know, that's the high-end resort Flagler Estates right there. And the other area I marked out isn't really precisely, but it's pretty close to the 6,000 acres that they're showing, okay? So we don't need to take out a $50 million bond on that. That sounds great. Here we go. It says 87,000 acres in our county is conserved, and there's 6,100 that they're looking for. Where is it at? It's right down there, right next to the Flagler County line, or right on it, pretty much. All right? What's even worse is reading through that whole pamphlet, the public options for financing, the general obligation bond. Just go take out a bond and we'll pay for it in 20 years, a $50 million bond for 20 years. Bonds for the property taxes, we know what that means. Take out a bond, we'll pass a millage rate increase, and the people can pay for it. Tourist tax, got it, that's always brought up. Here's what I like. All the examples that they gave for ballot language examples, the 2026 election calendar, the result history, voter registration, voter turnout, voter methods and technology, and equipment used. Is this on the 2020 elections? Is this where they get this from? Of showing you how to go ahead and put out and rake the community and then give up it's like a petty vote. I feel bad if we do it, but we need to take out $50 million for a little bit. Why don't the county just take 25 on their own and go with that? We need to understand, this is a full county propaganda, all right? They think they're going to do great. Look at it.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Justin Miller, 515 Girona Road, 32086. I strongly believe that voters should be given a choice in decisions that impact us all, so I do support putting this measure directly on the ballot in November 2026 to see if we should fund land conservation. It puts the vote up or down in the hands of the voter. Purchasing and maintaining conservation land takes resources. Historically, government entities have helped acquire these lands for the public benefit. If our goal is to preserve limited resources with the future generations, this is exactly what the county should be doing. I've seen this success firsthand, and then another area I lived, a county-funded program, protected incredible natural escapes. You could be in the middle of a busy city and suddenly find yourself surrounded by trees on a long hike. It was a great outdoor escape for the family. More importantly, it kept people from building in flood-prone areas, sensitive habitats, and allowed for wildlife to maintain a place to live. Though I was initially skeptical of this proposal, researching it further has won me over. I would much rather my tax dollars go towards preserving public land than funding another unnecessary tax break for a large corporation like Publix to build another store they were going to build anyways. I'd rather tax Publix and put that money towards a resource that is truly limited, land. We'll be thankful we did. We have a choice. We could be looking at another beautiful plot of trees filled with wildlife instead of another storage facility, some fast food joints, a strip mall next to some apartments, and retention ponds built just to control the drainage from the impermeable asphalt parking lots. I ask that you give the citizens a voice and allow for this to go to ballot this year so each voter can help determine what is important to this county. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, Carrie Gustafson. I just want to say that in reference to what Charlie said, if there's truth to that we're only looking to save 6,000, I don't think that's what I read into this, that we were looking to buy land, the rights to develop farms. This way people could keep farming on them, and I definitely support that. I do hesitate to say that, in light of what's going on with two commissioners making decisions, I'm not sure a lot of people are going to give, the okay for more money to go, but maybe this will be resolved on August 3rd. I don't know. For me, I would rather direct my money that you're going to take from my taxes to go for something to, preserve part of St. Johns County forever. But taxes are a big issue for everyone. So, what about, I know the penny tax didn't go through because they were looking to do infrastructure. What about a penny tax and, for preserving land? Then what percentage of that would come from visitors, So anyway, that's my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, it's still morning. Good morning. Henry Dean, 224 North Forest Dune Drive. I'll try to be very brief. I'm just here individually. I'm not representing anyone. I just want to speak strongly in favor of what you just were presented by Begin. What a great presentation. I think one of the things I tried to do, and I know each of you do as a commissioner, you look toward the future. Our children and what they're going to be able to enjoy as we have in this county over the last several years. And I can't think too many things better than having conservation lands available to our residents and their children and their children's children, because it's permanent. It's not just a passing. So with that, I'll shut up. But I wanted to come today to speak in favor of what I think is one of the better things you as commissioners can do for this county. Any questions? Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Denver Cook, protected address, Chairman, St. Johns County Republican Party. I'd like to thank someone in public comment who stood up and said vote yes on 3. We are sick and tired of being overtaxed in our property taxes. Government's been taking advantage of the taxpayers for many, many years here in St. Johns County, as I presented last year in the budget process when we did get a partial rollback on the general fund, which didn't even equal I think a third of what this is asking to raise our taxes by. This county, by not doing rollbacks between 2015 and 2025, raised an extra $1.2 billion in property tax revenue. I think we could easily afford it out of $1.2 billion to preserve some land, farms, and other things. And preserving a little bit of land at the south of the county isn't the big priority for most of the voters. It's protecting what we have across the county, the entire county. As you saw what happened, and I thank the commission for stepping up to save the wetlands in Ponte Vedra. As you all remember, they tried to do land swaps. What's to prevent this from becoming another land swap where we spend $100 million to preserve land that gets swapped away to some other county and then turned into a development? And who was the big joke played on? We, the taxpayers. They're saying it's only an extra $50. $50 makes a big impact on a lot of people in this community. It just does. Not everybody's wealthy. You know, we have people who are losing their homes almost because they can't afford the taxes, as you heard from, you know, the Veterans Coalition. They raise money every year so that a woman can pay her taxes because she has no other way of doing it, staying in her house because her husband passed away. So I'm not for any millage increase. I hope everyone votes to kill, you know, us being overtaxed. You need to go out and vote yes on 3. We deserve to have our property taxes as homestead properties reduced. You, as a board, though, need to really look closer at where our money is going in our budget process. We still don't know what's projected to be spent this year, and you're doing a budget for next year. There's no numbers on what the projections are for how last year's budget was going to be. I spoke about it last time. The budget process is a continuing resolution. We don't know what your targeted spending is going to end up being. You set a budget and you don't know where it's going to land. And now you're working on a new budget based off what? Hope that you're being given complete accurate information. And we, the people, don't know. We don't really know what you're being voted on. I'm kind of the nerd who goes through the monthly audits at the clerk's office on what's being spent. There are items you guys voted on that have been overspent on budget line items. So we need to do a better job. We have a lot of issues. I don't think increasing our taxes at this time is the appropriate way to be moving forward, especially not by creating more debt on my back and the backs of my families. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, good morning. Jen Lumberg, Matanzas Riverkeeper, 291 Cubbage Road. Thank you all so much for taking a look at this, and thank you to the folks at Trust for Public Land for bringing more information about this. I'm encouraging you to move forward on this, and I want to share with you a really concrete example of why this is so important and why it is so urgently needed. So what you're seeing here, this property in the foreground is 195 acres that is immediately north of Moses Creek Conservation Area. It's got a mile of waterfront on the Matanzas River. It's got bald eagles' nests. It is absolutely beautiful property. And you might recognize this property because this was the #1 highest ranked priority for conservation on St. Johns County's LAMP list last year. And unfortunately, because the county did not have adequate funding to buy it, this property is now being developed. It will look like the property in the background here, where it will be clear cut, it will be paved, and houses will be on it because St. Johns County does not have an adequate funding mechanism to buy land for conservation. And we're going to continue to lose places like this if we don't step up and get serious about funding land conservation. And just to be clear, this funding wouldn't be limited to just the Florida Wildlife Corridor. This funding would be open to all conservation land in St. Johns County. So sorry this map is so small, I wasn't planning on presenting this, but this is a map of currently conserved lands in St. Johns County. And then if you swipe over here, all of the blue is land that has been identified as priorities for conservation through either Florida Forever, Rural and Family Lands, Water Management District wetland conservation projects. Tens of thousands of acres of land have been identified as high priorities for conservation, but we currently don't have the funding to buy them. And so that's what we need to step up and do here. I acknowledge that asking for consensus in this current political climate is kind of a heavy ask, but this board really does have a history of stepping up and coming together when it comes to land conservation. all of our LAMP lists were unanimously approved. Last December, this board unanimously voted to adopt a conservation impact fee, and almost literally 1 year ago today, this board unanimously voted to transmit an updated version of our comprehensive plan. And if you remember, the consultant that worked on those comp plan updates, they spent 2 years surveying the community, doing workshops, hosting town halls, and the number one highest priority for St. Johns County residents was land conservation. And we're in a really unfortunate situation here where our comp plan was rejected due to Senate Bill 180. And so we're going to continue to see these preemptions. We're going to continue to see the government come in and take power away from local governments. Ag Enclave Bill, Blue Ribbon Projects Bill. The one way that you can make sure that land does not get developed is to buy it for conservation. And in order to do that, you need a sustainable funding source. And so that's what we're asking for here today. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
So how do you make sure if let's say it's $20 per year per family, how do you make sure that money goes to those lands that you're showing? I don't understand. You know what?
Well, that's a great question. So bonds have very rigid protections in place insofar as how that money gets spent. And so according to the language of bond, it has to be used to acquire lands that are going to be used to protect water quality, to provide opportunities for passive outdoor recreation. And so since we already have the LAMP board established, and that LAMP board has a matrix that they use to evaluate properties based on habitat, based on recreational opportunities, based on watershed protection, it's a very transparent process. There are public meetings where people can come and they can weigh in on the properties that are being evaluated, and then ultimately it comes back to this board for a final vote on what they decide to move forward with purchasing. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Anyone else?
Thank you. Thank you.
Hello, Commissioners. Mark Acedo, 7165 Woodward Road. Thank you all for coming here this morning and taking a listen to what we're discussing here today for land conservation priorities for St. Johns County. I have the privilege and honor of serving on the Land Acquisition Management Program Conservation Board here in St. Johns County. And biggest challenge that we're running into is what we keep hearing about is budget shortfall. We're currently funded about $500,000 a year annually, and that just doesn't move the needle on conservation. We're sitting at about a $5 million budget. We've identified 5 properties, and the board have approved for acquisition, and staff is negotiating. But since we've had that approval earlier this year, one of those properties has already been rescinded. It's under a development deal, right? We can't move fast enough on some of these properties to be able to acquire them. So, we're talking about increasing taxes. Yes, we've done it. We did it in 2014, 2015 for our half-cent tax for public schools. We've seen the impact of that. We continue to be the #1 school district in this state. We've seen 2 new schools develop almost annually, and our kids have all benefit, and our community has benefit from it. There's a sunset clause attached to it that was approved in 2024 by this very same committee with voter approval to continue to extend it. There's no reason we can't do the same here, right? This is the #1 priority that a lot of our county has been talking about. I mean, our whole election cycle is those build against pro and anti-development, right? Where we want to see green space. We want to protect the land. We want to leave a better place for our community, for our children. And this is a way for the voters to decide. Let the voters decide on what it is that we want to do with our tax revenue. We anticipate Amendment 3 will pass. A lot of us are going to see our savings in our taxes. Can this better be invested in acquisition and protection of land for future generations? Another big aspect of all this is maintenance on the land. I heard one of the presenters talk about maintenance, right? Like, our Parks and Rec board is strained on as far as maintenance costs. We're going to lose tax revenue when Amendment 3 passes, right? Where's maintenance going to come in? How are we going to continue to enforce conservation easements, right? So this bond is also not only going to allow us the acquisition of land, but also the maintenance of land, which over the long term does become expensive, right? So I do ask all of you to consider moving this forward. Hopefully we can get it on the ballot this year. Let the voters decide. I hate to see what this county is going to look like in 4 years if this doesn't make it until 2028. So I do think that urgency is of the essence, and we can move forward with the support of you and the support of the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me.
Through the chair.
Yes.
If I may, I wanted to clarify an example that was given, and just to be clear that for that example where the property wasn't bought, that was on the land property, So it's a willing seller program, and appraisals were had. We actually went out and did extra appraisals on that one. And just because we have additional funds doesn't necessarily mean we'll pay additional monies. We have a fiduciary duty to public funds. And so even though we cannot ask somebody's asking prices above what it appraises, we have to have a public interest or a reason for that. So just because we have more money doesn't mean that we're going to pay anything that's asked of us. We have a duty to those funds. And so in that instance, we could not reach an agreement on the price, and just having more money wouldn't make that agreement happen. I just want to clarify that.
Okay. Thank you so much. Also, I had a question, Pagine, maybe this might be for you, Joy. We're talking about funding sources. We're talking about either ad valorem tax increases or sales tax. Is that something we want to, the options that we want to give to the voters? Would that be in the language?
So I can respond, and I know Joy and I have discussed it. She can fill in some blanks as well. A county certainly can do a sales tax that includes land conservation, parks, really any valid capital purpose almost is allowable under Florida sales tax laws. And in fact, this year, both Brevard County and Santa Rosa County have sales taxes that have conservation elements to them. There is a required report to go to OPAGA in Tallahassee that had a May deadline. So it could not be done this year in 2026, but it could be done in 2028. What we often see, and I work on many different types of funding sources across the several states I mentioned, we often do see sales taxes that include land conservation, but they normally include some other type of infrastructure as well. Okay. That's typical. And in fact, that's what the proposal was in 2008 that failed.
I just thought Carrie made a great point when it comes to who's going to be paying this. So,
Commissioner Murphy, I did want to clarify too that you all set the priority, your local conservation priorities, and so we are motivated, at least in part, by the Florida Wildlife Corridor, but that is a choice for St. Johns County elected officials and residents. If you want to do little pocket parks in neighborhoods, or you want to do farmland protection, or you want to do something, we do encourage everyone in the community should see themselves in the picture, whether it's hunting, fishing, bird watching, farmland protection, or whatever. And so, yes, we'd like to see the wildlife corridor protected, but we would never encourage you just to do that one thing.
Okay, thank you. We're seeing an alarming loss of farmlands here in this county also that I think we can probably do this. Okay, we have consensus to move forward with the language. We have, so we can go into agenda item number 2.
So just to be clear, so we have consensus to bring you back ballot language. That resolution will have to come back on August 4th. If we were talking about the November 2026 ballot, that will have to come back to you on August 4th, because we will have to get language.
We'll have to vote on that on the 4th,
You'll
right?
have to vote on that. Okay. And to get that to the Secretary of Elections.
Okay, thank you so much.
And Mr. Chair, I'm also hearing that potentially you want to consider option for a sales tax option in relation to what is the option to move forward. Would you like to see that also as a draft language?
If it's not something we can do to 2028, I think we can leave that out.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, well, let's move on to, what time is it? Let's go to agenda item number 2.
Morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. This agenda item, we're presenting our budget director, Wade Schroeder, and myself is presenting the fiscal year 2027 budget, recommended budget. So we already talked about this is not really a routine budget year. So we're really presenting this budget in a moment of a real uncertainty. We know that proposed tax reform on the November ballot is potentially going to fundamentally change how every county in the state of Florida is going to be funded and how we're going to deliver service and the level of service that we are able to deliver. So with today's address, we want to do 2 things. One is that we want to talk about a a comprehensive report of what your staff and your team has accomplished in 2026. And that's really important, and we're going to spend some time on that. And we're also going to lay out how we're going to prepare this organization for what may come financially and on the service level. So here's the agenda. It is the roadmap for this presentation, and I'll begin with an executive summary. Then we'll walk through what your county team delivered in fiscal year 2026. From there, we'll look at environment we're operating within. So it is really important to think beyond this single budget year. That includes our preparation for our state tax reform that potentially may happen. And I'll also close with principal guiding theories for this budget and our plan for financial sustainability and how we are going to potentially try to diversify our revenue resource. And then here comes a executive summary. We'll take, if there's one message I would like for this board to take away today, and that is that this is a budget that we're presenting to protect and preserve what we have, and that is our infrastructure, our asset, and our capital, of our human capital. And also, we will try our best to preserve our service level while positioning ourselves for a very real new financial reality. We build on a very strong year of accomplishments in transportation, coastal resilience, economic development, parks, and public services. We confront inflationary pressures, growth-related demands, and workforce challenges head-on. And we do it with discipline. Pursuing operational efficiency, planning proactively for transportation, drainage, sidewalks, beach access, and regional parks, investing in both infrastructure and our human capital. Structurally, this budget begins a deliberate shift. We'll use a tiered level of service approach and framework. We'll diversify revenue and align funding with our demands, benefit, and the impact that is on our community. Will reduce our over-reliance on any type of revenue source, including our property taxes, while preserving affordability for our property owners. And it will maintain a strong reserve, which has been the priority of this board and our team, and fiscal discipline and long-term sustainability. So before we talk about the road ahead, let's talk about the road behind us. Budgets were promises, and I wanted to show you how your team and this county incredible organization has kept the promises that we made last year. Let's start with transportation infrastructure. In 2026 was one of our most productive year in roadways. We completed County Road 210 widening from Pappy Road to Beach Walk. We extended County Road 2209 3 miles from Silverleaf Parkway to State Road 16. We built Courtney Vista Drive from Silverleaf Parkway to County Road 2209. And I really wanted to highlight at this moment, the school district partnered with us and provided us half of the funding for that road. And that is the kind of the partnership that stretches every taxpayer dollar. With FDOT, we delivered intersection improvement and a new sign at State Road 207 and Brinkoff Road. We rehabilitated 44 miles of county roadway pavement and the County Road 210 widening from Cimarron Boulevard to Greenbrier Road, and that is anticipated to be completed this year. One number we are really proud of is that we have repaired approximately 150 miles of sidewalk, eliminated 4,164 trip hazards, and reduced the sidewalk-related service requests by 11%. And that is a preservation of existing assets in action. Talk about utility. Our wastewater reclamation facility was completed on time and under budget, securing regional capacity for years to come. We manage a capital improvement program exceeding $130 million across water, wastewater, and reclaimed water. We implemented our septic to sewer program, and our utility lab processed more than 10,000 samples to ensure regulatory compliance and protect our public health. In drainage and stormwater, we restored 6,300 linear feet of Alton Canal outfall ditch, removed 1,900 cubic yards of sediment from McCulloch Creek to restore drainage capacity, and advanced the Prince Road drainage project to reduce flooding along the roadway. And it comes to public safety. It still remains our first and most important obligation. This year, we opened the fire station 21 and 22. Each of those stations has a sheriff's office substation and hired 60 firefighters to staff them. Fire station 23 is on track for late 2027. We replaced apparatus, 3 engines, a ladder, 2 tankers, and a rescue. And the site plan and design work is underway on the regional fire training facility. We launched Medical One, which we're incredibly proud of, a medical response resource performing high acuity treatment, and acquired 2 sets of bunker gear for every firefighter. And our EMS billing services built and collected over $9 million in revenue, and that is public safety helping fund itself. For the sheriff, the new administration building is on track for 2027 as well. And in animal control, we implemented countywide mapping of aggressive and dangerous dog, hosted 36 off-site adoption events, and launched a standardized volunteer program. When it comes to emergency management and coastal resilience, it is our identity and it's our greatest vulnerability. This year, we secured $13 million in FEMA funding for the South Ponte Vedra Category G Beach Restoration Project. We also received a FEMA reimbursement for $2 million for Hurricane Dorian, $3.4 million for COVID-19, and $270,000 of Hurricane Idalia dollars recovered for taxpayers. We secured hazard mitigation grant funding for these residential elevation program. We completed a Purpose Point vehicle ramp hardening project, completed county's comprehensive beach economic impact study, maintained our coastal monitoring database, and conducted a reunification exercise with the Florida School for the Deaf and the Blind. A resilient budget ultimately depends on a resilient economy. We launched an Invest SJC website to give business instant access to target information. If you haven't seen the website, I really encourage everyone to go take a look. You will be very proud. We advanced the workforce development. Our healthcare expo drew more than 170 attendees and 40 healthcare organizations, and launched the Young Professional Initiatives to strengthen our talent pipeline. We coordinated 2026 SJC Legislative Day in Tallahassee, submitted 5 competitive federal grant applications requesting over $119 million for infrastructure, and established Ag Advisory Board. Managing growth is a defining challenge for St. Johns County. In April, this board adopted 2050, a comprehensive plan update. In December, we adopted impact fee study and update ordinance, making sure growth pays a fair share. The Habitat Conservation Plan update will be completed by this August. In building services, the Public Service Center opened in March, and that is our vision to offer a space where that is a one-stop shop for our residents to receive their services. Electronic permitting now handled about 60% of all residential applications online. We compiled 5,268 public records requests and managed 1,078 registered short-term vacation rentals. In Park, we have an amazing year. We completed Solomon Calhoun Turf Football Field, the Field of Dreams expansion, North Beach Park improvement, the Fort Matanzas Beach Ramp, Purpose Point ramp hardening, and trail resurfacing our Alpine Groves. In progress right now, Davis Park, De Leon Shores Park, Greenbrier Regional Park, Passetti Bay Neighborhood Park, Ponte Vedra Nocatee Regional Park that includes a full library, Riverdale Overflow Parking, Shearwater Community Park that includes a library hub, and a Silverleaf Sportsplex. And it's not just a facility. Our team implemented over 520 programs and outreach events, partnered with music therapy program, and recertified our Center for Autism. In Health and Human Services, 30 families purchased homes with $2.9 million in down payment assistance. We rehabilitated 21 homes with SHIP funds, finalized 20 adoptions, provided prevention services to 177 children in our community, served 511 inmates through the Reentry Center partnership with the Sheriff's Office, and served 7,970 residents with social services needs. Our Veteran Services team worked hard assisting 4,169 veterans with VA claims and provided essentials to 45 veterans in need. Our libraries installed self-check kiosks at 5 of our branches, circulated over 1.3 million items year to date. And this summer, we opened a new Hastings Community Center and library. And that is the picture of the library. In community and destination development, we paved 4.5 miles of roadway in partnership with the Flagler Estate Road and Water Control District. We received $1 million in state funding for Florida Museum of Black History planning. The CRA funded completion of the Western Augustine Wellness Center. Tourist development tax dollars supported over 50 grants for cultural, beach, and sports tourism. We expanded the Nights of Lights parking shuttle and improved the traffic flow in Flannel Beach with new signage and striping. We also invested in trust, public affairs, launched 3 podcast shows, completed 2 SJC 101 CDC Academy program, began live broadcast of this board meeting on Facebook and YouTube, and earned the Florida Municipal Communicators Association Certification of Excellence. And our Office of Performance and Transparency launched the county's 5-year largest ERP system and aligned our strategic plan tracking through ClearPoint. Financial stewardship shows up in the details. We refinanced the 2016 water and sewer bonds for a saving of over $3.9 million, and we reduced overall millage rates. Our energy management policy captured an 8% reduction in energy cost, even though we are expanding our square footage every year. Purchasing realized over $311,000 in savings through negotiations. Over 1.9 million in cost avoidance through bidding, another over 700,000 through informal quoting, and over 90,000 in rebates. And in HR and risk, we saved $1.5 million on workers' compensation premium thanks to an experience modification rate of 0.55. Nearly half the Florida average, and attained a 3% storm deduction through proactive risk improvement. We also have worked very hard on organizational modernization. We are reinventing how we work. Smart water technology now manages reuse water in real time. With potential multi-million-dollar saving, HVAC retrofits cut energy consumptions while avoiding major capital cost. Digital customer services and cashless payment have reduced process times. Reciprocal library lending added over 18,000 titles and saving us about $20,000. Our ERP, the county's largest technology initiative, is modernizing operations across the 33 work streams, and the GIS application has nearly doubled compliance with sea turtle lighting ordinance since 2024. I share all of this because it matters for what comes next. This is an organization that already knows how to do more with less. So let's turn to the environment that we're budgeting within, because context is everything this year. First, the growth. Our population grew 4.1% in 2025 and now stands at 348,690 residents. Since 2020, we have grown 25.8%, a quarter more residents in just 5 years, all expecting roads, infrastructure, parks, fire stations, libraries, and public safeties and all. Second, inflation. Fuel prices in Florida remain highest sensitive to global events, with summer spikes past $3.9 a gallon, and because roadway construction costs track fuel prices. Our infrastructure program is directly exposed to that volatility. Third, insurance costs will grow as we open new facility. Fourth, our workforce. Our investment over the last few years have produced a low turnover, a genuine competitive advantage that we are intending to protect. So think about our budget beyond this budget year. A one-year budget is not enough anymore. This section is about thinking beyond 2026 because the decision in front of us play out over 5 to 10 years, not just 12 months. We have long-range work underway on every major system. The 2030 and 2050 travel demand model projects is underway for transportation. The regional watershed model update is in progress for drainage. On sidewalks, existing policy provides for development-funded construction with opportunity to leverage a multimodal transportation impact fee for growth-related pedestrian improvements. On the coast, we're pursuing funding for projects identified in the vulnerability study and our adaptation plan. And the 2050 comprehensive plan now guides growth management. So now to the issue shaping the entire budget, proposed state property tax reform. If voters approve it in November, the impact on this county is severe. We estimate a cut to property tax revenue of roughly $66 million in fiscal year 2028, growing to $130 million in 2029, just in 1 year. Across the general fund, the fire district, and the transportation trust fund. By fiscal year 2032, that widens to about $213 million a year, with a cumulative loss of $830 million. Let me just say this again. It's $830 million cumulatively by 2032. We're not waiting to find out. We're developing multi-year budget scenarios, and that's what you're hearing today. As a baseline, constrained revenue and high impact, modeled through fiscal year 2032, stress testing our plan against the tax reform, economic shifts, and a growth projected to reach 415,000 residents by fiscal year 2033. Our response is staged and phased, and it is scaled with whether reform passes. Phase 1, internal and funding assessment. We're assessing operations and funding exposure under the reform scenarios and identifying revenue at risk by fund and by department. Phase 2, spending discipline. We're pausing new spending commitments that create long-term recurring operating dollars that's required until the reform outcome is certain and known. It is far easier to not start recurring costs than to unwind one. Phase 3, contingent on reform passing, a workshop will be held with this board on service model reinvention under a constrained revenue environment. If the rules change, we will bring you the choices transparently with data. So against the backdrop of the environment that we're in, Here are the principles that guided every dollar and every decision in this budget preparation. 6 core principles. 1, preserve and protect what we have. 2, invest in infrastructure and human capital. 3, deliver services at appropriate levels. 4, align funding with demand, benefit, and impact. 5, maintain financial strength and sustainability. 6, support organizational excellence. Every line item in this budget can be traced back to one of these 6. So let me be very specific about financial sustainability and what we're doing right now and where we're headed to. Our goal for the next 3 to 6 years is a diversified, resilient revenue structure that keeps pace with growth without over-reliance on property taxes. 4 actions are underway. First, a hiring pause. It is not a freeze, it is a pause. Strategic and exception only. Public safety, legally required, and grant-funded position will proceed. This avoids up to $8.2 million this budget year, $5.7 million recurring and $2.5 million one-time, while the November outcome is still unknown. Second, a serious CIP review, which is capital improvement projects. We are reprioritizing our capital improvement programs to fund life safety, fleet and equipment, and regulatory work first. Deferring about $77.9 million in discretionary property tax-funded projects, $24.4 million in the general fund, and $28.7 million in transportation, and $4.4 million in fire, to just bank capacity for 2027 and beyond. Third, a countywide service model assessment, a program-by-program deep dive classification of every department against the 7 constitutional permitted core service categories. This will inform our tiered level of service framework and identify candidates for alternative delivery, partnership, and cost recovery. Fourth, funding structure realignment. We are evaluating every possible revenue source that includes fees, special assessments, MSTUs, and MSBUs, and the tourism development taxes to shift eligibility costs off of property taxes, and targeting roughly $27 million in new and expanded alternative funding by fiscal year 2033. The strategy behind those actions are 4 parts. Diversifying revenue sources, growing non-property tax revenue, user fees, impact fees, grants, enterprise revenue, partnership with the private entities, so growth-related costs are funded by growth-related revenue. Align funding with demand, benefit, and impact. Those who generate or benefit from a service should bear a proportionate share in that cost. Starting with the countywide fee schedule update toward a full cost recovery. Reduce over-reliance on property taxes while preserving affordability. Here's a number worth remembering. 2027 operating spending is held near the pre-COVID per resident level, about $855 in real terms versus $802 in fiscal year 2020. And under reform, it will fall to about $566 by 2033. We're not an organization that has grown beyond its means. And maintain reserve and fiscal discipline, protect fund balances and our bond rating, and build a financial resiliency reserve of roughly $40 million in fiscal year 2027, rising toward $70 million if capital projects are phased, to bridge annual shortfalls, and could reach $75 million by fiscal year 2029. A few specifics on 2027 revenue, and I emphasize those are preliminary planning estimates. On millage, Senate Bill 4F caps the 2027 simple majority millage at rollback. Growth above rollback, about 4% of the prior levy, roughly $17 million across the three funds, would require a board supermajority of 4 or 5 votes. That is a decision this board will need to make. On fees and assessments, the fee schedule update toward cost recovery plus new creation and library MSTUs and MSBU special assessments yield an estimate of $26.6 million combined by fiscal year 2033. On the revenue mix, 2027 property tax revenue is $419.3 million, $279.4 million general fund, and $86.8 million fire district, $53.1 million in transportation trust fund. The goal through 2033 is steadily rising share of alternative non-property tax revenue. So in closing, the fiscal year 2027 recommended budget reflects responsible stewardship, strategic investment, and long-term sustainability. This is a budget built for uncertainty. It protects our foundation. It keeps faith with the residents who depend on services. And it begins deliberately and honestly the work of reinventing how we deliver those services to fit a new financial reality so that we preserve as much of our existing service level as possible, no matter what November brings. By protecting our foundation, investing in our future, in alignment to resource of our community priorities, we will remain well-positioned to meet the needs of our current residents while preserving opportunity for future generations. So with that, I thank you for your time, and I'm going to introduce Wade Schroeder to go over the 2027 budget detail, and I'm happy to take any questions before that.
Can I just make a comment? So sure. I think you've done a great job with what we have and what we can do or try to do, but you're leaving out a huge part of the wheel. We might as well have a housing moratorium, because if we keep building homes and they're not participating in this funding, this is ridiculous. I mean, we are funding the parks, the schools, the infrastructure, the roads, the sidewalks. Everything you said here is being funded for the developers. And yeah, they have impact fees, but they're not half as much as what we should be looking at asking, because if you're going forward as if we don't have any ad valorem, they need to be on the hook too. They need to be included in the wheel. So
well, that's
sorry.
That's a great statement. I think that is an important policy decision this board has to make.
Well, I feel like you're missing, that needs to be woven into here, because that's another idea on how to produce revenue against if we don't get ad valorem to keep services. Thanks. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, let me just follow up on that. We are at the statutory max for impact fees. What more can we do? Can we? Well,
we can still do a moratorium for a year. Other counties do it.
You mean a moratorium on building?
Yeah. If we had to.
If they're not building, how are we getting impact fees?
That's the point. Is other counties have put a moratorium on new build, and we get impact fees through commercial build outs. But what I'm saying is that if we can't afford these services, instead of charging the people already living here, we need to charge the people that are going to be coming here, and who's building those homes. So I'm talking about if the ad valorem changes. If it doesn't, then of course we look at what you've already presented us, what we can do too to cut the budget so that taxing goes down.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Go ahead.
Thank you,
Commissioner
Mr.
Whitehead.
Chairman. Ms. Andrews, you gave us a lot of information about the projects that are being built. Amongst those projects are the 4 regional parks. How much of our ad valorem tax dollars, another way to put it, how much of the property taxes that are being paid by our residents are funding the building of those 4 regional parks?
None.
Zero.
Zero.
how much of the funding that is building the 4 fire stations with sheriff substations are coming from property taxes from our residents?
The same as the parks, 0.
We have a lot of road widening projects, and I've seen Public Works do presentations in the past. Isn't it true that the majority of that funding is coming from developer impact fees to widen these roads in St. Johns County?
That is correct.
So Commissioner Joseph, it seems like development impact fees are paying for 4 regional parks, fire stations, sheriff substations, road widening projects, not ad valorem property tax dollars. That concludes my comment, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, sir. Commissioner Arnold, did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to Ms. Andrews. You mentioned that some projects were going to be put on pause. Could you elaborate on exactly what those projects are?
Well, I mentioned that there is a objective criteria assessment that we're doing, and I think the highest priorities that we have put forth is public safety and also statutorily required. And the rest of the projects are being treated equally, and it really is based on the phase of the construction and how far are we down with the contract negotiation and what is the cost burden on if we're moving forward with the actual project. So that is kind of our criteria, and I'm happy to provide really the detailed information of all of our CIP reviews and the projects that has been coded in different levels of priorities to each member.
Thank you. I would love to know exactly what projects that we're looking at pausing.
Yeah, again, and I do want to editorialize that, that when we say pause, we are really just looking for ways to work with our contractors to find the least amount of dollars that we have to spend until November so that we have a little more certainty. And another consideration that we have for decision of a pausing is whether or not this project is going to potentially be a facility that is going to generate revenue or is going to be incur additional recurring operating cost that has no way of recuperating.
Thank you, ma'am. You want to bring in?
Wait.
Wait.
Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Wade Schroeder with the Office of Management and Budget. I am here this morning kind of following up on Joy's presentation to kind of go through some more of the statutorily required components of the budget process, the trim process, as we move forward. I'm just waiting for there's a separate presentation for me.
Did this one sneak up on y'all? There we go. Suppose you could tell us a story while we're waiting. Maybe a joke.
Yeah, no, I don't know if I have any today.
No jokes today.
Yeah,
it's a serious day.
I will say, as they're looking for it, a lot of the information that I'm going to present today is high level or summary information. All of the budgetary information by fund, there's more than 85 funds that make up the county's budget. All of that information is available online. It's you can get down to the details, the account level details online. I'll have the website here in the presentation, but yeah, any piece, part or piece, you can go online. You can customize and print your budget. If you only want certain sections, you don't have to print the entire thing. So All right, yeah, so here it is, the website, sjcflus/2027-budget. Again, you can go online, view much more information, much more detailed information than I'm going to present today.
Can you leave that there just for a second?
Sure.
Thank you so much.
All right, so just to kind of highlight where we are in the budget process. We are today presenting a recommended budget and establishing proposed millage rates. The budget for this year kicked off in February with kind of guidelines out to the departments to then develop their requested budget. And I will say at that time, we didn't know that what property tax reform really was. There was discussion of it, but nothing really clear came out until afterwards. So in May, through a couple of weeks of presentations to the county administrator, the departments presented their budgets, their asks for the upcoming year to the county administrator. And then from there in July, we received the certified taxable values from the property appraiser. So again, that brings us to today of presenting a recommended budget and establishing proposed millage rates. And then moving forward in the process in September, there will be 2 required public hearings. They're required to be after 5 o'clock to tentatively and finalize the millage and budget. This is somewhat of a statutorily prescribed process. There are a couple components here. With Florida Statute 129.03, the county budget officer shall prepare and present to the board a tentative budget for the next fiscal year. That is the first part of this presentation. And then second, with Florida Statute 200.065, each taxing authority shall compute a proposed millage rate necessary to fund the tentative budget, and as well shall advise the property appraiser of its proposed millage rate, its rollback computed rate, and the date, time, and place of the first or the tentative public hearing for the adoption of the millage and budget. So getting into the budget, the 2027 recommended budget, the total budget is balanced through all 86 funds is $1,455,749,705. So that is the budget as is right now. When you see it again at the tentative meeting, it will look different, and I'll try my best to kind of keep that, to separate the two. It'll primarily be this recommended budget plus any carry forwards. So carry forwards are items that were approved in the current year's budget, the parks, the fire stations, the libraries, primarily capital and grants related. Any of those items that are already approved by the board, already funded and appropriated, but those projects aren't yet complete. So what we do at the end of the year is we reappropriate those dollars or the remaining balances of those dollars into the fiscal year 2027 budget. And again, I'll try my best to keep it separate. There's a lot of moving parts at that time, but yeah, we'll separate carry forwards from the budget. Just to kind of go over some highlights for the fiscal year 27 budget, we are recommending flat millage rates from fiscal year 2026. If you recall, millage rates were reduced in fiscal year 2026, a reduction to the general fund with an increase which more than offset an increase to the fire district fund for fiscal year 2027, and really primarily because of within the general fund, because of property tax reform and that uncertainty, we are recommending flat millage rates. We have increased the emergency reserve for general fund. Last year was the first year we had a specific emergency reserve, and we have increased it for fiscal year 2027. As well, we have added for both the Transportation Trust Fund and the Fire District Fund an emergency reserve there as well, and we'll look to ideally in future years to continue to build upon those reserves. There are new facilities within the 27 budget. We have just to list some that are planned on opening: the Silverleaf Sportsplex, Shearwater Park, Community Center and Library, as well as Greenbrier Park and Library. and also potentially the Silverleaf Fire Station. So those new facilities will be coming online along with the operations related to them. We have 32.25 new FTEs in the budget. There's also a reduction of 1 FTE from a department that's was related to a kind of a state or statutorily prescribed program that's been dissolved. And as far as capital investment, $264 million in new funding for capital improvement projects. So the bulk of that is funded. You see the next bullet there is there is proposed borrowing in the budget. This has come to the board through utility services before. About $126 million in borrowing related to necessary utility capital improvement projects. And then I do want to note there are, while the budget is balanced, all funds are balanced, there are potential changes that are still to occur. The TDT fund, the Tourist Development Council, just yesterday kind of finalized their recommendations as far as what they would recommend to see within the 5 categories. Additionally, every couple of years, the OMB works with a consultant to update our indirect cost allocations. And what that is it's a way to recover any of the cost to the other agencies or the other funds, for some of the general government items. Not every fund has their own county attorney or HR or facilities maintenance. It's the general fund that is providing those services to those other departments, and that indirect cost allocation calculates what that cost is, and then we can recoup those costs from those other funds. And the current year's budget for that is about $6 million in revenue to the general fund, so it is a pretty large amount that we're able to recover for those services. And then finally, there's still some outstanding items related to collective bargaining with the fire union. When those are finalized, I think any changes related to these items will be brought forward to the commission as part of the remaining budget process. So we'll note those changes as we move forward. And then finally, this is, as Joy mentioned, this is a budget that is cognizant of November property tax reform. There are new CIPs in the budget. There are new positions in the budget, and really there's operating dollars in the budget. And a lot of that, I would say, at least within the millage funds, those are kind of paused. I don't think any millage-related position is going to be hired before that November 6th election, so we have an outcome there. Similarly with CIPs, and then if it does pass, then we will, as Joy mentioned, we will come back to the board to get some guidance on what do we want to see as far as operations and how to run the county. So this slide here represents, this is the entire budget and kind of broken down by service area. The largest operational area is physical environment. That is primarily utilities and solid waste, but it also includes the LAMP fund, any of the coastal projects, as well as coastal management, tree bank fund, as well as the ag services within the general fund. Next is constitutional officers, court services. The largest there is the sheriff, but all the constitutional officers are funded within that category. The next is public safety. About 10%, a little more than 10% of the overall budget goes towards public safety. That is your fire, EMS, your emergency management, includes building services and code enforcement, as well as medical examiner, and then also impact fees related to public safety. General government is, again, I mentioned facilities management, MIS, Office of Performance and Technology, growth management. It does include the internal service funds that we have. That's really our workers' comp and county health insurance funds, as well as impact fees in this category as well. And then, some of the other services, BCC, admin, county attorney, HR, OMB, and, all of those general services departments. Transportation, again, public works, impact fees for this category as well. Also includes public transit, and some of our special district funds. Culture and Rec, includes Parks and Rec, library services, golf course, impact fees in this category as well, and then tourist development and beach services. Health and Human Services within the general fund, that's social services primarily, as well as CBC, the health department, and independent agencies. And then finally, economic and environment includes economic development, the CRAs, housing and community services, SHIP, and veteran services. And then you can see on the graph there, I don't have listed, but debt service, transfers, and reserves. Debt service, I mean, they're a little more self-explanatory. I'll be going through reserves a little bit more in the presentation. On the revenue side, here's kind of a breakdown of the revenues. As far as new revenues, taxes, which include property taxes, fuel taxes, and other taxes, are our largest revenue source. As Joy mentioned, we would like to look forward to trying to diversify the revenue sources a little bit. And after taxes, the percentages get a little bit smaller. So charges for services is the next biggest area. Primarily, it's your water and sewer charges there. Within the general fund, it would be ambulance fees. Intergovernmental revenue primarily is grants and any state remitted revenues. That's the local government half-cent sales tax program is included in this category. Miscellaneous revenue is primarily interest earnings and other miscellaneous categories like rental income. Permits, fees, and special assessments, recycling collections, assessments for solid waste are in this category, as well as impact fees and any building permits. And then, smaller areas, judgments and fines represent less than 1% of the overall budget. And that other sources represents accumulated fund balances. These are our unspent reserve levels that we're going to carry forward those balances into next year. It also includes any transfers from other funds or from other agencies, as well as the borrowing. I mentioned the utility, $126 million in utility borrowing, that is in this category as well. When we look at the overall budget related to property taxes, just kind of to separate the two, 1.455 billion overall budget. About 426 million of that is related to property taxes, and it's really related to those 4 or 5 areas at the top. So overall, about 29% of the total budget and about 59% of the millage-related funds is comprised of property taxes. All right, for new positions, this is, for this year, it's kind of a sparse table. Typically, there's a lot more departments on here, but these are the positions that have been recommended for fiscal year 2027. For fire EMS, there's 24 FTEs, and that does represent 30 firefighter positions. And let me just try to explain that real quick. If a position is budgeted to be filled, in this case in January, that's not the full fiscal year, it's 75% of the fiscal year. So for fiscal year 27, that represents 0.75 FTE. So as we roll into the next budget year, those will become full 1.0 FTE. So 24 FTEs, but it is 30 positions. Those positions are primarily related to the Silverleaf Fire Station, the planned opening of that. Additionally, we have 5.25 FTEs for utility services. Those are non-property tax related fund. 2 FTEs one for recreation within the general fund and 1 for the golf course. That is a separate special revenue fund. And then also 1 for purchasing and contracts. And just to kind of note some of the departments that are not on this slide because their positions were not recommended. Library services had over 13 FTEs requested. None of those positions, pending property tax reform, really none of those positions have been recommended. A couple areas within the general fund: Office of Public Affairs, Office of Performance and Transparency, HR, also each requested one position. None of those positions were approved, as well as Public Works. Public Works requested 1.5 FTEs, and neither of those positions have been recommended. So, looking now at our capital improvement plan, again, the total investment for new capital projects is about a little under $265 million. On the left, you see the types of projects funded. On the right, you will see how those projects are anticipated to be funded. What kind of revenue source are we using? Physical environment, that's primarily utilities. On the left, and on the right, you can see the debt proceeds related to those projects. There are some other utility revenues funding projects as well. And then the second largest would be transportation projects, $65 million there. Towards transportation projects. That's a combination of both the Transportation Trust Fund, impact fees, and any other transportation-related revenues that we may have. So, just to kind of go into detail on some of the projects, and this is not a comprehensive list of all the projects. All of the projects being recommended are available on that online under the capital improvement plan of that website. If you want any more additional information on these projects or any other projects, I do want to highlight some of the projects listed here. So the countywide field and court lights, as well as the countywide lighting HVAC conversion and security access conversion, those are multi-year projects with the goal of reducing future operating dollars or maintenance dollars. So we have some outdated infrastructure at our current facilities, and this kind of goes to Joy's mentioning of fund and take care of what we have versus adding new. So if we update the lights, one, we'll have better lighting, but two, that with the new technology, we'll have lower utility costs, and with the lighting also becomes maintenance by the vendor. So for a period of time, so we'll reduce both our utility bills as well as any maintenance costs. Moving on to some of the larger projects, dollar-wise at least, physical environment, that is primarily utilities. Those projects listed there are all utilities. And again, I just want to highlight, utilities does have $126 million of borrowing to fund some of these projects. And then a list of transfer, I'm not going to go into details on these projects, but Transportation Trust Fund, that does include pavement management and some other countywide programs that we fund on an annual basis. Finally, on the budget side, I do want to go into reserves a little bit. These are the three largest millage-related funds, or three largest kind of operating areas that rely on property taxes. And there's different categories of the reserves here. So start with the general fund. We have restricted reserves of about $12.4 million. This represents some funding. If we've received funding from development for a specific purpose, yet we haven't appropriated for that service, we set those funds aside for until we're ready to use them. It also includes any outstanding kind of accounts receivable that the general fund may have. Right now we have a loan to the solid waste fund. If you recall, we did not increase our solid waste rates with the new contractor, so the general fund kind of loaned them funding short term. So until that balance is fully repaid, we're putting that aside in reserves of whatever that remaining balance is. And then we have a 60-day reserve. This is really a GFOA, or Government Finance Officers Association recommendation. Their recommendation for operating budgets is no less than a two-month calculation of operations in a reserve. And they say no less because different kind of counties may need more or less depending on their situation. And that's really where we go into the emergency reserve. Being a coastal county, we're subject to hurricanes. We're in the middle of, not in the middle, but early parts of hurricane season now. There was a named storm this week. So we have established an emergency reserve in the general fund for fiscal year 2027. It's $30 million. That's a $5 million increase from fiscal year 2026. And as well, you can see we've established those reserves as well in the Transportation Trust Fund and Fire District. A little bit smaller in those areas, and we do look to increase those in the future. The general fund also has a grant match reserve. This is the remaining balance of the reserve related to the Summer Haven land acquisition grant. The matching funds are coming from the general fund. They're just set aside in a reserve until they're needed, until land acquisitions come forward. And then finally, there's this additional reserve. So this is anything above and beyond that we haven't appropriated to any other expense or category. So for fiscal year 2027, it was more purposeful that we've built up that additional reserves really for the general fund with the uncertainty of property tax reform. And just want to note, we have $38 million in the general fund in additional reserves. Property tax reform, Florida Association of Counties, their estimate of the recurring impacts, that $38 million is a one-time balance. Once you spend it, it's gone. A recurring impact in excess of $100 million by year 2 of property tax reform. So that $38 million kind of helps cushion us a little bit, but it's not going to last very long with property tax reform. So then now I'm going to turn into roll into the truth and millage process. This is as well statutorily prescribed, so we'll go through this. Here's the statute again. So we propose a millage rate for the upcoming year, as well as set the date, time, and place of the first public hearing. Just kind of go through the timeline there. July 1, again, the certification from the property appraiser. Statutorily required by day 35 or August 4th. The board must inform the property appraiser of its proposed millage rates and the date, time, and place of the tentative budget hearing. With that information, by August 24th, the property appraiser will mail out the trim notices with those proposed millage rates to each property owner. And then we have the two final public, or the tentative and final public hearing to adopt the millage rates and budgets in September. Going through, looking at our taxable value. So this is really a 10-year trend of our taxable value, the history. Separated between new construction in yellow there and all other. As you can see, for fiscal year 27, we are at a 6.7% overall taxable value increase. That is comprised of 3.7% in new construction and only 3% for all other. And as you can see here from the slide, you see the spike kind of post-COVID. It's really across the state of Florida with the popularity of people moving to Florida. And you can see now the downward trend, and really we kind of see that trend continuing a little bit for next year with the level of development that's going on now. So, and within the 10-year period, we're at the lowest point in that 10 years. So, 6.7% overall. If you're homesteaded, though, you're not going to see a 6.7% increase. So, Save Our Homes has currently, as it's written now, has protections for homesteaded property owners. They'll only see their assessed value is can only increase by the CPI or 3%, whichever is lower. And for fiscal year 2027, that CPI was 2.7%. So their values will only increase 2.7%. Additionally, a couple years ago, there was an amendment, constitutional amendment for the additional homestead exemption. This is that second $25,000 exemption. That second $25,000 $1,000 exemption now is increased by that same index each year. So it started as 25,000 exemption, now it's a 26,411 exemption. And just to note, more than half of our residential properties are protected by Save Our Homes. So for those properties that are not homesteaded, the property is statutorily capped at a 10% assessed value increase. While that's currently 10%, the proposal as part of Amendment 3 would reduce that from 10% to 5%. All right, looking at St. Johns County's taxing authorities. So we have 12 current taxing authorities. 10 of them have active or assessed millage rates to them. We have 3 taxing authorities that are countywide, so every property owner within the county is assessed these millage rates. That is the General Fund, Transportation Trust Fund, and the County Health Unit Trust Fund. We have 1 millage rate, the Fire District Fund millage rate. That one is countywide with the exception of the city of St. Augustine. They have their own fire services. They assess their residents for those services, so we don't provide services there, so we don't levy any tax to those citizens. And then we have 8 regional or special district millages that are really street lighting and coastal are the categories that those fall into. And we'll go into more information, more details on each of these as we go through. Here are those same 12 taxing authorities. Fiscal year 26 adopted millage rate versus the fiscal year 2027 calculated rollback rates for each of those areas. And then kind of going through, so the blue ones here are the millage rates levied for coastal projects. I'll say with the exception of Summer Haven, the other millage rates have a bond or debt service component to them. Collectively, they bring in about $700,000 in tax revenues of the $838,000 listed there. The debt service related to those projects is about $1.4 million. So they're covering right now about half of the debt on those projects, with the remaining being covered by the county through the Tourist Development Fund. We are recommending that those millage rates stay flat for fiscal year 2027. That's to keep that local participation for those projects and that debt service. We have a couple of street lighting district millage rates, St. Augustine South Street Lighting and Milano Street Lighting. These are small, very localized millage rates or levies, less than $75,000 total revenue for fiscal year 2027. And again, we're recommending flat millage rates for these just to continue to be able to pay, pay for the street lighting, the utility bills and maintenance as desired by the communities. So now we'll get into some of the bigger ones. Countywide Transportation Trust Fund. This is a countywide. It is assessed to every property owner. The recommended millage rate is to recommend a flat millage rate. It's about a little more than $53 million in property taxes for this fund. Increase of a little less than $4 million from the prior year or current year. And again, we are recommending flat millage rates here to fund our transportation infrastructure and maintenance program. And just to get into see how the Transportation Trust Fund is funded, about 47% of the overall funds go towards maintenance and investment of infrastructure. So that's your personnel and your operating, as well as your pavement management and in your countywide CIPs that are addressing the current infrastructure. Another 30% is going towards capital investment. And some of that is new infrastructure, but also is replacing current infrastructure. And just to note, we've talked about this for a couple years now. Transportation has identified projects north of $250 million that they could, that is needed within the county that we don't currently have identified funding for. The county health unit millage rate, again, recommending a flat millage rate for fiscal year 2027, a little more than $1 million in property taxes received at flat millage rates. And again, this funding goes directly to the county health department for their programs, and we recommend maintaining a flat millage rate to continue to fund those public health and safety programs. Fire district millage rate, as well, flat millage rate. In fiscal year 26, the board approved an increase to this millage rate to help fund with the expansion and program in place to help fund the operations. We are recommending as well a flat millage rate from fiscal year 2026 to operate the current and as well as the new fire stations and to recruit and retain firefighters and continue with our expansion program. Here's a breakdown of the fire district fund. About 80% of it is personnel and operating, so it's very labor intensive budget and just has a recurring cost to it. So this chart, these numbers may change. As I mentioned, we had some kind of outstanding item related to collective bargaining. As we update those budgets, these numbers are likely to change. So. And then finally, the general fund millage rate. As well, we are recommending a flat millage rate for the general fund from fiscal year 2026, a little more than $280 million in property taxes at flat millage rate. And as I mentioned, part of this is going into reserves due to the uncertainty of property tax reform and the revenue impacts that would have. So for the general fund, we are recommending a flat millage rate for those reasons. And then here's similar breakdown of the general fund. The biggest operating expense is related to the sheriff and public safety. Those one of the core services that, as prescribed in the proposed referendum, that's what we are funding. As well as general government, that's your facilities maintenance, your Office of Performance and Transparency, MIS, those types of areas. Again, we do try to recover through that indirect cost allocation, recover some of those costs from the other funds, as well as additional constitutional or the other constitutional officers and court services. With Culture and Rec, about 7% of the overall budget for the general fund. Again, on the left here, I have kind of that millage or the reserve breakdown as we've seen before. So here are all of the millage rates, kind of bring them all back. We include here the FY 2027 recommended, and again, we are recommending flat millage rates for fiscal year 2027, bringing in a little more than $426 million in property taxes for FY 27. And so as part of the special session, this bill kind of flew a little under the radar because property tax reform was really the headliner. But there are new millage voting requirements related. Senate Bill 4F amended Florida statute related to maximum millage voting requirements. It really pushes taxing authorities towards a rollback rate. So with a rollback rate, it can be approved with a majority vote. 2/3 vote can get you up to 110% of a rollback rate, and anything above 110%, you would need a unanimous vote of the board or a referendum. So this vote is not required today. This vote is only required at the final millage adoption. So these voting requirements aren't in place today, but just wanted you to be aware of the voting requirements that we are going to see as part of the budget process at the final level. And just to note that at flat millage rates, the FY 2027 millage rates would require that 2/3 vote for adoption. So what do our property taxes pay for? Where do they go? This is a breakdown. We've shown this before. This is updated for FY 2027. Of your property taxes, and this only includes the countywide millage rates plus fire, so general fund, health, transportation, and fire. It doesn't include really the small street lighting or coastal areas. 31% of your property taxes goes to the sheriff's office and their operations. 27% goes to fire rescue, emergency services, and other public safety areas. So about 58%, more than half of your property taxes are going towards public safety. Another 13% are going to roads and transportation, those infrastructure maintenance and improvements, as well as 7% towards parks, recreation, and libraries. When you get into the kind of the general government side, 7% is going to county buildings and technology. That's your facilities maintenance, your IT, your performance and transparency. 7% are funding our current facilities, our IT infrastructure, and those maintenance. Another 5% is going towards general government activities. This is your administration, OMB, county attorney, HR, any of those other support areas. And again, as I referenced, we are trying to recover some of those costs from the other funds. Another 5% goes to all the other constitutional officers, property appraiser, tax collector, clerk of court, and supervisor of elections. 2% towards economic environment. This includes economic development, housing and community services, and veteran services. And then finally, another 3% towards health and human services, social services, and public health programs, the health department there. So this is where the allocation in FY27 that we're recommending how your taxes are to be spent. And so here's a slide or table that what is the impact of a flat millage rate on property taxes. So there's a couple of columns here. There on the left is assumed, whatever your taxable value is. There's a range here, a variety. I think we're somewhere on average in between the 350 and 500 on an average taxable value within St. Johns County for residential. The second column there is what your taxes would be at rollback. The third column is what your taxes would be at flat or recommended millage rates. And then finally, the difference between the two. And you can see that really at $500,000 or less, it's less than $100,000 impact. I'm sorry, $100 impact to the property owner. Those $100 add up. Overall to the county, rolled back millage rate would be about $11.2 million reduction to the county. So while we do recognize that it is an increase beyond what you paid last year, those funds are as I mentioned, are being utilized towards the public safety, towards the roads, towards the parks and libraries. So we are recommending that flat millage rate for fiscal year 2027. And then kind of finally, the next steps in the budget process, if we adopt the millage rates today or proposed millage rates, and those millage rates are really setting the ceiling for what we can adopt. Whatever you propose today, we can always reduce those at the final level, but we cannot increase from what we vote on today. So the property appraiser will take that information and put it in the trim notice and provide it to each property owner within the county. And again, that is by that August 24th date. For us, the first public hearing, or what we'll propose as the first public hearing, is September 3rd. That is a Thursday. That's not our normal BCC meeting date. September 3rd statutorily is the first available date that the budget hearing, the tentative budget hearing, can be held. So that is a special meeting date for us. And that would allow for a final public hearing to then be on our regularly scheduled BCC of Tuesday, September 15th. So both of those hearings do allow for a component of public comment. Property owners will have their trim notices by that time. So there will be additional opportunities for public engagement and comment related to the budget process. And with that really completes my presentation. And what I have left is just the motion consideration. So I'll turn it over if there's any questions or comments.
Thank you so much. Commissioner Taylor, you're recognized.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for that presentation. Can you go back to the slide that showed all the different categories? It was just a few back. Right here. Nope.
Sure.
Yep, right here. Okay, because I know with Amendment 3, the state is dictating where we can put those property taxes. So can you go over that? Which of these buckets? Because I thought that there was.
Yeah. So.
And I also didn't see retirement in there, so I don't know where the retirement is. But can you just go over the buckets
Sure.
and then what's being removed, what's being changed?
So there are 7 core services that are in that proposed referendum.
Mm-hmm.
Public safety being the first one, and as I mentioned, over 58% of our budget is going towards public safety. Additionally, infrastructure maintenance, roads and transportations, as well as our facilities maintenance would fall into that category as well. Sorry, I'm trying to find, that's the wrong one. Trying to find those categories. Public education is one of the categories. I think some of the language in this is to be determined. Does public education include library, or is it strictly just for the schools? Some of that will be vetted out, as the bill progresses, and especially if it's adopted. Okay. And then finally, the last category there, as of right now, is somewhat interpreted to be basically any current function that the county is appropriating funds towards. They can continue to provide funding towards those operations. So if there's a category that's not specifically listed here, without additional review and legal interpretation, we can continue to fund. While we can continue to fund those components of the budget, we are going to have less money to do it. So again, we have $38 million in additional reserves for fiscal year 2027. The first year revenue impact is about 60 million reduction. So yes, we can potentially fund all of these areas, but we're not going to have as much money to do it, as much revenue to do it, so something will be reduced. There will just be a different, or we'll have other revenues to supplement. So either a reduction in level of service or a diversification of revenue to fund current operations.
Okay, and is it retirement in there as well?
So yeah, retirement is in here. It's not necessarily broken out as a separate. So retirement is part of one of the benefits related to an employee. So retirement really is across all of these areas. Anywhere there's an employee, there is a retirement component to it. So it's kind of
So is that under human? I guess I'm just wondering what category.
It's going to be under every category. Every category here has a component of retirement benefit to it.
Okay, so every category contributes to retirement.
Yes.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, Mr. Jess.
Yes, sorry, I was in the bathroom when Commissioner Whitehurst was talking about parks and libraries. So is that going to have to be, there's 7% there, is that going to have to be the new ones that are being built out? They're not going to be able to be built out, right? So even though they're not to rooftops, the money that we would have gotten from ad valorem is going to affect everything.
Yes, it will affect everything. The 7% here for parks and recreation and libraries is related to more to the operations of our current facilities, and not for the construction of. So the construction of those facilities is through a bond. That bond is being paid back through a variety of sources, really through impact fees, public building impact fees, parks and rec impact fees, and fire rescue impact fees, and law enforcement impact fees. So a variety of impact fees. Tourist development dollars are funding that debt service, as well as revenues from the local government half-cent sales tax program.
Well, I was talking to administration, and they were talking about, stopping the Nocatee Library from being built and the ball fields from being built because of this future tax on the ballot. So I don't know, that somehow is affected. So the other question I have is the services that we provide all these kids and lower baseball fees and lower, I mean, those fees are going to go up. I mean, the beach fees, I think everything will, because that's the only way to offset this kind of a hit.
So, I mean, really that kind of becomes a policy setting by the commission. If we want to continue to provide these services or these services at these levels, then if we don't have property taxes to fund them, then we have to come up with an alternative revenue source to fund them. That could be an increase in the fees in order to participate in the program. So,
all right, thank you.
Just real quick related.
Oh, and one last question.
Yeah, sure.
The housing last year was 13%. This year it's how much, the value of homes?
Oh, it's 6.7% overall, and that includes new construction. So
Okay.
3.7% new construction, 3% for all other property that was on the tax roll last year.
Thank you, sir.
So, and finally, I do want to go back to your question on the Nocatee Park and Library. It's not necessarily a matter of constructing it. We have those dollars. We have the funds to pay the debt service on it. It's, as Joy mentioned, we are reviewing all CIPs. If the CIP will have an additional operating impact that we may not be able to fund that additional operating, those are all being reviewed and considered for do we move forward with it or do we pause it, not knowing what property taxes is occurring, will occur. Until we have more clarity, some of those projects may be paused.
Okay, thank you so much. Any other questions from anyone else?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Schroeder, I saw the percentage breakdown of the sheriff and the fire department. I don't mean to throw you a curveball, but can you give me the actual numbers of the $426 million that you're projecting in this recommended budget that the Board of County Commissioners will have authority over? In terms of dollars, what is the sheriff recommended budget and what is the fire department all in from all funds? What is their recommended budget?
Yeah, let me do a little bit of digging on that. The sheriff, I believe, is 149 million. The fire EMS is a couple different pieces that make up that. So let me, maybe through public comment, I'll gather that information.
And while I'm throwing you curveballs and giving you questions that you're not prepared to answer, I would also appreciate the number for the fire department's request to go to 2472, how much extra that would be for their budget once we open up all the fire stations. So how much over and above the existing budget it would be to fund the 2472.
Okay, yeah, that one, there's been a couple of different proposals back and forth and estimates on that. It's going to be a little bit tougher to provide an exact amount there of what that increase would be, but essentially, right now we have 3 shifts. The 2472 would be adding another shift to that. So it'd be about a 33% increase in what we're funding now in order to fund that 4th shift.
Well, even a range, I would accept a range just for the purpose of considering what the future budgetary impacts will be for the county government to simply provide essential services for sheriff and fire. I would appreciate the actual numbers instead of percentages. Thank you, Mr. Schroeder.
Yep.
Okay. Any other questions from any other commissioners? Let's go to public comment.
All right, at this time, we will take public comment on agenda item number 2. Come on up.
No problem. Charlie Hunt, Mill Creek Estates. A few issues. With the Live Wild propaganda campaign that came in here, that could be put on there, and where would that come from for the taxes? That and the budget that's being shown and how much is being cut back and trying to find money, you might want to put that off to 2028. That might be a more feasible act of it, because it's just more money we're trying to find with the budget that you're trying to cut back, and bringing out more bonds is just going to add more stress onto the budget. Also, the $120 million bond that was brought out for the parks and rec. Yes, it's not a personal or taxes or anything. It's impact fees, but it doesn't specifically say how long or how many houses will have to be built to cover that $120 million. So that's locking in 30,000 houses to collect that impact fees to pay off that $120 million bond plus interest built up. So maybe I'm looking at a little bit too logical. So if you want to take out another bond and another bond, it's all great and fine, but it's just like everything else. You got to come to realize a little bit more. All right, there was no mention of how much that bond possibly could be for that Live Wild issue. But yes, it's like I said here, $120 million. How many houses have to be built to pay that off in 20 years? Can't figure that out. Can't figure it out. I'm just having a bad day of thinking too hard today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Denver Cook, protected address. Taxes, 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 which is what we're talking about here. And I pulled some numbers from your county OMB as I was sitting here listening to all this, and you're looking at a $66 million annual cut if we pass Amendment 3, which I'm supportive of doing. And where are you possibly going to make this up? Because, gosh, it sounds like the sky's falling today if you listen to what's going on here. And how in the world can we fund government? So I want to put it in perspective for a couple things for the community and for commissioners to understand if they don't know this already. In your budgets, because of Florida statute, when you talk about what you're going to collect on revenue, you're by law only allowed to look at 90% of projected revenues, not the full collection. St. Johns County has a historic 96% collection rate. So quick math, whatever you guys budget for, you're probably going to see an extra 6% property tax collection on top of that you're not accounting for. So for fiscal year 26, you were putting your budget around $403 million. You'll see about a 6%. So you're seeing an extra $24 million rolling in here before this is all said and done, and we don't know where that all goes to. But let's go to the budget workshop documents that I'm looking at right here from their own website. 2025 actual taxes that you brought in were $391 million in taxes, $391 million. You adopted $438 million for 2026. Quick math, it's almost $40 million added on there in 1 year. And now you're looking at going up to 462. What really is going to happen with tack on your extra 6%, but let's just use these as if this is all you're going to get, and we're only going to pay 90% of our taxes in the county, even though we've always paid 96%. You're still looking over 2 years at almost a $70 million per year collected revenue from the taxpayers without that 6% added on top. So you're going back to 25 revenue. This is not a sky falling. This is a slight readjustment to what we're doing in the county. I want to put it in perspective. You would be back to 2025 revenues. You don't even know what your actual spending or revenues are for 26, and you're projecting increases into 27. Let's be real about this. We should do a full rollback. A full rollback won't even go back this far, and even if we put on the tax, Amendment 3 passes and we roll back, you're back to 2025. And with the full rollback, looking at it in the general fund will still see a $10 million increase with a full rollback. Go to the full rollback rate, it's a $10 million savings in the general fund. Sorry, increase, not savings. It still increases 10 million. You have an extra $10 million with giving us a rollback. Please give us a full rollback.
Thank you. Are there any other public comment at this time on agenda item number 2?
BJ Kalady, West City of St. Augustine. Whether you answer these questions or not doesn't really matter. I want it on the record. What money to pay for the maintenance of parks, since one of the commissioners not here keeps asking about parks? who's going to pay for that? Will it be coming out of our property taxes, or will whoever paid for it to be built take care of the maintenance over the rest of the years of it, and for our parks too? And I'm going to say this too, because everybody's forgetting about it. It is a long day. It's 1:15. Votes by commissioners not present should not count when you pass this or whatever you do about it. And let me tell you something too, people. I know we try to move these things along, but I don't think you're really thinking about some of the people that are still here since 9 o'clock in the morning. And I'm going to ask you if you have to vote on it or not. Item 3, which is coming up after this item, should be heard before anybody goes to lunch. The people are still here, and as a courtesy, I would like to ask you to think about them, because the word isn't wasted. No, we've learned a lot. We've spent since, let's say 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock. It's about from 11:50 to 12:55 to 1 o'clock. So it's almost 1:15 now on just the budget. So let's be considerate of the next person, and we can all wait a little bit before we have to go eat.
All right, are there any other public comments at this time? Seeing none, we will close public comment.
Okay, back to the board. Wade, let me ask you a question. So today we're just setting the ceiling for that's the first thing, right? We've got 2 different responsibilities today.
Yes, sir. We are establishing the ceiling for which you can levy at final adoption. So from this point on, whatever you establish today, we can reduce. There still can be more deliberation on the budget, on the millage rates. We can reduce them. However, once those trim notices are mailed out, once we submit that information to the property appraiser,
can't go up.
It can't go up without them remailing a revised notice to each property owner at the county's cost. So
there's probably not a lot of chance of this board raising the millage rate more than flat. So there would be that. The second thing that we would have to do is authorize the completion and execution of the fiscal year 2026 Form DR 420s by the county administrator.
Yeah, that's more administrative on our side. So yes, you establish the rates. We use that information to complete the required tax forms.
Okay, so I guess the discussion we have to do is we have to figure out what rate we would never consider going above. And you're recommending a flat rate to be that rate that we would never raise above.
Correct.
Okay, but we also have a restriction due to state law about mandatory rollbacks. So even if we would adopt the ceiling of flat, we still have legislative handcuffs, if you will, to the rollback rate.
Yeah, there are additional voting requirements related to that. Anything above and up to 110% above the rollback requires a 2/3 vote, not just a simple majority.
Okay, so
and that vote is at the final.
Let's just say we had a 3-2 vote.
Correct. Yeah,
rollback would be the highest we could go.
Yes, if there was a vote of 3, no more than 3, then the rollback.
It's mandatory rollback, full rollback. Okay. All right, thanks. I think I understand. Does anybody have a motion want to bring things forward? I would recommend.
If I may, I do have just a couple of responses for Commissioner Whitehurst as well as some of the other comments.
Okay. We have to get the lunch, so.
Yes, all right. So related to fire rescue, and there are a couple components. There is the fire district fund as well. As within the general fund, there's fire communications, which is the 911 component, EMS, which is ambulance service and medical service, and the interoperable radio system is their communication system. All in, excluding reserves within the fire fund, fire services is about, fire EMS is $122 million, a little more than $122 million for fiscal year 2027. And then as well, he had asked about, Commissioner Whitehurst had asked about the cost related to 2472. We had, early on, we had estimated a 3-year implementation of moving to 2472 is about 176 million over that 3 years additional. And I do want to point out right now in negotiations, the 2472 is for now, for the time, has kind of been pulled off the table. So that will come up again after property tax reform, but for the moment is not part of the collective bargaining. And then additionally, there was a public comment related to a couple comments related to ad valorem. We do not budget at 90% of ad valorem. We're statutorily required to budget at least 95%. We do budget at 95%. That 5% reduction is a separate account within each fund. And yes, we collect on average about 96.5 around there percent. So there potentially could be some pickup there, but I can tell you as well, in the stages of the Great Recession, we did not see 95%. We didn't see 96. We didn't see 95% collection rate for that year. So the economy certainly has and can as well in the future have that impact. And that's really what that reduction is to offset against any volatile fluctuations in the revenue. So the other comment was related to the property taxes for fiscal year 2026 adopted, and it was referenced at 438 million. And that is not solely property taxes. That includes fuel taxes, local government, our communication services taxes as well. Our property taxes for fiscal year 2026 was adopted was right around 400 million. So just wanted to clarify that.
Cool. Okay, for the purposes of moving on, I would make a motion to, for the purposes of trim, to establish a flat rate going forward. The rate would be, what I'd say, 4.4999, or is this the total?
Yeah. So up on the screen here is the first motion. As there's 10 different active taxing authorities, there's a variety of a different millage rate for each authority.
Okay. Do I need to go through and state all of these? Okay. I would propose, for the purposes of moving on, the proposed millage rates for fiscal year 2027 be the ones that are listed, with the understanding that they will go down before the final vote. Is that close enough? Okay. Without a second, that fails.
Second.
Oh, we got a second. Okay. Sorry about that, Commissioner Joseph. Did you want to?
I'd like to hear what the other ones have to say first,
Yeah.
since they're not here.
Well, we've certainly got a second. Do you guys have any other comments? Any other comments?
No, I would support that motion. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Would you like to expand?
I'd like to always see taxes go down, so I'm a no. Are we voting? Are we not voting?
I feel the same way. This is just for the trim notices.
I thought you just asked for a vote, that's all.
Yeah, I did. We have to establish a ceiling that we will not go over for the trim notices, but this is not the rate that we would do that. We did this.
Well, you said it might pass 3-2, so.
Well.
I voted no.
No. Okay.
Sorry, I thought you were
Okay.
asking for a vote.
All right, no, but we have a motion to second. So all in favor of, for the purposes of the trim notice, maintaining a flat rate, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and all opposed say nay.
No.
Nay.
Okay, so that'll pass 3-2. Thank you. All right, do we need to do anything else?
Yeah, one more motion, if you will. It's really, there we go. just establishing the date, time, and location of the tentative or first public hearing to adopt the budget. And that's being proposed as, again, Thursday, September 3rd at 5:01 p.m. here in this building in the County Auditorium.
Okay, I would make a motion that our next hearing will be Thursday, September 3rd at 5:01 in this county auditorium as the first public hearing for the adoption of the St. Johns County Board of County Commissioners fiscal year budget.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Let's vote. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, that carries. What else can we do?
All right, that completes my presentation. Thank you.
All right, for the purposes of our wonderful people that have been very patient, I say let's do 3 before we break. So can we go to agenda item number 3?
It's quasi.
Yeah, we'll take care of quasi judicial notices while we're here. Commissioner Joseph. Oh, Commissioner Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had a handful of emails, 4+, and no meetings. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Whitehurst.
I had a call yesterday with, looking up their names, Mr. and Mrs. Stanton, who were lovely to speak with, and they are opposed to this project. They discussed the historical zoning of this parcel. They discussed the what in their view is incompatibility and some of the traffic challenges that they're facing in the community.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Joseph. Oh, sorry. Keep turning it off. There you go.
I had 8+ emails and a meeting with the same nice people, Robert and Joan Stanton, which were opposed.
Okay.
Yes, and I had 12+ emails and a meeting with Robert and Joan Stanton that are opposed.
Okay, I had 11+ emails, meeting with Robert and Joanna Stanton as well. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jonathan Napier. I represent Land Equity Partners. We're one of the main landowners on the property. Give you a little bit of background as far as us and our firm. We actually are a conservation-based firm, so we do wetland mitigation, conservation mitigation, go over towards recipient sites, that kind of thing. And that has been the crux of what our business does. We have had, because of some challenges that we've had as far as funding that endeavor, because of our backgrounds in consulting, et cetera, we then got into development. But we're actually approaching, in our viewpoint, development from a conservation standpoint, not development from a development standpoint, which is what drove the design of this project. We're trying to do something that's actually new. We feel like the Wall Street model, if you will, is broken. So we're trying to show how nature and people can actually live together and not be opposed to each other by doing this. So we're trying to merge the two. I have a long history with this property. I actually looked at the property years ago when I was looking for an office in St. Johns County. And a realtor showed me this piece because it was set aside or zoned commercial. And when I first looked at it, this is almost 5 years ago, it didn't make sense to me as a commercial piece, given the fact that there was a county park next door. I've since become aware that the county park, when it was purchased, and actually it was interesting from the presentation that was first this morning, the lady that worked on that, I don't know why they didn't advance the park further to the west and just absorb this property into it. They didn't, and that commercial use stayed there. The park's designation was multifamily. And under the original plan unit development, multifamily, a commercial use sitting next door would have made sense. The fact that the park is actually now there, a commercial zoning really doesn't make that much sense anymore. So anyway, as we've advanced through this, what we're looking to do are 9 residential lots, minimum width of 75 feet, so they're larger lots. We are not looking to put fill material, we're minimizing fill material in the area by doing stem wall construction. So the idea is that what we're envisioning is where the house kind of gets plopped in amongst Mother Nature. Our covenants and restrictions for what we're trying to do on the property as well restrict the amount of yard as far as your standard St. Augustine grass yard. And then we also are requiring that you use native material in your landscaping. So you use oak leaf hydrangea as an example instead of Pitiosporum. So these are native materials that we want to use, again, so that you're sitting in amongst nature, not against it. The other thing, by not bringing in fill material, we're actually looking to save the trees. This site has a pretty significant drop from Shores Boulevard going to the back of the property. And so when we're setting our first floor living space is sitting 1 foot above the crown of the road. To do that, we're actually building up rather large stem walls. So you'll drive down underneath your home. So the first floor of your living space will be elevated, which is why we called it the tree houses at Canopy Shores, because when you walk out, you'll be actually walking out onto a deck that overlooks the woods. So this is a unique concept that we're presenting, and it's, to us, it's the least impactful, most useful and least impactful for the property. Whereas if it was commercial, in order to make a commercial development work, you'd have to put a stem wall in the back to raise it up. You'd have to bring in a considerable amount of fill material, et cetera. And so the site would be raised, R-A-Z-E, as far as raised, where there'd be no trees left. So to us, the least impactful design actually would be the residential lots and not a commercial use. The next door to us was actually, like I said, was over 300 condo units that was supposed to have been developed. That was done away with when the park went in there. And then this is actually under an ordinance that was from, I think, 1979, because the number was 79-73. And so anyway, that is what we're trying to do. If you guys have any questions, I'd be more happy to answer them.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay. Commissioner,
Nope,
go ahead.
I don't have any
Commissioner Arnold or Whitehurst?
No, sir.
Okay. All right, let's go to public comment.
Great. So at this time, we will take public comment on agenda item number 3.
Mr. Robertson, you are recognized.
I appreciate that. Mike Robertson, Director of Growth Management. Sorry I didn't get up here earlier. Real quickly, we just want to ensure that everybody has the right information. There were 2 conditions that were supposed to be carried over. We did ask from the Planning and Zoning Agency, one of which is in there that has to do with the buffering. The other one is commitment within the text about stem wall construction. Just want to get confirmation that that will be incorporated should the board approve it. He's nodding his head, so I just want to make sure that's for the record.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay.
My name is Beth Bowen. My address is 181 Creekside Drive. I'm a native of St. Augustine. Is that better? You want my name again? Okay. Like I said, I'm a native of St. Augustine. I turned 80 this year. I've certainly seen a lot of change. I also served 3 terms on the Anastasia Mosquito Control Board, so I'm very familiar with the environmental challenges here in St. Johns County. I walk in Canopy Shores 3 to 4 times a week, and I've seen lots of wildlife: deer, raccoons, marsh rabbits, songbirds, owls, ospreys, eagles, hawks, and I've even seen a bobcat. Any development on this property will have a negative impact on Canopy Shores. The best use of this property is for St. Johns County to purchase it and add it to the existing park. This would be a small step for St. Johns County, but it would be a giant step for the residents of Canopy Shores. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon.
Hello. My name is Carly Glancy. I'm at 280 Vera Place, and I'm in the Shores. I am a weekly visitor, if not once, twice a week at Canopy Shores with my kids. I brought a few pictures because visually it's just better. We play at the playground. This is the inside of the nature trail. These are my children. We scooter, we walk, I'll jog it. It's really just part of my community. This is my son pointing to this tree here where he saw his first snake, which is pretty epic for a 3-year-old. And right over here, I can draw on this, is where the development will encroach and eventually probably just take over. This is another picture I have of my kids, and this is the part of the nature trail right here where we call the skate park. We don't let them skate on it. It's for the water retention or the water drainage. But right here is Shores Boulevard, and this is Christina Drive. So all of this green space would be eliminated. And that, I guess, would be not compatible with the nature trail and the peacefulness that you really do get when you go in there. That barrier right there, that nature's barrier, makes for the nature trail to be so peaceful that you don't even know you're like on close to a main drag. And in the same breath, almost a mile and like a little under 2 miles down the road is Sable Estates, where they've already cleared out all this land. And they are, according to, as of yesterday, there are 60 lots for sale. So it's not a housing crisis. It's not everyone looking for housing. There's places for people to live, people to build homes without impeding on our wildlife and our next generation of kids to grow in St. Johns County. Thank you.
Thank you. Come on up. Good afternoon.
Just get sorted out. Right, good afternoon. My name is Robert Stanton, 452 Graciela Circle, St. Augustine Shores. This development, can you hear me okay? This development was first brought to the Commission in 2021. At that time, the proposal was rejected, and yet here we are again. So what's changed in 5 years? Well, there's only a couple of minor changes to the plan. There's been some changes to the county commissioners, but that shouldn't make any difference. But the important thing is there's been a lot of change in the Shores community. St. Augustine Shores is an older, vibrant community of more than 3,500 homes, and it's still growing. That's a lot of residents. There are 2 major roads in the Shores, Shores Boulevard and Christina Drive. The proposed development is on the corner where these 2 roads intersect. The traffic here is already heavy, particularly during peak times, and this proposal will only add to the congestion. On the positive side, though, the Shores community, as you have seen, has become much more conscious of the changes in the area and are much more active in responding. This sign was posted recently. Interesting, but if you go to their website, that's what it says. The property is presented as commercial until you reach this part outlined in red, where it's offered as residential. The estimated value is $895,000, yet the county appraisal's map shows a value of $305,000 for those 3 lots. Now, if you read between the lines, you can see what's going on here. At the Planning and Zoning meeting, the presenter made assurances that there were no endangered species on the land. I presume that the determination was made several years ago. This is a sign on Christina Drive, and you can see Shores Boulevard there. You can make out the orange sign, and that's the corner of the Canopy Shores Park. That's owned by the county and is much loved by local residents, as you've already heard. But what impact will the development have on the park? Well, the homeowners will get million-dollar views, and the people who use the park will get the backs of houses. The presenter has admitted already that the ideal use for the land would be incorporation into Canopy Shores Park, and I agree. This proposal is in no way compatible with the Shores community. It will in fact be a detraction from the amenities available, resulting in a reduction in appeal of the area and reduction in the value of the community. I urge you to reject it and join it with Canopy Park. So please choose our community over an out-of-state developer. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
tag teaming.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
I can read. Joan Stanton, 452 Graciela Circle, concerned resident. Every existing residential lot in this part of the shores contains one detached single-family dwelling, not exceeding 2 stories, with an attached 1 or 2 car garage or carport. The setback requirements are no nearer than 25 feet from the front lot line, 8 feet from the interior side lot lines, 10 feet from the rear line, and a different one for the side lot line on a corner lot. No homes are identical to the home on either side of them, so the community has a pleasing varied look, and every home has its own driveway which slopes from the garage or carport down to the sidewalk, then down to the road. All the homes in this area were built in compliance with the requirements of our deed restrictions and architectural control manual. This is a typical street. The proposal before you today is for a row of 9 identical townhomes with no space between them, so no setback from the side lot lines. These homes wouldn't have a garage or their own driveway. The Shores Architectural Control Committee wouldn't be able to issue permits for these 9 homes to be built because these lots in our deed restrictions are in our deed restrictions as commercial, not residential. Mr. Napier, who presented this plan to the Planning and Zoning Committee, stated that the deed restrictions had been taken off these 3 commercial lots, but per Florida statutes, there would have to be communication with the HOA, and any change would have to be officially lodged with the county clerk to be legally enforceable. Neither of these appear to have occurred. I could only find 3 recorded changes to the deed restrictions in the last 26 years, none of them concerning these 3 commercial lots. If Mr. Napier was right about the removal of the deed restrictions, then the future owners of these 9 homes would not be part of the HOA, but would enjoy all the benefits, including streetlights, swell mowing, walking and cycle paths, disc golf, pier, lakes and parks, without paying HOA fees. Not the best basis for being good neighbours. This proposed change to the PUD is totally incompatible with all the other residential lots in this part of the shores. Incidentally, how can he guarantee that that kind of building will be built when he's not building them? He's selling the land. If approved by you today, an expensive legal battle would probably follow for the Shores HOA, and there'd be a flood of similar applications. I implore you, please vote against this proposal.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next, come on up. Good afternoon.
Make any difference where I am?
Not unless you want to show something on the viewer.
Richard Harmon at 15 Talavera Court. This property we're talking about, of course, borders there on is a buffer type area for an entry into the park, Canopy Park area, and there are many, many walkers that pass through there every day, and bikers that walking their dogs and that sort of thing. But when you walk on Shores Boulevard and you look over into that property, as these gentlemen pointed out, it's a valley deep down in there, and it's a wetlands. And if you go into Canopy Park and you walk over a little bridge, there's a stream that flows through there. That wetlands, that stream is fed from the wetlands in this particular property. And I believe this will have an impact on that stream. When you walk around that corner on the Christina, a gentleman had a picture of that sign of the wildlife crossing and the turtle, and you do see the gopher turtles crossing that street there, as well as the deer raccoons and all those other critters, and they have a home in that property. The deer feed and breed and bed down in there, same with all the other critters. So I think before any development takes place, there has to be destruction. And that's the removal of trees and the uprooting of the roots and destroy of all the vegetation in that area. And the thing I'm going to ask you to do, or maybe tell you to do, is just let that wet and the weeds and let the wetlands and the forestry and all the critters and all the people that like to walk along Short Boulevard, just let that be. Don't disturb it. Do no harm. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments at this time?
Hey, good afternoon. Charlie Hunt, Mill Creek Estates. One thing that I find in all the years of me coming here and watching proposals about homes getting built or subdivisions or PUDs is they showed something about where it's at, where it's located, what will be affected, where is the wetlands in the area. You don't see that on here. And it really seems like an easy way of just getting by saying, well, we'll do this and we'll do this. But looking at the packet they had out front, it still doesn't show anything decisive about how these properties would work in that area or what type of modifications they would need to do to that environment for these houses. So it seems very decisive or deceptive on saying, yeah, we're going to do this for these few houses in this one lot. And if you can picture what I'm thinking, okay, it's going to be like this, but when you walk out, you'll be all right. These people are here to build homes on that property and they can't show you what they're thinking about. So it seems very decisive or deceptive of just trying to get one pasture. Okay, granted that it's happened before, but at least they presented what it's going to be. Where's it at? Where's the wetlands? All those other aspects, instead of just showing up and saying, hey, sure, we'll do it. Just take my word for it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, good afternoon.
BJ Kalady, West City of St. Augustine, denied this request for major modification to 1974 PUD. Now let's just think about this for a minute. First of all, thanks for waiting on your lunch. All right, you can eat more now. In closing, the love of money is the root of all evil. It's something we have to consider sometimes, I think. But really, I do want to say thank you that you put off your lunch. Now we're going to go to number 4.
Great, thank you. Are there any other public comment at this time? Okay, seeing none, we will close public comment.
Okay. Any rebuttal?
Well, it's not really a rebuttal. I'm not sure why the planning department didn't put our graphics up here, because we actually do have a graphics package.
I see it.
I'm sorry, you did see that?
I see it on my part. So.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure why they're not up. They were presented at the PCA hearing. There we go. Oh, well, it's a technical problem. That's my problem. Sorry, I'm not very technical as far as that kind of stuff goes. So this actually shows the 9 lots, and you can see the buffers. And these are not townhomes, to be specific. These are single-family detached homes on 75-foot wide lots. And again, what we're trying to do, and I know this is again, odd concept, but we're actually trying to incorporate things into nature, one. Two, everybody's forgetting this site is currently zoned as commercial. So we could actually develop this as commercial tomorrow, which means we could actually level this entire thing tomorrow as commercial. We're actually not wanting to do that, is the whole concept. We're actually trying to incorporate, again, natural design into this. In our covenants and restrictions, someone asked, well, if you sell the property, how are you going to, we have covenants and restrictions are going to be tied to this to make sure that what is actually intended is what actually occurs. And while I am, quote unquote, now out of state, and yes, I live in South Georgia, I am from St. Augustine. I've raised my family in St. Augustine. My oldest son still lives in St. Augustine. My children graduated from St. Augustine High School. So the long and the short of it is I want to do something that's right instead of doing a commercial piece here. And again, these are single family homes, not townhomes, et cetera. The other thing is that because it's 3 different parcels, we went ahead and did 3 driveways. So that way, from a ingress, egress, as far as leaving and coming, it's actually safe instead of having 9 separate driveways. There are no protected species on the property. We've walked it. We've had it assessed. The wetlands are on the back of the property. Again, they've been assessed. We've gone through the review with staff. Staff is aware of all this. We've had archaeological digs on the site to make sure there's no archaeological issues. We've had geotechnical done to make sure that what we're designing actually can happen. And again, we also looked at the architectural review requirements for shores to make sure that stem walls are allowed under architectural review. So we've done a lot of homework on this, and we've had a lot of time to do that.
Sir, those pictures that are on there, that's
Yes.
not stem wall construction.
It is.
Okay. Because it looks like you have to fill right there.
Understood. The other problem with these renderings is these are computer generated.
Oh, okay.
So the issue that we're having is it doesn't actually show the topography. It doesn't show the trees.
Okay.
So this is just a rendering of how these lay out. This is not a rendering of what I'm actually envisioning doing. And I have the covenants and restrictions that state no trees are going to be removed, is to identify that this is going to be a community where you're trying to live with nature.
Okay.
I mean, again, I'm trying to actually change the entire complexion.
Yeah, that was going to be my question. That you're actually going to plot them down in the middle of all those trees.
If you think of a development in North Georgia, right in the mountains, the house gets plopped into a lot. It's incorporated into nature, not against it. That's what we're trying to do. And this is a new concept, but I would like to actually think that if we can get this one through, we can actually do other ones in the county, because this is something that we are passionate about doing, and we're doing this across the country. This isn't just St. Johns County.
But it's up for sale though, so.
It is. Yes, ma'am. We have. So again, the lots, we're not going to build the homes. So we're looking for someone to build the homes on the lots that we're producing. But again, the covenants and restrictions are going to dictate what they do. We, as an example, we had a contract with Dreamfinder Homes to build these lots, and we could not come to terms with them at the end because they could not build what we wanted them to build. So the nationals, this won't probably be a national home builder because they don't have a product that can actually abide by these rules.
Yeah, sure.
Yes. Okay, so I just want to confirm. So you are the property owner?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how long has the property been for sale?
3 months, maybe 2 or 3 months.
2 or 3 months. Okay, and then where did that sales price come from? The $895.
We've been approached by several different groups. One group came to us and offered us $1.1 million as a commercial piece. Dreamfinders offered us $950 for single family lots. So we've had offers from different entities. So, and then we also did try to sell this to Lamp, which is an important point too.
Yeah.
We tried to sell this to Lamp. Lamp could not get anywhere near, and we even reduced our price down well below what we would consider to be market. And we gave them a 25% price reduction, and they couldn't actually come to terms with us. So we tried to get creative with it, where it was a partial sale with a partial donation, whatever. We just couldn't come to terms with them.
Right, and I'm actually the liaison to the Lamp Board.
Okay.
And I know it was a huge disappointment because this was a big priority project. And it was just so much above appraisal. That's why I'm like, where is this dollar amount coming from when it's that much above an appraisal?
Because like I said, we actually have paperwork on our desk for people who've offered us well above that. But as an example, just using $1 million as a number that we were offered, we were saying, hey, 700, we'll give it a 30% reduction. And then they couldn't do that. So, well, let's split it where we could do part of it as a donation and part of it as a sale. They couldn't do that. So we tried to get creative in order to get this to where it needed to be. But at the end of the day, we have a fiduciary responsibility to our group. And so we've got to do something, but this is the least amount of impactful opportunity that we could find.
Okay, and then I guess my other question is, from hearing from so many of the residents in the community, if you want to switch to residential and it is in a residential community, why can you not abide by what everyone else is having to? As far as all the deed restrictions and we saw a picture of what this looks like and then what the other homes look like. I mean, clearly it doesn't really go into the neighborhood.
No, so as an example, because the foundation, because the first floor of your living space has to be 1 foot above the crown of the road, we have to build above 1 foot above the crown of that road. And Shores Boulevard sits probably 6 feet to 7 feet above the back of the lots. So in order to meet those engineering requirements or the county requirements themselves, we have to build up. So that's one of the reasons we're doing it. So the garages are going to be underneath. They're going to look like low country homes, kind of like a South Carolina low country house.
So I guess it's hard to tell in that picture. So you're telling me that if we were to look at that picture, really the driveway is going down?
You're going down.
Okay.
This, again,
because it's not very clear. Look at that. I mean, that looks.
AI can only do so much. Right. AI can only do so much. The whole idea is you're going to be going downhill and parking underneath your home.
Okay.
And then your living space will be above it.
Okay. Okay. Great. Okay. Thank you.
And we will be abiding by the height restrictions and that kind of thing. So in other words,
are you going to abide by the HOA restrictions that we hear
about?
Yeah,
well, we have to. But but the other thing is that we're not going to be building above the county's 36 feet, of height, et cetera.
Okay, so you'll be abiding by the HOA.
Yeah, I mean we're
restrictions.
And again, we're modifying the PUD. So I'm not understanding how we wouldn't be part of. I mean, we're going to residential where we'd be not part of the HOA.
So you will be a part of the
HOA. We weren't intending to not be part of the HOA.
Okay.
Mr. Joseph.
I don't get to talk to Ann because it's sunshine, right? That we understand.
We can talk now.
Yeah. How much was it? How much did LAMP offer them, or what was the amount?
It was $345 is what they offered.
And you wanted $700?
Well, just to give you an idea, we paid $365 for the property 2 years ago.
Would you take $700?
If we could get it.
Can I ask Keely a question? So Keely, can we, from the board's perspective, can we make a deal with them directly or not?
So under Chapter 125, we have to go through the appraisal process, and so we would have to go back to I'm not sure what the appraisals are and how many appraisals we've had, and so.
I think one of them, is he, I knew he was here, because I mentioned I may call him up here.
Right, so if it's over 500,000, we would need 2 appraisals.
Where are we at? Well, if there's 3 lots, each one is, Michael, sorry to bother you.
Mike, just come to you.
It's on now.
It's on.
Management. My recollection is the appraisal was 375. Does that sound right?
I think it was
for all 3 of them.
375. Excuse me.
For all 3 lots.
For the property in total, correct. And I think we had 2 appraisals. We had 1 appraisal at the time, so we would need a second appraisal. And then if there's a freshness question, yes, sir.
Mike Robertson, Director. 375,000. There was 1 appraisal. There were 2 parcels. 1 parcel, 250,000, and the other parcel was 115,000 to total the 375,000. So 1 appraisal has been accomplished.
So the board can't overrule and just no when we have LAMP money. No, right? Okay.
Yeah. So so we go through an appraisal process and we pay the appraised value. There are certain circumstances where you can pay above appraised value, but you have to find the public interest because you can't gift public funds.
Well, the public interest is the trail that we saw pictures
But
of.
again,
of
you'd
the
have to
kids.
make those findings, and so we don't even know. So right now, we don't have a fresh appraisal. So, I mean, we can get direction to go back and do more appraisals if you would like. I think there was only been one done, and so if it's over 500,000, we would do two, as we're directed by statute and your real property ordinance.
Well, I also want to ask the amount of water on there, and your car is going to go down and park under the house. Where's all that water going to go?
There's no water on the property. The wetland.
Oh, it's wet. I saw it.
The
Yeah.
wetland occurs on the back half of the property.
Well,
on the back,
still.
so I mean, actually off-site, excuse me. The creek flows is off-site. It is not on the actual property. So the
Property is pretty wet. I mean,
it actually isn't. There's no wetland on the property.
okay. Thanks.
Because no, if you look at a
I was
property
out
appraiser's
there
map,
just a couple days ago.
yeah, if you look at a property appraiser's map, there is an oddly shaped piece behind us that is not part of us, and that piece is extremely wet. But that is not our property. I think the Shores Homeowner Association actually owns that piece.
Well, I feel the same way you do about it. I would love for this to be part of the park. Our challenge, of course, is that we can only do a certain amount over appraised value, right? Would you be willing to allow us to go back and look at this again?
It's all timing for us right now is the problem. Because I mean, we've had this thing for 5 years. Been dealing with it since 2000.
I realize.
We only had it 3 months.
I realized that.
No, I said it's been for sale for 3 months.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
I realized that there's some people in the audience might be a little frustrated about money, but this is America. It's their property. They can do what we want. I'm a big believer in property rights. So if he's offered $1 million and he's trying to offer it to us for $700,000, that's not a bad. That's not evil in my book. So
and the long and the short of it is, like I said, it is commercial use. So I mean, we could
it's zone commercial, right?
Yes, sir. So we could develop it as commercial.
You can come in and put a strip store there.
Yes, I just don't think that's the best. I don't think that actually would be the best thing for it.
Well, I would be willing to make a motion to approve, but with the caveat that you allow us the opportunity to try to work with you to try to find a way to buy it instead of
we would
parceling
be amenable to that, just because with the if we can figure out what direction we have, then we can move from there. So I'm just saying, if we can figure out what direction from today we have, then we can move from there.
So through the chair to the commissioner.
Yeah.
So
if we're getting off the beaten path here,
this is a rezoning, and so you have your rezoning criteria with regard to compatibility and all that. You can, if you choose to approve it, we'll remind you that you can add the condition that they include in their MDP text that it's stem wall construction. We can certainly add that condition and require that. I think that addresses Commissioner Joseph's concern, and as Mr. Roberson said, the sale of this property under the LAMP program, that is a separate matter. That's not before you today. And so I caution you with regard to any motions you make as a caveat to that, should not be made in conjunction with the rezoning.
Okay.
Can I ask you why? I'm not trying to be rude.
Right. So one, it's not on agenda, and
because
two,
it's really a win-win for the people.
Correct. I understand that, Commissioner, but it's not part of the criteria under the statute or your rules. And so you do not want to appear or have any type of quid pro quo with regard to an approval of rezoning, that somehow that is going to be approved with a caveat of perhaps a sale down the road. And so I'm just cautioning you with regard to those matters.
Thank you so much. So let me. God, this is a tough one because I would really love to see this.
I had a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you remind me again when it sounds like we only had one appraisal, and when was that done? Do you remember, Keely?
It's in March.
March of this year? So, okay, so it's a recent appraisal, okay. And it was off by quite a bit from what you're wanting to sell it for. So, okay, I doubt in a few months.
Well, and what we, again, just to caveat that, is what we'd be willing to sell it to the county for. Because what we have on our desk is roughly $1 million with two offers of $1 million. So what we're saying is we're basically saying, look, we're just splitting it kind of down the middle and saying, we'll sell it to the county for half of that. Meaning the 700, splitting the difference.
Half the profits.
Yes, half the profits, thank you.
Yeah, but you're actually going a little lower than that, 700.
That's correct, that's correct.
Okay. Okay. Well, here's my challenge, and I'll speak directly to you folks. I've been in this situation before as a commissioner where we're faced between two choices: allowing this to stay commercial and possibly be a whole lot worse than it could be with 9 houses plopped in there. It's, I realize that this is not something that we want, but unfortunately, in situations like this, we're bound by the law. I'm bound by property rights. I think it's important that we understand it. My choice would be win the lottery and just buy it and leave it in the park. That's what I'd love to be able to do. But unfortunately, we don't have the ability to do that. And this is a guy who owns property that has rights, and we need to be careful. The slippery slope of telling people that they can't do things that are allowed by law. So I would caution that. Would you like to make a comment?
Yes.
I would allow that if you'd like to. Come in.
Is the microphone?
Yeah, it's on.
The gentleman has said that they are going to be part of the HOA.
Can you please speak into the mic?
Well, I thought I was.
I'll just step up to it. Yeah, just pull the whole thing to it. You're good.
So the gentleman said that he'll be part of the HOA. If I remember correctly, the HOA does not allow 3-story properties. Also, he talked about the driveways sloping down to the garages. That's another thing, is that the driveways are supposed to slope away from the garages, flat at the walkway, which doesn't show there, and then slope down to the road. So I would find it very difficult for the HOA's Architectural Control Committee to actually approve anything like that. So how could they be part of the HOA if they can't be approved? And additionally, if somebody really wanted to buy a piece of commercial property, the other side of Christina, there's another piece for sale. There's another piece further down the road for sale. It doesn't have to be this piece that backs onto the Canopy Shores Park. Thank you.
Commissioner Joseph, you have a...
No, I mean, right now it's between making it residential or keeping it commercial. And if he hasn't been able to sell it for commercial, I mean, and all the residential is going to, it just doesn't look compatible to the location. So, I mean, I'm not in favor of this, but I don't have a problem with private property rights of it being commercial.
I had a question.
Yes, ma'am.
For that size lot, when we look at what the other homes in the neighborhood look like, or ranch style, how many homes should fit on that? Because you're building up. I mean, nine homes in that size property seems like a lot. Like, how many should fit there?
Well, as an example, if we went down and looked at what KB Homes did, if I'm not mistaken, I think their lots are either 60 feet, maybe 70 feet wide. So we're actually putting in lots that are wider than what they're doing in the neighborhood. So a 75-foot lot is actually a wider lot than what KB Homes put in, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm just talking about like when they showed pictures of what was right across the street from there. What size lots are those?
I don't know that.
Okay, because it just looked very different than the nearby homes. That's all. But that's okay.
Well, there's an easy way. Let me do this. Let me make the motion and we'll see what happens. How's that? Motion to enact ordinance 2026-24, approving major mod 2023-11 Canopy Shores based upon 6 findings of fact as provided in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
And just to remind you, there was a discussion about a condition that the applicant would update the MDP text to include stem wall construction.
Okay, I would like to add that into the motion.
Second.
based upon 6 findings of fact, with the caveat that there will be stem wall construction. Now, so we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and all opposed say no.
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 Okay, so that passed 3-2. So congratulations. But I would also like to ask that outside of this, we're done here. I would love to be able to continue to work with you to see if we could come to some kind of. Yeah, we'll see. Thank you. Thank you. All right. We're going to take a break till, we're going to take a short break. 20 minutes till, it's 23 minutes. We'll be back.
What time?
Stand adjourned.
2:40 or 2:45? 2:45.
2:45.
We having fun yet?
All right, Commissioners Whitehurst and Arnold, can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, great. We'll go ahead and gavel back in.
I can hear you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good. I'm going to go ahead and gavel back in. And we're going to agenda item number 4. That's very fun.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jacob Smith with Growth Management Department, presenting agenda item number 4.
Morning, sir.
This is a land development code amendment at the request of this commission to update our land development codes to add food trucks and provide standards. Briefly, the amendment is specifically adding the use of food trucks and food truck parks as defined terms and allowable uses within highway commercial, high-intensity commercial, and rural commercial zoning categories. It also adds food trucks as a listed temporary use in certain zoning districts in Article 2. It provides design standards, conditions, and limitations for food truck parks. And again, it provides for the definitions for both food trucks and food truck parks. I just real briefly wanted to go over some of the standards that are associated with food truck parks. The first one that has been proposed is the hours of operation, which is 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. And just for everybody's knowledge, I took these times as an average of the 2 food truck parks that we have operating nearby. We have Marina Munch, which operates from 7 a.m. to 8 p.m., and Village Garden Food Trucks, which operates from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. So I split the difference there for 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. for hours of operation to address compatibility with surrounding properties. I also wanted to point out that number 6 on this list, we've allowed for unpaved parking as part of a food truck design standards. And so unpaved parking is already a standard in the Land Development Code, but we've specifically allowed for food truck parks to incorporate unpaved parking in lieu of paved surfaces. Number 8 on this list is separation requirements from residential properties. And based on some of the comments that I've received back, I think potentially reword this that individual food trucks shall not be placed closer than 100 feet from any residential structure. That simplifies it. And again, the intent is to protect residential character and compatibility. And lastly, the last thing on this list is that food truck parks are required to meet all applicable standards for water, wastewater connection, and grease interceptors. And I want to clarify that that is specifically just for the food truck parks, not for individual food trucks. That being said, I am bringing this to the commission for any input or feedback that you may have. We do have upcoming PZA scheduled hearing date for August 6th and the second board hearing for adoption on September 15th. Before I leave, I will ask that if the board consents, I would ask that you waive the 5 p.m. Meeting requirement for the September 15th hearing. And with that said, I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board? I'll just start off. Go ahead, Commissioner Whitehurst, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Smith, I want to thank you and all the folks at Growth Management for going about doing your duty in a professional manner. I truly appreciate the time, effort, and energy that went into amending the LDC in this way to accommodate food truck parks. As communities change and commerce changes, food trucks have become, I think, a welcome part of a lot of communities. So thank you and your staff for what you've done to update the code or make these suggestions. I do have a question about how we arrived at 8 p.m. as the cutoff for food truck parks. I know a lot of people get to dinner sometimes around 7 o'clock or 7:30, so they may not be ready to shut it down at 8 p.m. in some cases. So how do we arrive at 8 p.m.?
Yes, sir. So as I mentioned at the very beginning, the two local food truck parks who operate nearby in St. Johns County, one is actually in the city of St. Augustine, which is Marina Munch, and the other is Village Garden. Both of their closing times are 8 p.m. Only Village Garden Inn is the only one adjacent to residential. I was simply trying to be reflective of what currently operated and be mindful of nearby adjacent residential uses, because again, this is an outdoor food truck park, and so oftentimes is more intense or potentially more noisy than you might find at an indoor restaurant.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you. I just have a curtain. Anyone else? A couple things. I noticed that you state, you may have to go back. There you go. There was one in here I read where you said certain zoning districts. Where did I find that?
Yes, sir. So that is, I don't have the specifics up here. If you give me 1 second, I will.
It was either this page or the
pull
next
it up.
one.
It is. Oh, that was the summary document. I'm sorry. I'm going to
right here.
I'm going to put it up on the screen here.
Add individual food trucks as temporary use in certain zoning districts. So, do we name those zoning districts? Give it a second. There you go.
Yes, sir. So this is Article 20205 for temporary uses. This is an existing, and I apologize, it's a little hard to read here. This is an existing set of temporary use allowances in the Land Development Code. Literally, I've just inserted the word food trucks to clarify that they are also allowed, and we updated very slightly the zoning districts they're allowed in, but they are allowed in commercial intensive, commercial highway tourist, commercial warehouse, and commercial rural zoning designations.
What's the CHI that was redlined out? What was
The CHI is a duplicitous non-zoning district. It effectively stands for commercial high intensity, which is the same zoning district as commercial intensive.
Okay.
As a
All right.
Scribner's error, if you will.
Good. I just want to make sure that we're not limiting.
Not taking it away, no, sir.
Okay. Good deal. Is there anything from anyone else? Then let's go to public comment.
At this time, we will take public comment on agenda item number 4.
Good afternoon. My name is Justin Tehil-Romani. I'm one of the owners of the Outpost at 2505 Old Moultrie Road, which I would consider a food truck park within St. Johns County, at least as it exists today. First off, I want to echo that, I think this is long overdue. I mean, really codifying, food trucks and food truck parks into the Land Development Code, I think is a move certainly in the right direction. We all saw what, ambiguity results in. It was just kind of chaos, so this really, is a great opportunity for us to come together and really agree on what a good process moving forward is. I would say, it's a good start. There's definitely some things that probably need to be massaged a little bit and worked through. Obviously, the 8 a.m. to 8 p.m., that cuts out breakfast and dinner. Right now we have a breakfast option. He starts serving at 7:30. He gets there about 7. So 8 to 8 just is not tenable and just doesn't work. Currently, we are open till 9 or 10, depending on the day of the week. That seems to work out pretty well. But I would say that regulations on times are not something that St. Johns County imposes on other businesses. So we should not be any different than that just because we're a food truck park. My take would be that any food truck park that is in existence and operational before these rules come into effect are grandfathered. So I'm not here advocating for the Outpost. I'm advocating for food trucks and future food truck parks because I think that they're good for the community. I think that a lot of people enjoy them. And St. Johns County is big, and there's enough space to have more than one food truck park. 100-foot setbacks is huge, especially with food truck parks that have utilities. Like, we're not running generators, so I guess 100 feet, that just seems very excessive from all property corners, especially when you're considering these are only commercial districts that these are allowed in anyway. So the idea that you're trying to separate from residential just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me personally. I would recommend taking that down to 50 feet from an actual structure. Water and wastewater, I think that was already addressed. There's some confusion on the wording as to whether or not that's actually tied into the trucks or a resource to the park. I think that makes a lot of sense. Clarifying the 80,000 pound weight requirement for non-asphalt. I mean, non-asphalt is phenomenal for the county, period, not just for food truck parks. We don't need to pave over everything. There are so many other engineered options that provide greater permeability that, promote water. It's still considered an impermeable surface, but stone and shell still allows more water to percolate than asphalt does. It also promotes more of a park-like setting. And I think that's phenomenal. I'll definitely, commend the county for bringing that in as an option or as a standard, really. The single food truck as a temporary use is very, I think, kind of a dangerous area for the county to go to because food trucks are regulated by the state. They're licensed by the state. So saying that a food truck can only operate a certain number of days, I don't have a dog in the fight. I don't own a food truck, but I think you might hear from some food truck operators that think that that is not only challenging for them, but challenging for you guys to control. I ran out of time, but I think
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Okay. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Vianney Sarmiento. I'm here on behalf of my client, Sherry. Sorry, actually, this is mine. Sherry Field. And I appreciate the opportunity to talk here on this behalf. I'm here to talk about the property located at 609 West King Street in West St. Augustine Overlay District. This new draft left out the commercial general zoning, which is where we are in right now. And we are willing to do some food trucks, courtyards, so we can benefit that area. And we want to have some movement, which is in line with the West Augustine District. We understand that the current and revised land development code, permanent mobile vending is classified as a more intensive commercial use, but what we're asking is in a small scope. We just want to add like 2 to 3 or 4 food trucks in our lot. Which it shouldn't be considered as intensive as other uses. We are respectfully asking to amend the code, neither the West Augustine overlay that can be added as a special use, or if it's possible to do a commercial general added to that part of the uses or the districts added to the food truck language. I really appreciate your insight on this. We really want to do this project and to move forward with it, but we have been trying really hard to get an input on someone to change the code, and I feel this is the right moment to do it now that you guys are getting into this food truck language for the code and the standards. We are willing to help and to be open to any regulations and to put everything that needs to be done to do it right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Can I ask a question before she, are you coming up? Come up. I'm going to, yes. Yeah, I just want to ask a question. General commercial, is this excluded?
Yes, sir. Again, Jacob Smith for the record. So food trucks are classified as outdoor sales, and so that is a higher intensity zoning district requirement, typically commercial highway tourist or commercial intensive, and so it is not on a permanent basis for a food truck park. Commercial general does not allow for it.
Okay. I guess that answers the question. Can we get with staff to help you with your your zoning? Might want to change the zoning, so we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Yep. Thank you.
If I may, sir.
Yeah.
The West Augustine Overlay District has a very specific set of zoning regulations that were, generally speaking, crafted by the West Augustine CRA, at least dramatically with their input.
Yeah.
I have met with them previously, specifically on this topic, and I did not get any warm fuzzies about adding food truck parks to their overlay regulations. Okay. So it is something, but I would need to hear it from them. We've been trying to be very cognizant about what they're looking for in their community, in their neighborhood, and I did not hear food truck parks was that.
I respect that. Thank you so much. Go ahead, ma'am. You have the floor.
Hello.
Hi.
It'll come on.
Okay. Carly Glancy, 280 Vera Place. I didn't know I'd get a twofer for today. But I own a food truck at the Outpost, and I am the breakfast person there. So I do start early. Just with this, I kind of want to echo what Justin was saying. Some of it is state regulated, which causes a lot of confusion for us owners. I just think that this needs to be looked at a lot more, and I kind of work out the kinks of it before it is passed and amended into, I guess, law.
Okay. Well, this is the first reading. I would also say that, I don't think 7 to 9 would be out of bounds.
Yeah.
I think that would be a good compromise.
Also, I was reading something about the minimum of 3 seats or something like that. The food truck shall require a minimum of 3 seats per food truck. I don't know. It just seems like it needs to be looked over a lot more than just what's presented here. Thank you.
I don't know. You could get one picnic table to service
Yeah, like designate, I don't know.
3 food trucks. So, yeah, cool.
Thank you.
Commissioner Joseph, you have the floor.
Thank you.
No, you're not done yet.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Hello. Hi. My name is Steve Curtis. I'm the owner of Tennis Steve Treats. As you can probably tell by my accent, I'm originally from East Tennessee. Trying to make St. Augustine my home now. Went through a bitter divorce. That's a whole nother subject. I had 5 stores and 3 food trucks in East Tennessee. I know the food truck industry very well. Justin, what he's trying to do is really bring community together, and it's an amazing thing that he's trying to accomplish. There's a couple of, we really need a town hall meeting is what y'all really need. But to work till 8 o'clock, that's unrealistic for a food truck. Some of the language that I see is putting a cap on a food truck can only be there for 3 days. Well, if it's a food truck park and you want food trucks to be there all the time and you want to build a business, you're going to have to be there more than 3 days. That's going to hurt the food trucks, but it's also going to hurt Justin, the landowner. There's a lot of the language that needs to be changed around, but I just wanted to give my opinion and hope that y'all look at this really closely, okay? Food trucks, I had 5 stores, 3 food trucks. My food trucks have been more inspected than any restaurant. I feel like my food trucks have been shook up, poured out, inspected, shook up, poured out, or restaurants, they were easy peasy. So, but do look at this. You really need this in your community. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. I just had a question. If it's a food truck park, there's not a 30-day limit, is there?
That is correct, sir. We are talking about 2 different things. We are adjusting 2 separate sets of codes. We have temporary uses for individual food trucks on one hand. We're literally making the clarification that food trucks are part of that. And then we're having a set of standards for food truck parks, which are permanent businesses, and food trucks may operate there for any amount of time.
I just want to make sure that there wasn't any confusion about that. You don't, just on the individuals.
I think the confusion was about the 3 days. So I don't have it in front of me now, but there was language in there that talks about a food truck, an individual food truck as a I don't know if there's a special use or. Is there a way to bring it up?
You have the floor if you want to jump in here.
Had too much time up here.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this part is the problem. It says outdoor displays, sales, and vendors, including for food trucks, not to exceed 1 time in 1 month and not to exceed 3 days per each event. Like, this is honestly, and I'm not a lawyer, so this is my opinion. My opinion is that this is stomping all over the state preemption for food trucks. That's what my opinion is on that, because, that's. I mean, how would you even police that? Like, is there somebody even going around all over St. Johns County to make sure that?
Yeah, we got the food truck police.
Yeah. Well, if I didn't know that wasn't true, I might believe it.
Yeah. Well, those are some of the things that'll be worked out.
Yeah, I mean, I think a town hall is what we need. Like, this is great. This is moving in the right direction, but where was the discussion with the food truck owners? Like, we have food. I don't know if any other food trucks were.
Yeah, we don't want to talk to food truck owners.
Yeah, I think we should. I think we should.
That's my favorite food truck owner, by the way. Yeah, we can tweak. We can do some tweaks, or do we need to do something today to make sure?
Mr. Chair, just for the record, so these temporary use standards both allow food trucks in non-residential districts, which is the top half of that page, and then the bottom half of that page. What it allows for is food trucks to operate in unimproved property with a temporary use permit in lieu of having to develop the site. So again, we want to have one thing that we're saying: food trucks essentially with a temporary use can be almost anywhere. That's this page that's up. And then on the other side, we have food truck parks for if you want to make a permanent business as a food truck park, we have a series of criteria for those development standards. This is not a change in operation or policy. It is simply adding the word food trucks to existing temporary uses. We already permitted food trucks in that vein as it is.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Anything else?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. You have the floor.
Jacob, so my concern is, I mean, these guys like to stay up late, but the 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock, that's not near a residential community, right? If they changed it to 7 to 9, if it's right on top of a residential community, you've got families with kids are going to sleep and that kind of thing. Do you delineate between that and not?
That's right.
Sorry, I have all these different.
No. So that's a consideration. And again, I did look at the food truck parks that we have in here, and of course, in other jurisdictions too. Again, I used the average of what the other two operating food truck parks in the general vicinity are. They both had closing times at 8 p.m. It is to sort of acknowledge that if you are adjacent to residential properties, that the outdoor sales is a higher intensity use. It's typically more lighting, more noise. And so there is some sort of cutoff. I'm not particularly married to 8 p.m. per se, but I did have to establish a baseline, and whether or not it shifts forward or backwards is ultimately up for the board to decide what they would deem compatible.
Since it's a first reading, does it have to be right today, or you can make changes and then have another first reading? Or?
We can make small adjustments to this code at the direction of the board or the PZA.
Can you specifically, if you go to 9, it can't be near a residential community, but it has to stay at 8 if you aren't? I mean, because I think some of them are just on undeveloped land, so.
Yes, and I just want to point out, so the outpost property is adjacent to a residence.
Oh, okay.
I did, when working through this code proposal, I tried to make sure that their current site development, we have a site plan for them. We're not crossing anything like that, but there is a single family home. It's just one behind this subject property.
Great. Can I say something?
Okay. Yes, you certainly can.
Thank you. I agree, and I appreciate regarding hearing about the breakfast truck. I think 8 it's not early enough, so I like the 7 and 9 p.m. I guess as someone that has had kids in sports for so long, there's a lot of times we don't eat till after 8 o'clock. So I think 8 o'clock is a little bit early, especially for a food truck park. So I agree with Commissioner Murphy going till 9. I think that's very reasonable.
I
would love for my family to eat before 8, but that doesn't happen a lot.
Boy, isn't that the truth?
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, is it possible? Can I let's just be real. Nowhere else in the county is being regulated in the land development code by operational hours. The outpost has
Well, that's not entirely true. That's not true.
Well, we're not talking about strip clubs and bars either. Okay, we're talking about community
restaurants too.
Community-based events. Why would we be?
Everything is regulated by.
Why would we be treated any different? And I think the best case for this, is that the outpost has been operational for a year now.
I'm not talking about you guys.
No, I know, but
Yeah.
it's
but I'm saying if you bought your house, let's say Ann lives near Palencia, and that whole space back there, people bought their homes thinking it was going to be developed, and all of a sudden there's food trucks that go to 9, and I know she goes to bed late, but I mean, we go to bed at 8:30 to 9.
The St. Johns County noise ordinance goes till 10.
Excuse me, sir.
Yeah.
I'm just saying in some instances, I think we should have the opportunity to leave it at 8, and then you get your extra whatever if you can show that you're not going to, I don't know. I'm just asking Jacob. I'm not asking you since you don't work for the county. I'm just asking.
But you should be asking me because I'm a citizen and I happen to own one of the
I'm very, very comfortable
food truck parks in St. Johns County.
Okay. let me get my meeting back. I apologize for that. I'm comfortable with 7 to 9 as a basis points. If there's some kind of issue that you can bring forward to show that 9 o'clock is burdensome or restrictive, then we'll certainly take a look at it.
Well, I think 10 o'clock you're thinking Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Maybe Monday through Friday. You take it at 9, and on Saturday and I'm sorry, Friday and Saturday should be.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have the same hours every day anyway. It doesn't really make a lot of sense.
Okay, we can certainly take a look at that. Thank you so much.
But I would really encourage a town hall before we codify anything.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, you good? We don't have to. We're good, right?
The only thing I would ask, sir, is, again, this meeting has a second follow-up hearing, and I would ask you to waive.
Let me ask for consensus to waive the 5 p.m. reading. Can I get consensus for that?
Yes. Absolutely.
Okay, good. Good, so you have it then. What else? Agenda item number 5, let's roll. Should I say good evening yet? Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon, good evening.
Yeah.
And I'm nervous.
You don't need to be nervous. We're just regular folks. Yeah, fine.
I don't have a PowerPoint presentation.
quasi.
I'm just going to read to you my statement.
Well, hang on just a second. We've got some.
Oh, okay.
It's my fault. We've got some homework to do first.
Okay.
It's a quasi-judicial, so I would ask Commissioner Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had one email about this and no meetings.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Whitehurst.
I have none.
Okay, Commissioner Joseph.
No meetings and no emails.
Okay, Commissioner Taylor.
Yes, I had 2+ emails and no meetings.
Okay, I had no emails from residents or staff and no meetings. So now you can go. Sorry.
Okay. As I was saying, I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. That is the only slide as far as this PowerPoint. The rest of it will be me reading to you, because if I
That's
go
fine.
off, we'll be here all day.
I'm the same way. Go ahead.
Okay, and then a few pictures. So, hi, my name is Sherry Brigman, 5325 Porter Road Extension, and I thank you for seeing and hearing me today. I am here asking for a non-zoning variance to allow an additional unit on an easement. I have a tax map from 1980 that shows there were more than 10 dwellings when my parents bought this 5.23 acre parcel in 1973. I also have a 1973 agreement to deed from the seller that says their parcel can be re-subdivided into tracts of lots containing 1 acre or more. So I've held on to this land for 50+ years, believing we could put 5 homes on this land if needed. Now that I think I am able to move there, I am told I, by myself, have to get the whole road up to code, which means I would have to buy properties, which they're not going to sell me, clear land, and pave the road for about 1 mile. I have been helping maintain this road since 1973, when it was more like a trail. My dad, brother, and I trimmed back trees and pulled a piece of fence with concrete blocks behind our truck to grade the road. For 50+ years, we have worked side by side with neighbors building this road, and my son and I are still helping with this never-ending project. Everyone that bought in 1973 understood we had to maintain the road. We tried numerous times through the years to get everyone to agree to get it up to code so the county could take it over. But there was always one who did not want their taxes to go up. My family has donated money to purchase loads of dirt, shell, rock, etc. through the years. The latest loads purchased were ground up asphalt at $750 a load. My family purchased 1 load along with several other neighbors purchasing 3 to 4 more loads. And this is our road. This is the road going to my property. And I'm just going to be real quick. This is the road in front of my property. And to let you know that utility trucks, trash trucks, school buses, heavy equipment trucks can come down our road. This one is coming to my property. This one's just before my property. And they go all the way to the end. That was just to show you a little bit about the road. In 2014, I took my $18,000 tractor, which has a bucket and a box blade, to one of the neighbors, another original owner from 1973, to keep at his house so he could use it for the road. It is still there and being used, and that's my tractor. We have also made other improvements, such as replacing a culvert to improve drainage for the neighborhood. And I'm going to show you this. My property, there's 2 properties south of me, 5 acres apiece, and the water was building up at our door where the snakes were coming to our door. And this is our property, but this is also Porter Road Extension. So a couple of years ago, our culvert was clogged, so we replaced it. And this water that has drained off, it not only shows you how much water was on the properties, but it also, if you look right here, it shows how compact our road has been and is because of all the different layers of whatever we could put on the road. And this is the culvert coming in or being finished. And today, this was done a couple of years ago. Today, it has never held this water. It is dry. So that was one of the improvements that my family and I made, was to put a culvert in or replace the existing one. I have lived on this road from 1973 to 1997. First with my parents, and then at 18 when I married, I bought the adjoining property south of my parents' property, which is also on Porter Road Extension. In 1997, I sold part of my property and moved to South Carolina to follow my job. My parents also wanted their property to be a home for anyone in the family that needed one. When they died, my brother did not want to move onto the property, so I had their only grandson, my son, move there. He still lives there today. I am a widow and have no other family except my son and his family. I am getting older and have health issues, so I thought I could live next to them so they could help take care of me. I live across town in a 2-story and want to build or buy a more suitable home where my bedroom is on the ground floor. My family is one of 3 original families still living on Porter Road Extension since 1973, and I feel it is my home and I should be allowed to live there. As for me adding to the traffic on this road, I've been driving on this road 50+ years and still do. At least 2 to 3 times a week, I help take care of 2 of my minor grandchildren. My son has 6 children, 3 minor children living with him and 1 on the way. 2 of the older 3 are in the Navy, and his oldest has her own business in Orlando. My car going up and down this road will not be different if this request is approved or disapproved. In fact, it may be less, because they can walk across the yard to come to me now. From my heart, I have shared some of my life with you, and I thank you for listening. At this time, I would like to talk a little bit about the report sent to you about my case, and I hope you all got the report. Both Fire, Rescue, and County Road and Bridge has reviewed this request, and they have no remaining comments. Environmental Division has reviewed, and I do not plan to impact flood zone or wetlands. And that's all I have to say.
Ma'am, could I just, sorry.
Go ahead.
Ma'am, could I just say it's the best presentation we've had all day.
Oh,
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Great. Any questions or comments from the board? Yeah, hang on just in case we have anything. Commissioner Arnold, Commissioner Whitehurst, anything? Okay, we'll go straight to public comment then.
All right, at this time we will take public comment on agenda item number 5.
Don't go anywhere.
Seeing none, we will close public comment.
Okay, back to the board for a motion.
I can make it. Yep, I would be happy to make that motion. I make a motion to approve NZVAR 2026-09, 5325 Porter Road Extension, request to the Land Development Code to allow an additional dwelling unit to take access from an easement serving more than 10 unplatted residential dwelling units without upgrading to meet local road standards based upon 6 findings of fact and 4 conditions as provided in the staff report.
If you allow me, I'd like to second that. We're going to fight over who gets to second that. Okay, all right, so we have a motion to second. Let's vote. All in favor say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and all opposed, no. And that passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
very happy for you. All right, let's go straight to agenda item number 6, and that is also quasi-judicial. So I will go back to Commissioner Arnold for ex parte.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no record of any emails or any meetings.
Okay, Commissioner Whitehurst.
I have none.
Fantastic. Commissioner Joseph.
No emails or meetings.
Okay, and Commissioner Taylor.
The same.
The same also with me. You have the floor, sir.
Good afternoon. My name is Giles Goddington. I'm here today with my wife, Fariba. We are from 235 San Antonio Drive, St. Augustine 32086. We are here today to request a minor variation to Land Development Code 60405C1 in order to allow us to have a driveway of 26 feet wide at the right-of-way with an apron flare to match for our 3-car front-facing garage that's set back 36.2 feet. As far as the statement of facts are concerned, it's currently practically impossible to back the car out of the left side garage without either the front wheels or the back wheels going over the grass and sprinklers. It's also a bit of a safety issue because as you fight to try and get out of the driveway, your focus is taken away from whether there are any pedestrians on the path behind you. Here's a picture of our property, and should give you a better visual of what I'm referring to. And as you can see, there's just not enough room to maneuver. This variance has got nothing to do with reducing costs. It will not have any impact on congestion, the danger of fire, or any other hazard to the public. By approving this variance, it will not have any impact on property values or on the surrounding area as far as the character is concerned. In actual fact, it will improve it because it will bring our driveway in line with other properties around us. By allowing us to have an entranceway to our driveway that's 26 feet wide, it'll make entering and especially exiting the driveway a lot safer, as well as giving access to all 3 garage spaces without unnecessarily maneuvering. It's not going to affect any public right-of-way, the neighbors, utilities, drainage, anything like that. So therefore, it's in harmony with the general intent of the code. The property is located at 235 San Antonio Drive. It is in the St. Augustine Shores PUD in the currently developing Sable Estates. The whole area is zoned as residential C. Here's a site plan of our property. And as we zoom in, the yellow section is our current driveway, and the area shaded to the left is what we're proposing with the 26-foot wide at the right-of-way with the apron flare to match. This is an aerial shot of our property, and the approximate GIS measurements show the garage is set back 36.08 feet. As I mentioned, by allowing this variance, it's not going to have any negative effect on the character of the development. It will bring our driveway in line with others around us. Here you see 4 properties near us that have 3-car garages, and every one of them has a 26-foot wide driveway. As more and more properties are being built along San Antonio Drive, there are a lot being built with 3-car garages. Here's an example of 2 properties that are exactly the same as ours, and in actual fact the same facade, and both of them have a 26-foot wide driveway at the right-of-way. On the west end of San Antonio Drive, here's the 11 properties that we've seen with 3-car garages. Again, every one of them has a 26-foot wide driveway. And the 2 properties, the 2 roads To the west of us, Vera Place and Santos Lane. In each of these photographs, you can see 7 properties with 3-car garages, and again, every one of them has a 26-foot wide driveway. My point being, by allowing this variance, it's not going to be any different as far as the aesthetics are concerned with those that are around us. In summary, we just want a functional driveway that's safe. And by allowing us to have one that's 26 feet wide at the right-of-way, we should be able to accomplish that. We thank you for your time and consideration to approve this variance.
Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board?
No, thank you. That was an excellent presentation.
Commissioner Arnold, Commissioner Joseph, Commissioner Arnold, Commissioner Whitehurst, any comments, any questions? All right, then we'll go straight to public comment then. Thank you.
Great. At this time, we will take public comment on agenda item number 6.
Chuck Lebanowski, 1748 North Capero. We have the same issue all the time in our community. The only thing that everyone's warned us about is be sure that you don't change the sidewalk. The sidewalk's got to be the same texture because of handicapped people, so in the same level, so we just need to make sure.
Thank you. All right, anyone else for public comment? Seeing none, we will close public comment.
Okay, back to the board. Motion to approve non-zoning variance 2026-15 Connington driveway request to the Land Development Code to allow for a single-family driveway width of 26 feet along a local road based upon 6 findings of fact and 4 conditions as provided in the staff report, as long as you don't change the texture of the sidewalk.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Let's vote. All in favor say aye.
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 All right, that passes unanimously. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. And we'll go right to agenda item number 7. And that is quasi-judicial. Let me go to Commissioner Arnold. And
Yes, sir. 1 second. I'm just pulling it up.
Okay.
No emails and no meetings.
no emails, no meetings. Thank you, Commissioner Whitehurst.
I have none.
Okay, Commissioner Joseph.
None.
Commissioner Taylor.
I have none.
And I have none. You have the floor.
Hi, I'm Kira Hurl. This is my husband, Larry. I'm presenting because he'll tend to go off topic. But this is it's actually the same thing as Miss Brigman's. It's the same road. It's Porter Road Extension. We will acknowledge we have not been there for 50 years, so we have not helped maintain the road yet, but we're more than willing to. I grew up in Maine, and there's a saying up in Maine called going up to camp. And I don't know if you've ever been to Maine, but it's very rural, and all the camps have lovely little roads winding through the trees. And that's what Porter Road Extension is like. And that's why we fell in love with it and why we want to build our home there. We've already done a little library there in front of our property in hopes that we can build a house that looks like that. But on our property, we won't have to do any clearing. It was an empty field for the horse farm that's there. There's wetlands there that we will not be touching, so not one tree will be cut down. And we've already recorded an easement that we've agreed to help maintain the road going for the next 50 years. So that's basically it. That's our presentation.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions from the board? Okay, let's go to public comment.
Okay, at this time, we will take public comment on agenda item number 7. Seeing none, we will close public comment.
Back to the board for a motion.
I can make that. Motion to approve non-zoning variance 2026-14, 5145 Porter Road Extension, request for non-zoning variance to section 6.04.07B1 of the Land Development Code to allow an additional dwelling unit to take access from an easement serving more than 10 unplotted residential dwelling units without upgrading to meet legal road standards based upon 6 findings of fact and 4 conditions as provided in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to second. Let's vote. All in favor say aye.
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 And we're unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Congratulations. We'll go straight to agenda item number 8. Good afternoon, Gordon.
Good afternoon.
Yep, give me just a
Commissioners.
second. I apologize. It is quasi-judicial, so let me give Commissioner Arnold just a second to pull that up, and I will begin with you, Commissioner Arnold.
Thank you, Chairman. I have no record of any emails or any meetings.
Okay, Commissioner Whitehurst.
I have none.
Okay, Commissioner Joseph.
None.
And Commissioner Tim.
I have none.
And I have none. Now you have the floor. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Gordon Smith with the Utility Department. Today I'm here to, it's a request for administrative rezoning of 11 county-owned parcels of land. On those parcels, they have our existing infrastructure. To be county, it could be anywhere from a water plant, sewer plant, master pump station. We had this presented at the P&Z meeting, and we didn't really have any public comment. So I know we've had a long day today, so I just want to be glad to answer any questions you might have. And I'm trying to advance this.
There you go. Okay, do we have any questions from the board? Hearing none, let's go to public comment.
This time we will take public comment on agenda item number 8. Seeing none, we will close public comment.
Okay, we'll go back to the board for a motion.
Want me to make that?
Would you?
Sure. Motion to hold the second hearing for the administrative rezoning 2026-01, rezoning utility parcels to public service on August 4th, 2026, during the normal meeting time starting at 9 p.m.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's go ahead and vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Okay, we have a supermajority then, so it has passed. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
And could you try to be a little quicker next time?
Yes, sir.
Agenda item number 9 has been pulled, so let's go straight to agenda item number 10.
It's cold in here, though.
Yeah, where's Dan? Is Dan still here?
The utility, though, Bill.
Yeah. Shelby Romero, our senior assistant to the Board of County Commissioners. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This is for the Housing Finance Authority. Currently, there is one vacancy due to an expired term. This vacancy was advertised in April and ran for approximately 45 days. HFA submitted a recommendation letter, and there were 9 applications.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions from the board?
Nope, I'd love to make
Let's go
a
to
motion.
public comment.
At this time, we will take public comment on agenda item number 10. Seeing none, we will close public comment.
You have the floor.
I love that. Motion to reappoint Melinda Peoples to the Housing Finance Authority for a 4-year term scheduled to expire July 19th of 2030.
I'll second that motion. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Let's vote. All in favor say aye.
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 Okay, that passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Ms. Romero. Okay, I believe that comes to the end of our normal agenda. We'll go right to Commissioners' reports. Commissioner Arnold? Anything for consideration today, Commissioner Arnold?
No, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much.
Okay. Commissioner Whitehurst?
I have no report.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Joseph.
Yes, I'd like to address the accident on A1A and Michler Boulevard, and where there were 2 deaths and 2 other people critically injured. Right after that, at 1 o'clock the next day, I met with Kim Kendall, Representative Kim Kendall, Sheriff Hardwick, Joy Andrews, Public Works, which was Ben Bright, and myself, and we went over different things that we could do to maybe help that part of the road. The first thing is, you know, the people that live on the road, it's very important for them that they would like the speed lowered from the Guana Preserve to Michler, because all these houses have been built on that. Now, FDOT's in charge of the road, which means it's federal, so it's a very hard thing to get to lower the speed limit. Half of it is 45 and the rest of it's 55 in front of the homes that have garbage cans and driveways. It's really hard to pull out, take your garbage out, get your mail. But so Public Works and and the sheriff are going to do a speed study immediately and get that updated to see what the speed looks like and how many cars. Also, we're looking at possibly a rumble strip that was down the middle of the road because the accident was head on. So someone wandered across the line. No one knows why, but they were both traveling at a fast rate of speed. The strip used to be there, and then it got in the way of bikes because it was also on the bike path. But if we just put it maybe back on the middle, that might be helpful. So we're looking at that. We're also looking at other devices that help the public look for safety options, as well as there's quite a few different things, like a sign as you start going into the residential community saying caution, residential community, things like that at the MSD sign. But all these things are being discussed, so it's not, we take this very seriously when you lose a life, and we have lost a life on 16 also, and in the last 6 days, quite a few. And it's just, everyone needs to calm down and try not to be in such a hurry and try to take their time. I know it's easy to say, but sometimes we get in a hurry. So anyway, I just wanted to update you that the Representative Kendall is going and meeting with FDOT Jim Knight, as well as Joy Andrews and I are probably draft some sort of a letter that for my district to send to him also. And that's the end of that comment for now. Thank you. I think that's it. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Commissioner
Yes,
Taylor.
thank you very much. And yes, I just wanted to address, I know we had a number of comments earlier today, and I took a lot of notes. And clearly SB 686 is coming up a lot. We all have received a number of emails regarding it as well. And I would just like, I would love consensus regarding getting outside counsel. I don't know if, I would support an injunction. I don't know if everyone else does, but even if we can't do an injunction, at least to have attorneys lined up, ready to go, because we know regardless of what happens, I'm sure we're going to be sued regarding that. And I would just rather be prepared and be proactive rather than reactive. And I would love others' thoughts on that.
I'm in for that.
Well, I'm certainly looking at Ridge. I'm certainly going to ask you, Mr. Commando, if we can have a meeting later on this week and discuss that. Is that something you can spend time with this week?
Yeah, I'm happy to make time to talk to you about it.
Okay, good deal. I'd like for us to discuss that because it's important for us to understand all the ramifications. 686 is it's a bill that seems to have affected primarily St. Johns County and not a lot of the other counties in the state. So I'd really like to take a look at that and see if there's something we might be able to do.
So lawyers are kind of a strange bunch where when you tell us you're going to sue us, that doesn't really scare us. We're prepared. We're ready to respond. If it requires outside expertise, we'll definitely engage that type of legal counsel. We've done it for any opportunity we've had to up to this point.
Thank you.
Can we meet this week about that?
Yeah. Well, he can meet individually with us whenever you.
Right. We'll talk individually about it.
Okay.
Yeah. We'll get something together. What else, ma'am?
Okay, great. Thank you. And then we certainly heard from a number of people as well, loud and clear, regarding the trust that has been shattered in our county. That could not have been clearer this morning. We basically have 2 sitting members of this board that are facing criminal conspiracy right now, and they've deceived the voters in this county. And the message was loud and clear this morning that something needs to be done. I would love to ask Commissioner Whitehurst and Commissioner Arnold, are either of you or both of you, are you planning on resigning based on so much public input?
Well, I'm happy to jump in. Respectfully, no. I believe there were 12 individuals during public comment that even addressed it. But thank you for bringing that to everyone's attention, Commissioner Taylor.
Commissioner Taylor, I have no plan to resign.
Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for answering me. Again, I can't stress enough that we have a severe breakdown of trust just because remember, our meetings are during the week, during the day. A lot of people work, a lot of people have commitments. So we cannot judge the feelings in this county by the number of people that just spoke out today. I don't think that would be a very fair representation of the residents in this county. I would like to make a motion. I would like to move that this board adopt a formal vote of no confidence for Commissioners Whitehurst and Arnold. I would greatly appreciate if we can move to direct the county attorney to immediately draft and transmit a formal letter on behalf of the commission to the governor of Florida and formally request their immediate suspension from office pending the resolution of their criminal charges.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion. Anyone have any comments from the board about this? Okay, so let me comment. I've been giving a lot of thought about this over the last couple of weeks. Personally, there are aspects of this that I agree with, and aspects of it that I don't. There are aspects of that I agree with it, and that public trust is broken. Public trust is broken, and that's not something that you can just easily get back. The other thing is that, as a law and order guy, I think we need to let the system work. I think we need to go through the system and make sure that people who are in the public court opinion might be guilty, but in the court of law, they're innocent until proven guilty in this country, and that's one of the founding principles of our nation. So I would not support this. So for that reason. So, but we do have a motion in a second. And yes, ma'am, would you like to have the floor?
No, just that in my first 2 years of being a commissioner, all four of the commissioners did censure me and tell me I broke the law and tried to have me arrested, and I won in federal court because they were wrong. And frankly, I think it's time that I'm not being retributional here, but there's a lot more. There's a lot more things that are at stake here than just the things that they did, including their children and a mother. It's just sad, and I just think that's it's just not appropriate.
Yeah. Well, I kind of agree with you, because I think it's important for us that we are held to a higher standard, and I understand that, but I also know that the system needs to work, and I would. There was a vote to censure you based on an allegation of wrongdoing, so I could support a censure.
Censure.
But we have a motion on the table right now, so.
Okay, so should we?
Yeah,
vote on
would you like to?
Should we vote on that before we go to the
would you
censure?
like further comment?
Okay, yes. Why don't we? Do you want to vote on that before we go to the censure?
Well, I'm.
Or you want me to withdraw?
Well, I can't tell you what to do here. Let me do this so we can have a discussion.
Okay.
I can't tell you what to do. I can tell you that I wasn't here when the censure of Commissioner Joseph. I didn't agree with it then, but it is a real thing, and so I think that given the light that there have been actual charges made, I think that a censure would be appropriate. So,
okay.
But that's up to you. I'm going to vote against a vote of no confidence. I don't think that's strong enough. So I would support a censure by the board.
A censure. Okay.
I don't even know what's the difference.
Yeah. Can you explain for everyone?
I honestly would have to look a little deeper into that. My understanding of a censure is for actions taken as part of your duties as a commissioner. So I don't know how that applies.
Okay,
other than
all right.
if you're trying to just have a formal declaration, I think that's kind of
okay. Well, we've got
part of what you said.
Yeah, we've got a motion for a vote of no confidence. We have a motion in a second. So why don't we just go with that? Deal? Mm-hmm. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Any other discussion? Anyone else would like to discuss? Okay, without a discussion, a vote for a lack of confidence would be a yes vote or an aye vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, that passes 3-2. All right, what else?
Thank you, sir.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Anything else?
No.
I'm sorry, that's not clear. So there were two parts of that motion. One was to send a letter to the governor also asking for their removal. So you voted yes for that, Mr. Chair?
No, I'm not supportive of a letter to the governor. The governor's well aware of what's going on, and he should be well aware of the fact that there was a vote of no confidence for our commissioners. So
I think there just needs to be clarification on what you're voting for.
well, that was
Because
my fault.
That was the motion.
Yeah, I'm not going to. No, I don't think there's any reason to redo the motion. The motion was what it is. It was my mistake. I voted for it. So let's just live with it. What else?
Okay. No.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, my turn. A couple of things that I wanted to talk about. One of them was the comments that happened about the consent agenda item number 21. I've had some people contact me and ask me for clarification about that. It was about the dredging of the Douglas boat ramp. This is, I contacted our Assistant Director of Parks and Rec. This is a common thing that we do on a rotational basis, and this is just the rotation coming up. There are no plans for water taxis or any other thing like that. It's just simple dredging that they do on a maintenance on a regular basis, and I wanted to make sure to clarify that because some people were concerned that we were looking to develop the waterfront, and we are not. It's just normal dredging. We got an opportunity to attend the chamber event where the legislators came and talked about the last legislative action. I think that some of the laws that were passed were real head scratchers, but we were able to bring home a little bit of bacon, and I just wanted to thank our hardworking legislators, Senator Leak, Representative Greco, Representative Judson Sapp, and Representative Kendall. They brought home about $20 million to St. Johns County this session. I've got them all listed out here, but I've made a mess of my notes, so I'd have to add them all together. So I've been in contact with Representative John Rutherford, who is also, through his actions on the federal side, said that he's gotten about another $15 million for St. Johns County for infrastructure projects, and I want to say thank you for that. That's part of our job, even though we're pretty restricted. Part of our job is to be the voice for the county to the state and the federal government, and this board has worked hard. And I want to thank my fellow board members for working hard for us for St. Johns County. You guys have worked hard, and because of that, we were able to bring some of our tax dollars back to St. Johns County. I'm very, very thankful of that. So other than that, that ends my comments, and I would go to the county administrator's report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just have one item, which is seek your direction on a preferred date on hearing the applications for the 6 enclave applications we have received. And I believe that Keely and Mike have briefed you individually on sort of the timeline we're under based on the current statute.
Okay, Mike, you have the floor. There you go. Thank you.
Thank you again, Mike Robertson, Director of Growth Management. So you all have heard of the agricultural enclave. That was a recent statute approved. And the St. Johns County received 6 applications for certification and different properties throughout the county. Part of that statute is to certify as it requires the local government to review within 30 days and deem whether or not it is certified, these properties, and there's some criteria that the state has laid out for certification. And then as soon as that 30-day time clock clicks over, which it'll be around July 31st, the local government has 30 days to hear it publicly. So that's what this is about, is to request when you would like to hear it. As of now, you could hear it on August 18th. That is the last regular board meeting that the BCC has If we were to go to the September 1 meeting, we would not meet the statutory requirement. And if you don't meet the statutory requirements, they are allowed by right, basically. So we want to make sure that we meet those. So you already have a regular agenda. Of course, you have items on that agenda. Growth management items we've tried to reduce down. We do have 2, a rezoning, and I think a non-zoning variance. And then, of course, there is other business the county will do with all the other departments and consent. So we just want to lay that out there. You could have it on that day. You could also have it any day prior to that as a special meeting.
So, yeah, under your board rules, either the chair or the majority of the commissioners may call a special meeting, and so we've briefed you all. We do know that the auditorium is available that following day on 8/19th, which will be a Wednesday, and then the following Wednesday, the following week, 8/26, the auditorium is available on both of those days. If you choose to have a meeting, the special meeting would be, again, just to hear those applications regarding agricultural enclaves.
Okay, what time would we need to do that?
So it would just be start at 9 a.m. It would just be a meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. It would just be a special meeting to hear those held on a separate day.
I'll be tied up with the election results on the 26th. Can we do it on the 19th? Does
Works for me.
it work for you?
Yep.
Being on the canvassing board.
Yeah, you don't want to keep it on the 18th?
The 19th.
19th.
Okay, that's fine.
The 18th is your
19th.
regular meeting, so the 19th.
Commissioners Whitehurst and Arnold, any problem with the 19th?
No problem.
None.
Okay. Sounds good to me. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, for the report, thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Commando.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to update the commission and let you know that we have been working diligently on the data center or large-scale data center moratorium. Ms. West has actually put together a memorandum and packet that we'll be distributing to you, and then we'll get some direction from you as to how you want to see it move forward. That's all, Mr. Chair.
Thank you so much. Unless there's anything else to come before the board, we are adjourned.